Okay, I'm hitting start. Hello? Is this thing on? Hello? Are you here? Okay, let's get the show started. Is it happening? Come on, Twitch. Bing bong. Oh. Gotta go. Not you guys. Bye. I mean, hi. Oh my god. Come on, dude. Let's go. Okay, we're up, boys. Hello. Welcome to the frickin' Cat Dad Show. How are you doing, friends? Whoa, it's a full house tonight. What's going on? Alev, free Palestine. Ew, dude, what are you talking about in here? Dude, Twilight would be pissed. Do not bring up freeing Palestine right now. Twilight wants to jail Palestine. This is a jail Palestine podcast. Joke. Sarcasm, Red Camel. Sarcasm sign. Hell yeah, dude. It's crazy. Just watched that Macklemore vid like an hour ago. Not a big fan, but I dig the song. Bro, I've been talking to Skidder all day about how I've been like under the assumption that Macklemore is just a corny rapper, and he's the hardest motherfucker in the game right now. Let's go, everyone! Free, no more Macklemore slander ever again. Don't you laugh, Alev. It's Cat Dad o'clock. Let's go, boys. Yeah, it gives you the same vibe as Run the Jewels. Yeah. Dude, the video's so sick. We're going to watch it right after we get the show started. All right, here we go. Let me play the song.
I am.
Skidder loves Macklemore.
I am.
Hell yeah. Reincarnated.
Reincarnated. I am. Reincarnated.
I got pizza. I'm a little freaking Ninja Turtle.
Woke up looking for the broccoli. Sneak go frontin', but your daddy's just a copy. Barry in the White House, shadow running sloppy. Ghost playing tough, but your strength ain't got no body. Woke up looking for the broccoli. Sneak go frontin', but your daddy's just a copy. Ricky thought you'd hide, but we see you in that lobby. The truth is our hobby. Shout out Mark Lombardi. Woke up looking for
Sherlock,
the broccoli.
Amanda,
Sneak go frontin', but your
Guggy,
daddy's just a copy. Barry in the White
Skidderoni,
House, shadow running sloppy. Ghost playing tough, but your strength ain't got no body.
Ray Star.
Looking for the broccoli. Sneak
What up,
go
Milo?
frontin', your daddy's just
What
a
up, Eric?
copy. Drake, you thought you'd hide, but we see you in the lobby. The truth is our hobby.
Eric
Shout out
Skidder's on
Lombardi.
TikTok. Skidders369. Running heavy like I'm running through the six with a vengeance.
Carl's clone, yeah, I see the resemblance. Drake, you ain't no king, just a pawn in the game. Got a
Oh,
secret
there's
in
a
your
great
bloodline,
video we're
yeah,
gonna
I'm
watch about the
ashamed.
Ethan
Your
Klein
papa
crash
wanted
out.
you to
Oh,
be
it's so
this.
good.
A voice for the masses, but your heart's counterfeit. The Degrassi wheelchair to the OBO throne. You've been
I
selling
beat
your
you,
soul, now the
Azrael.
truth is
Haha.
shown. Your empire's built on the lies and the women. Oops, I mean children. You are quite the villain. Started from the bottom, now you're trapped in
And
a
I already
game
fed
with
the cat.
hotlines playing with secrets and shame. Carl's shadow looms as your mask starts to slip. The truth is the weapon. Let's see if you trip. Reincarnated. I've been
Dude, I somehow missed Hinge Hall. How'd you guys let me miss that song? It was pretty good. But this new song goes way harder. I love it way more. But I also didn't hear Hinge Hall, I don't think.
Woke up looking for the broccoli. Sneak go frontin', but your daddy's just a copy. Ricky thought you'd hide, but we see you in that lobby. The truth is our hobby. Shout out Mark Lombardi. Barry, you climb, but the
Wait, your
roots are
sister
deep into
texted
the
me last night, where's Corey? Wait, where did I go?
Hiding below your legacy, staying with the darkness you sow. Epstein-Barr virus infecting your name. You built up the power, you buried the shame. Chef in the water, truth you can't keep. Carl's your puppet master, the climb wasn't steep. Dance with devils, played your role too well, but your soul's on the line in a personal hell. Pancake man knows he's baked in your past. You're a clone in the system, but you wanna last. Your empire's built
No,
on
it's
the
not
bones
on
of the
Spotify.
damned.
I do need to get it on Spotify, don't I?
Barry, no more hiding your stories laid bare. Your lies
It would go fucking hard on. I should have it on Spotify for sure.
Beat the Weinbacher, close in the fray.
Oh, because I haven't posted on. I know. I've been feeling like a little like
Truths on display. The Weinbacher, close in the fray.
uncreative or something the last couple days. I don't know why, but I'm back.
Go, you're loud, but
I made a video today.
Lost, calling out Ethan, but at what cost?
Yeah, get your sister in here.
See the cracks in the facade, you know there's more, but the hate you're spewing ain't gonna settle the score.
Oh, I didn't put it full screen.
You're just playing your old role, distracted by the fame.
In here blabbing my mouth.
Big
in the spotlight, but deep down your pain. Your daddy wasn't there, so you're a cuck.
You're right about Ethan Klein.
He's a Nazi in disguise. Oh, we're gonna watch Ethan fucking drug-addled brain fall out of his ears tonight.
Chasing validation, but it's hollow inside. Lost in the noise. Where does your
Heart reside? I see the fear,
the doubt, the rage you project, and it's time to reflect.
Oh, I didn't unplug. Hopefully we're on time.
Show you the path. It's
Time to awake. Kundalini rising up your spine. It's your soul. Let's take.
Sneako. Meet the Weinbachers. Truths on display. Meet the Weinbachers. Clones in the fray. Meet the Weinbachers. They're living a lie. Meet the Weinbachers. The shadows comply. Meet the Weinbachers. Truths on display. Meet the Weinbachers. Clones
You talk to your sister about me and the Nazi expose every day. Spring in the spotlight, but who's behind the mask? Cucks are.
From the Carson to the Empire, you played the part well, but Carroll's your director and you're trapped in his hell. Breaking Bad, but the script's written deep. Cloning's the game and you're caught in the sweep.
Gideon's Darksaber, it runs deeper. Calls out a loons and the stakes get steeper.
Feeling so well, but it's more than just a role. It's a reflection of the truth of the secrets you hold. From the chicken shack to the stars in the sky, your life's a facade, just a well.
Dude, I love my pizza place.
You're the face of deceit, but the truth's coming out and you can't retreat. You're not just an actor, you're a part of the plan.
And I got a bubble tea.
Carl's little man. Meet the Weinbachers. Truths on display. Meet the Weinbachers. Clones in the fray. Meet the Weinbachers. They're living a lie. Meet the Weinbachers. The shadows comply. Meet the Weinbachers. Truths on display. Meet the Weinbachers. Clones in the fray. Meet the Weinbachers. They're living a lie. Meet the Weinbachers. Carl Weinbacher. The mastermind behind the scene. Cloning's your legacy. You're the
Twisted machine.
From Drake to Obama, Sneako to Gus. All your clones out here
spreading deceit, mistrust.
You built an empire on shadows and lies. Genetic fucking experiments.
This song do go hard. We see the puppeteers like it couldn't be opposed.
Fingers on the media, pulling every string.
Hollywood's your playground, but I'm here to bring. Being so cooked on this
no more
one.
hide and seek. Their clones are crumbling. The future's looking bleak. Play God's
We are Cat Dad family here too. My buddy Ian and his wife Molly are a Cat Dad family too.
You could control, but you underestimated the power of truth.
Yo, look
Now
how
your
long my
time's
finger
deflated.
is. Weird,
this
right?
This is the final chapter. Your empire's fall. No more clones. No more lies. We're tearing down the wall. Carl, your game's over. The truth reigns supreme. You're just a ghost now in a forgotten fucking dream.
Cuck. Forgotten cucking dream. Winky, Winky Bear, oh, whoop, whoop. Her foster care person that takes care of her medical bills messaged me the other day and said, hey, how's Winky doing? Because Winky has no eye. She has lymphoma too. She's terminally gonna die, they said. And I said, aren't we all terminal, right? And they said, hey, if you have Winky, we'll pay for her medical bills until she passes away if you foster her, because she won't last that long. I've had Winky for 2 years, I think. Maybe. Winky's going nowhere. I was like, yeah, Becky. Yeah, get her in the fucking bet, because she's immortal. She's going to outlive us all. She said she does not have lymphoma, and she literally can't die, so. Sucks for the vets who want to make money off of her fucking death. Because every time you take your fucking cat to get euthanized in New York, you know how much that shit costs, bro? It's like $600. Cucks, right? You have big hands. What's up, little dudes? How you doing, nitwitches? Let's get with the program today and have a little fun. Ooh, what are we gonna do today? Let's walk through it just a little bit. My little nitwitchies, my little nitwits. Ethan looks like Ozempic has rotted his whole brain. Then we're gonna finish this Bill Burr thing, cause it was pretty freaking funny, I think. And Bert, if you're good boys and good girls, then we can watch some Bert at the freaking end. Hopefully I'm not the only. Does everyone like watching Brent Crunchler? Goodbye, Brent Crunchler. Welcome, Bert Kreischer. We love Brush Christmas. And his best friend Bring Triggers and Marky Zuckerberg. And we're gonna watch some frickin' TikTok vids about these fucking Nazis who curse us all. They're everywhere, boys, and other people are starting to get the fucking drift. It's honestly amazing. I love it. Becca Day made a video about it. Look at this shit. She's talking about Nazis. They told me Nazis are everywhere, but I think I'm back on my Nazi grind, boys. We're gonna take them down. I see you go, lizards. All things pass into the. Oh, this guy does RFK impressions. You guys are gonna love this. I must say you're wrong. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Macklemore made the hottest fucking track of the year so far. But I think all the Macklemore hate was implanted in my brain because he does seem to kind of stand on business. I just thought he was a corny rapper, so I think I've always been ignoring him. No offense. I like Thrift Shop, but I just thought he was a thrift shop rapper, you know? Just begin to fall. All things pass. We gotta go a little faster. And I said, oh no, sir. Where's Elon Musk? I want to talk about my boy, Elon Crust, and his boyfriend, Peter Thiel. Let's see, do they have any new interviews? I hope so, boys. Oh, the Straussian moment. Ooh, where is Peter Thiel? He's a cuck and he is so ugly. Where is Peter Thiel? He's a ugly bitch who is a lizard man. Oh, this is from 2 months ago. Dude, he looks like a corpse in this. What's up, Peter? Where did you get them ears? Holy fuck, buddy. Dude, he really has the Nazi haircut right now, right? We don't like you, Peter. This is from 2 frickin' months ago. Oh, it's from the Hoover Institute. Great. It's Peter Thiel. He's a big fucking cuck, and he doesn't know what he's talking about because he's a Nazi. We don't frick with Peter. You're an ugly bitch, buddy. And you're definitely on crystal meth. I'll fucking say that with my whole chest. You Nazi idiot. Your penis face looks really dumb, and none of the child blood that you drink is helping. You look like a fucking idiot, Peter Thiel. Peter, child eater, you fucking cuck. Dude, look at how sunken his eyes are. Holy shit. Peter Thiel. Look at them big old Dumbo ears, boys. Flap, flap, flappy, flap. I bet he wishes those ears could flap him out of this interview, boys. Dude, look at them motherfuckers. Have you ever seen a man's eyes so sunken into his skull and still not dead? He is ill. All these Nazis are. Bro, look at Ethan Klein. It's the same. They're all literally ill, bro. They're all drug-addled and sick. And this is coming from a man who knows what it's like to be drug-addled, okay? This is the result of drugs and also hatred, I think. It's hatred, drugs, but a lot of drugs. Same with this. See that? Did you see it? I know you guys can see it. Yeah, Kimmy, you're feeling better? Your husband wants to go on Tartarian adventures with you. Once you're healed, he'll be out checking things out. Hell yeah, dude. Tartaria! Fuck yeah! Wait, did anyone see the PragerU guy say it's okay to watch child AI pornography? Oh my god. Wait, there's a video of him saying that out loud? He said that out loud? No way. Man, these guys are really cool and normal. Okay, you guys want to watch this fucking and I swear to fuck, if Macklemore, well, actually, maybe we'll watch a couple of these dumb TikToks and we'll watch the Macklemore video in a minute. If dude, if Macklemore claims this fucking song, he's a cop. Right? Did Paul, I mean McVeigh, reach out to you yet? Well, other than just blocking me randomly to try and get a rise out of me and telling me that, what did he say? Well, when I tried to show you guys, he fucking blocked me so I couldn't remember, but he said something like, this man is schizophrenic. That's the last thing Paul said to me. Then, before that, the only other real thing that he said to me was when he wished me a happy birthday on my birthday with 3 different memes. It was honestly the highlight of my life. And I didn't notice it until a month later. So since then, me and Paul have been in rocky territory. But I blame that on all the nitwitches. Like, how did I not know that Paul fucking It took Nicole told me about it. I don't even talk to them anymore, barely. And Nicole's the one who told me. None of the nitwitches did for a month. Yo. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, Paul, me and Paul are on the rocks right now. And that's the best. That's the best for both of us, honestly. Here, let's check in on him. Let's see if he's fucking changed his life. FBI top dog. If you want to check in on Paul, just go on FBI top dog. No way. He unblocked me? Wait, did he? Hold on. Bro, Paul be watching. Paul be watching every day. Hold on. This guy is delusional. He did unblock me. Let's go. Best day ever. Just kidding, Paul. I'm going to block you tonight. No, I never block you, Paul. Drama queen, Paul. Love wins. Paul, everyone is ridiculing you right now. Bro, this is so funny. Holy shit. When did we talked about it like 2 days ago. We love you, Paul. This is the best. Oh my god. This dude literally is my biggest fan. There's like 50 people who hang out with me, and Paul's one of them. Isn't that fucking hilarious? Timothy McVeigh is one of my best friends. That's awesome, dude. Life is crazy, right? We love Paul, though. Dude, I'm so fucking stoked that Paul unblocked me so I could show you guys. It's even better than I remembered. This guy is delusional. Where did Eddie say you should do nothing? What did he say that leads one to believe he's CIA? Paul says this guy is delusional. Oh, I love you, Paul. God, it's so fucking good, dude. Love wins, boys. I'm so happy we checked. I just loosed you, Paul. I just loosed the absolute fuck out of you. Have you guys seen this video?
Due to the amount of unaliving threats in my direct messages across all platforms for me doing the Robert F. Kennedy voice impersonation, I officially have to announce that I am not gonna stop doing them. You guys need to quit being such fucking pansies. Due to the amount of unaliving threats in my direct messages across all platforms for me doing the Robert F. Kennedy voice impersonation, I officially have to announce that I am not gonna stop doing them. You guys need to quit being such fucking pansies. Due to the amount of unaliving threats.
Okay. Oh, that's a good one. All right, wait, let's see if he's got any other good impressions.
Thank you for calling PetSmart. This is Chris. Can I help you?
My name's Bobby Kennedy. Do you guys have the mice that you feed snakes with?
The what?
Do you guys have the mice that you feed snakes with?
Yes.
Are those available for human consumption?
No.
What if you cooked one?
No.
There's no. Is it okay to eat them though? Like, is it legal?
No. I wouldn't recommend it.
All right, thank you. You can tell it's from a Labrador. Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure it's eating Purina. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay, we gotta stop with that. Oh man. Yeah, we love you, RFK. Alright, dude, you wanna watch this fucking hard-ass Macklemore video? What the actual shit, bro? Alright, here we go. Dude, they took Capital Steez away from us, and they gave us Macklemore instead. We'll take what we can get, right? Dude, this goes hard.
Yeah. Stand for something to fall for anything. I'm sick. But it's game time. Hey, the world's on fire. We don't own no water, y'all. Inmates hired for a couple dollars, y'all. New era usher, but white supremacy is still in charge. Talking colonizing Gaza from the White House lawn. But the people mobbing, and we ain't backing off. Finally see the oligarchy and men that control us all.
Yo!
Tax breaks for the elite, and then they taxing y'all, killing Palestinian kids, and we getting hit with the cost. Why the fuck you think you can't afford the rent in your building, and
Yo!
you can't afford groceries and debt in your feelings, and you know how the West thinks. It's all about the West Banks. Call a ceasefire, then start annexing the West Bank.
Let's go, dude.
Gets money for the best tanks, and Netanyahu loves Trump. He's like, yeah,
Thanks.
That's your money, and yes, it's all connected, and they controlling your feed. The information that they censor, blocking hashtags. Can't say free Palestine. This 2 weeks in, think where we'll be around July. But you know us Americans, out of sight, out of mind, and they know it too. That's why they running game on our lives. But
Yo!
they got me fucked up.
Oh!
They got me fucked up.
Oh!
They got me fucked up.
Oh! Oh!
And Elon, we know exactly what that was, bruh. They got us fucked up.
Let's fucking go, dude.
Got us fucked up. They got us fucked up.
And Elon, we know exactly what that was, bruh.
You can bomb a mosque, but you can't bomb faith. You can't kill people, resistance grows in the wake. And while our president heaven and sends billions to Israel's sakes.
This fucking
Ethnic
rules, dude.
cleansing's never gonna make Israelis feel safe. More blood, more weapons, more money, more oppression, more hate, more fear, more walls, and more settlements. The colonizer just spoke to us at the White House. What we said was gonna happen is happening right now. Nah, they marching home. Yeah, that's resilience. Millions celebrating like the world
getting me
was walking
pumped,
with
bro.
them. You in the palm of God, no man will ever catch you flinching. They can never burn the olive tree that lives within them. The next 4 years, it's time to ride. Buck ice, free Congo, Sudan,
Let's
and
go.
Palestine. If you still haven't said shit about the genocide, know your grandkids one day are gonna ask you
Why,
why.
bitch?
They got me fucked up. They got me fucked up.
Yeah, riot music.
They got me fucked up.
This is why they hate fucking. This is why they control the
Know
music.
exactly what that
Was, bruh.
They got us fucked up.
Dude, this is so good, right?
They got us fucked up. They got us fucked up.
Yeah, absolute truth is absolute truth.
We talking cobalt on the next one.
Isn't that great? He said, Elon, we're talking cobalt on the next one, bruh. Dude, so fucking good, right? I want to fucking fist fight. I want to do, this is some chin music. Let's go fucking fight the Nazis, bro. Yo! Well, we got through it once, so might as well give it one more whirl. Because this shit goes hard a second time. All right, the opening quote. The most heroic word in all languages is revolution. Hell yeah, let's go. Yeah, but exactly, right? No matter who speaks it, absolute truth is absolute truth. I think we all need to give Macklemore a second chance. And, dude, I when I went back, because Skitter was like, you didn't listen to Hins or hear Hins Hall? And I was like, I don't think so. It's like the sound sounds familiar. Is that like a TikTok sound or something? But I don't think I heard the full song. But it's fucking good. So yeah, so good we gotta play it twice. He just cooked this up in the last few days. It feels like that's dope. I love that. Turn that shit around.
But it's game.
Yeah, that's what we told. That's what Skitter told fucking Twilight yesterday. Stand for. What was it?
Stand for something or fall for anything.
Yeah, stand for something or fall for anything.
I'm sick. But it's game time.
Yeah.
The world's on fire. We don't own no water, y'all. Inmates hire for a couple dollars, y'all.
Wait, that's so good. Hold on. Okay, wait. We'll do a little analysis of it. We'll stop. And then we'll listen to it all the way through once we understand it better. Okay, this shot rules. This shot rules.
Hey, the world's on fire. We don't own no water, y'all.
The world's on fire. We don't own the water, y'all. The Resnicks do. Oh man. Who are they? Who are the fucking Resnicks? Let's go. Chairperson of the Wonderful Company. Oh, the Fiji person. Look at these fucking demons, bro. Dude, oh! That's me. I'm the little chihuahua in the background.
Off anything. I'm sick.
Yeah, K-Dot sounded the trumpet and Mac picked it right up. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I've been seeing so many people on TikTok and stuff being like I get it. People are like, oh, I don't want a thing that I like need to analyze and shit. But you guys don't understand how I think he's on the biggest stage in the world, right? They're rehearsing what he's going to perform for months, right? So he's got to sneak shit through, right? Macklemore is a fucking, like, dude, don't get me wrong. I want Kendrick to release a song like this that's clear as day. I want him to fucking draw a line in the sand, right? I want that too. But it's not going to be one thing, right? It's people amplifying each other. It's Kendrick sounding the fucking trumpet and other people answering. So far, there's 2 good rappers. It's just Kendrick and Macklemore. Who else? But Yeah, it doesn't matter who says it. Like, this shit is good no matter what. But it's refreshing, right? It doesn't feel kind of weird. I wish Capital Steez was here big time.
Yeah.
And this fucking beat goes hard as fuck, dude.
I'm sick. But it's game time. Hey, the world's on fire. We don't own no water, y'all. Inmates hire for a couple dollars, y'all.
Dude, he must be watching Hasan. Hasan went and interviewed those the prison firefighters that are paid like $2 a day or whatever. And it's like, I think they're like a big part of the firefighting force too. It's like another kind of modern day slavery thing.
But it's game time. Hey, the world's on fire. We don't own no water, y'all. Inmates hire for a couple dollars, y'all. New era usher, but white supremacy is still in charge.
We don't have to fucking... No notes needed. Yeah. Nazi. They're Nazis. Maybe we could have gone harder, yeah.
Talking colonizing Gaza from the White House lawn. But the people mobbing, and we ain't backing off. Finally see the oligarchy and men that control us all. Tax break.
That's dope, dude. Fuck yeah. Put all those motherfuckers' faces on the video.
And Gaza from the White House lawn. But the people mobbing, and we ain't backing off. Finally see the oligarchy and men that control us all. Tax breaks for the elite, and then they taxing y'all, killing Palestinian kids, and we getting hit with the cost. Why the fuck you think you can't afford the rent in your building, and you can't afford groceries and debt in your feelings?
Dude, I'm loving this laid back style too. He's a little behind the beat, the distorted fucking vocals. Bro, this song goes crazy hard. I love this, right?
And you know how the West thinks. It's all about the West Banks. Call a ceasefire, then start annexing the West Bank. How you think Israel gets money for the best tanks? And Netanyahu loves Trump. He's like,
yo,
thanks. That's your money, and yes, it's all connected. And they controlling your feed, the information that they censor block.
Bro, fuck yeah, let's go.
Netanyahu loves Trump. He's like, thanks. That's your money, and yes, it's all connected. And they
everything's fucking connected, right, guys?
Controlling your feed.
Sensitive content. Free Palestine content removed. I love it. Bro. The suppression that we've gone through the last year, I mean, honestly, I love it because I feel like it's proven to me exactly what we need to like steer into, you know? I love this message. Thanks. Okay, you're telling me exactly what I should focus on. Love you too.
That they censor blocking hashtags. Can't say free Palestine. This 2 weeks in, think where we'll be around July. But you know us Americans, out of sight, out of mind, and they know it too. That's why they running game on our lives. But they got me fucked up. They got me fucked up.
Wait, that line's good.
And then they know it too. Can't say free Palestine. This 2 weeks in, think where we'll be around July. But you know us Americans, out of sight, out of mind, and they know it too. That's why they running game on our lives. But
out of sight, out of mind. No one's getting the real news anyway because it's all just the same fucking 4 companies that run everything. The Nazis. Fuck yeah, dude.
Think where we'll be around July. But you know us Americans, out of sight, out of mind, and they know it too. That's why they running game on our lives. But they got me fucked up. They got me fucked up. They got me fucked up. And Elon, we know exactly what that was, bro. They got us fucked up.
Dude, Trump pushing in the seat for Nettie Poo.
They got me fucked up. And Elon, we know exactly what that was, bro. They got us fucked up.
Dude. That was a little Brokeback Mountain, right?
They got me fucked up. And Elon, we know exactly what that was, bruh. They got us fucked up. They got us fucked up. They got us fucked up. In Elon, we know exactly what that was, bruh. You can buy my mosque, but you can't buy faith. You can't kill people, resistance grows.
Ben Gavir, that fucking cuck.
In Elon, we know exactly what that was. You can buy my mosque, but you can't buy faith. You can't kill people, resistance grows in the wake.
Dude, I love watching IDF soldiers look like a bunch of fucking clowns, because they are. Literally, he's literally fucking did the Wile E. Coyote feat, running away from rocks while he has a fucking shield and a gun.
In Elon, we know exactly what that was. You can buy my mosque, but you can't buy faith. You can't kill people, resistance grows in the wake. President sends billions to Israel safes. Ethnic cleansing's never gonna make Israelis feel safe. More blood, more weapons, more money, more oppression, more hate, more fear, more walls, and more settlements. The colonizer just spoke to us at the White House. What we said was gonna happen is happening right now. Nah, they marching home. Yeah, that's resilience. Millions celebrating like the world was walking with them. You in the palm of God, no man will ever catch you flinching. They can never burn the olive tree that lives within them. The next 4 years, it's time to ride. Buck ice, free Congo, Sudan, and Palestine.
Bro, this rules.
You still haven't said shit about the genocide. No, your grandkids one day are gonna ask you why. They got me fucked up. They got me fucked up. They got me fucked up. In Elon, we know exactly what that was, bruh. They got us fucked up.
Dude, Macklemore went crazy stupid mode on this song. I'm sorry. This rules, right? This last chorus, too, where he's, like, screaming the they got me fucked up part. Dude, this rules.
Grandkids one day are gonna ask you why. They got me fucked up. They got me fucked up. They got me fucked up. In Elon, we know exactly what that was, bruh. They got us fucked up. They got us fucked up. They got us fucked up. In Elon, we talking cobalt on the next one.
Bro, rules. Love it. Hell yeah. Okay, I wanted to watch this video because I gotta know, what is Candace Owens up to, right? Is she just doing she's just doing the fucking Ian Carroll thing? She's just in her leftist phase, or, you know, lefty phase?
Further, she
I guess
even
she's not really
criticized
lefty.
Trump for meeting with Netanyahu, saying she would never even entertain the idea of doing that.
Trump really shocking the world and saying that the USA is just going to take over the Gaza Strip. So he hosted Prime.
So while many Trump supporters have come out and tried to defend Trump's stance on Gaza, Candace Owens deviated from the norm and came out to criticize Trump on his stance. In one of her recent episodes, Candace Owens continues to stand on business regarding her condemnation of the genocide happening in Gaza. But she took it a step further. She even criticized Trump for meeting with Netanyahu, saying she would never even entertain the idea of doing that.
Trump really shocking the world and saying that the USA is just going to take over the Gaza Strip. So he hosted Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel, which I would have never done if I was president of the United States because of the things that he has done. And so one of the other favored lies about me in the media is that I agree with everything Trump says and he does, and I could not disagree more with this. I could not have been more vocal in my lack of support for any person who, whether left or right, who claims to be a good and a compassionate person who is okay with what is happening and what they are saying they're going to do, all statements which are on record before October 7th even happened. And in terms of Trump talking about the real estate of the property, saying they have to go, and Jared Kushner was on tape speaking about how much worth the property could be. And so for those of us who said, are there people who have already invested in this property and want to see it being built up because they are going to make a ton of money because the plan is to move these people from their homeland somewhere else? And we were called conspiracy theorists, and we were called Jew haters, and we were called anti-Semites. This is truly a moment of vindication, okay? It is a moment of vindication, and I do not agree with it at all. Not at all.
Now, given that I'm a leftist that has many disagreements with Candace Owens, I have to give her her flowers in her consistency in this matter and her willingness to take the flack that comes with challenging Trump as a Trump supporter, especially when it comes to the issue of Israel and their genocide in Gaza. And we gotta give her praise because while Candace Owens, a right-wing Christian who's saying that her Christianity cannot allow her to accept genocide, is actually standing up to Trump, you got Mr. Russell Brand over here, Mr. Follow the Facts, out here using his Christianity saying that, well, Israel and Jews have a genuine claim to the land. We just don't know where to draw the line. We don't know where the line is at.
I actually do believe that Israel deserve a homeland and that the Jewish people have a homeland. I'm a Christian, so I do believe that. Where is it we're drawing the line of what's acceptable, permissible, and what's not acceptable? Are we saying that the colonization of America, for example, is unacceptable? Certainly would have seemed such to the people that were occupying this land.
Motherfucker.
Why isn't Germany just Jewish people's land? Question. Isn't this all because of World War II? I got a question. This is why I got a handler when I was probably 7. Yeah, Trump and Elon are definitely Netanyahu's team. What up, Trip? Netanyahu is a Polish Jew from Russia. He's from Philly, bro. Yeah, oh God, not Russell Brand. We love Russell Brand.
The line is genocide. That's the line. It's funny how people like Russell Brand claim to only follow the facts where the facts lead them until those facts lead them to call out Zionism. Then all of a sudden they don't know what the facts are. We don't know what the line is. Or here where you have Jesse Waters twisting himself into a pretzel to justify Trump's stance by saying that the Palestinians are a demographic threat, saying that they're radical, that they're hostile, and you gotta take them out because otherwise they'll have more babies and Israelis will be at risk.
But this population in Palestine is hostile, it's uneducated, it's even more radicalized than they were at the beginning.
Bro's looking puffy. They've been feeding the kids to Jesse Waters too. Even Jesse Waters gets to drink children.
Beginning of this, I mean, now they have no homes at all. They're even more hateful of the Israelis. And their birth rate is explosive. The average Palestinian woman has 5.5 babies. The average Israeli woman has only 2.5 babies. So demographically, they're a threat.
Which is a weird argument to make because I was told most Israelis are native to the region, which would make them basically Palestinian anyway, right? So like even if Palestinians had more babies, supposedly you wouldn't even be able to tell the difference because they look like the native Israelis, right? Basically, there are a lot of Trump supporters who have sold their souls to justify ethnic cleansing for the sake of supporting Trump. And Candace Owens is doing the opposite. And I gotta say,
for now. She's doing it for now.
I'm happy to see it. And I believe that we should be encouraging more.
Paul is on his way to Home Depot to buy fertilizer in a Ryder truck. No cap. What do you guys think Paul's doing right now? Honestly, watching this show. Hi, Paul. Honestly, Paul, we love you, dude. You're a legend around these parts, partner. I do consider Paul my partner in crime in this.
People from Candace's side of the aisle to buck the system and do the same and challenge Zionism in the same way that Candace is doing. Because that's the only way we win, is by everyone recognizing genocide is genocide, regardless of who the president is at the time.
All right, hell yeah. All right, Becca Day, what do you got to talk about Nazis?
We're seeing the reemergence so aggressively because these people have been hidden in the shadows for so long, afraid to share how truly hateful and disgusting they are. And now that they're getting the okay to be hateful and disgusting, we're starting to see that, oh, you guys, you people never really left, did you? There was really just a band-aid over this specific mindset that I'm talking about. And now that the band-aid has been aggressively ripped off, we can really step back and reflect on how coddled N-ism has been in the United States of America. And we've talked about how the United States brought over a lot of German soldiers after the Second World Conflict, and instead of them facing accountability for the horrific crimes that they committed against millions of innocent people, the United States brought them under their wing and gave them jobs in our military. And, you know, it's always just...
This can't be real. What is she talking about? I've never heard of this. Do you guys know? She's saying our government is lying to us? What, and all the news corporations and all the scientists and all the therapists and everyone? All the teachers, all your friends, all your family. No.
Kind of been here. And I can think of about a million examples of this, but the first thing that always will come to my mind is this naval base in San Diego. This is a real image from a Google satellite. This is not AI. This is the U.S. Navy base, Naval Base Coronado. It's right near San Diego. Here's another picture of them. You can see from above. It's very clear what that symbol is, but these are Navy barracks that were built in the 1960s by an architect named John Mock. This is John Mock, who specifically and purposefully designed that naval base to be in the shape of a hate symbol that could only be seen from the pilots flying above. John Mock in the 1960s absolutely believed that the public would not see this dastardly creation of his, as only pilots flying from above would be able to see it. But unfortunately for John Mock, Google Earth would be invented. So everyone, the entire world, got to see the ugly stain that he built on the United States. I believe it was the late 2000s or early 2010s when people started to realize that this was here, and a journalist sounded the alarm to make everyone aware what he had found on Google Earth. And of course, this revelation was met with shock and horror from the public, and of course, people wanted to know who built this.
Hi, Paulathy. Hi, Theodore. Stop napping in jeans, Paul. Get you some yoga pants. Paul, if you want to come to yoga when you come to book me or whatever the fuck, we should go to yoga first, okay?
Who designed it?
You can try and talk me out of doing my show or whatever the fuck you'll try and do. You'll try and stab me with a poison umbrella tip.
And why is
I'll be watching for it, buddy.
On a United States Navy base. John Mock basically explained that he knew what it looked like when he was designing it, but he didn't think it would actually look like that when they built it. I'm assuming John Mock didn't think that any of us would someday get our hands on the original copies of the blueprints and be able to see that this was absolutely designed specifically to look like that specific hate symbol. And not only that, as you can see right here, from looking at this compass and looking at the building, this hate symbol was rotated 45 degrees off north, just like the hate symbol was in Germany. You know, after that regime appropriated that symbol from Buddhist religion, turning it 45 degrees of north to make a distinction between the two. And this one specifically is meeting all those same distinctions and identifying markers that German regime used to identify who was a part of their little posse.
They're
the
everywhere.
Navy did eventually come out and make a statement and say that, like, they're going to fix it. They're going to camouflage the building so that it doesn't look like this hate symbol from above.
I'm sorry.
Stating that they would do some landscaping, et cetera, et cetera. And they allocated $600,000 from their budget to be able to change the shape of this building, make it look different than this. And that was in 2008. Here we are in 2025, and this Navy base still looks exactly the same. You can look it up on Google Earth right now. Ism, extremism, all of these things have been coddled within our society and treated as something just to look away from and not condemn. And that is how these people who think like John Mock were able to do the things they did and put a stain on our United States for what seems like forever. So yeah, just another...
Guys, it's almost like it's because they haven't gone anywhere, right?
The reason why I hate it here. We're seeing the...
I'm going to be the new Terry Nichols. How dare you, Digital Rain? That poor Terry Nichols. He got by Paul Weisopel, bro. Dude, Paul could never get me. You know how they got Terry? Paul planted a license plate in Terry's fucking shed. Like a dick. But I'll never help Paul make a fertilizer bomb because I don't have a family for him to threaten. That's literally... Terry Nichols was forced to make a bomb that he said did not work. He just went over to Timothy's house because Timothy said, if you don't fucking come over here, I'm going to kill your kid and your wife. Terry turned himself in, too, the second he heard about it.
Mr. Joshua Hall.
Poor Terry, dude. Free Terry. I made a video called Free Terry Nichols. Honestly, we should probably watch it for Paul. Hold on. Just since you brought it up. Yeah, guys, if you haven't seen the YouTube archive, you should check it out. I'm proud of these old videos. I've been wanting to make more. Terry. There he is. Free Terry. Our boy. Dude, you're going to be so pissed when you hear about what Paul did to Terry.
On our Timothy McVeigh, Paul Weisopel bullshit right now, okay? Real quick before we... What up, boys? You know we're back on our Timothy McVeigh, Paul Weisopel bullshit right now, okay? Real quick before we get started here, I just want to say I have a show called The Cat Dad Show. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday
Thursday.
Of every freaking week, right? See, The Cat Dad Show. And on Sundays, we usually do documentary Sundays, a watch-along thing, but it usually starts at 6 p.m. every night. Okay, let's get into Terry Nichols. Guess what, guys? A bunch of people have been like, hey, you should think about Terry Nichols. You should talk about Terry Nichols. We saw Terry Nichols got 166 years or something for life, and I've had it on my list. I've been like, I need to look into Terry Nichols. I'm sure he's just a CIA agent. I don't think so, guys. Terry Nichols has been trying to talk about the Oklahoma City bombing for about 15 plus years. I just found this. It's a declaration of Terry Lynn Nichols, and boy, it's interesting.
Free
okay?
Terry.
It starts with, I'm currently an inmate at the United States Penitentiary Administrative Maximum Facility which is located in Florence, Colorado. My federal registry number is blah, blah, blah. From the outset, I want to acknowledge my poor judgment and culpability in having assisted Timothy McVeigh. I am also now prepared to identify others who played a role in the bombing of the Alfred P. Murrah building in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Yeah, Paul, you thought we forgot about this? I have never forgotten about Terry Nichols, Paul. Now that I know you're listening, bitch. I can't believe Paul unblocked me. Let's go. I didn't even have to beg this time. What a cuck, dude. Paul is literally a cuck for me. Oh my God, he thought that I was going to let up on him? Yeah, right. We're putting footsies to gassies, baby. We're coming back on our Nazi game. We're coming back on our Nazi bullshit full time, boys.
April 19th, 1995. My purpose in doing so is to bring closure, not only to myself, but especially to the survivors and families of the victims of the bombing. Thus far, I have not been very successful in doing this. However, on April 3rd, 2004, for example, I wrote to then Attorney General John Ashcroft. My purpose in writing to Mr. Ashcroft was to have the others involved in the Oklahoma City bombing brought to justice. I was prepared to fully cooperate with the Department of Justice to achieve this goal. I have never received a...
Oh, dude, you said, Bella, you said, are you watching Common Side Effects? Yes, I watched the first 2 episodes when we were at the Denver fucking hotel. Me and Skitter watched the first one, I think, and then I think Skitter fell asleep. But I watched the second one. Bro, that show rules. And it's Mike Judge, right? And, isn't it someone else? Oh, the guy from who created Parks and Rec or whatever. Is that right? But yeah, it's fucking good. It's about a guy who finds a secret mushroom that the government's trying to hide because it cures everything, including death. Which is literally true life, bro. Like, these fucking tech cucks, they're all searching for immortality by drinking children's blood and shit. Bitch, you are, well, here's the thing. Maybe they aren't immortal because they are lizards. We're immortal. We're never gonna die. We have a spark in us. Elon, though, I don't know. I don't think he does. So maybe I do get now why they're looking for immortality by drinking babies' blood all the time. But us with a spark, we're fine, boys. Don't chase immortality. It sucks. Before you know it, your whole life's gonna be gone, and you're gonna be old as fuck, and you're gonna look wrinkly, and you're gonna be like, frick, I didn't do anything because I was chasing immortality. Go live. Idiot.
Response to that letter from Attorney General John Ashcroft or from anyone else within the Department of Justice. Let me guess. Attorney General John Ashcroft is probably Mossad or something, right? Like, I'm just guessing. This is just a guess, but yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Since that letter to Attorney General John Ashcroft, I have been trying to speak out on the Oklahoma City bombing, but have been very frustrated in this effort by the Federal Bureau of Investigations.
Yeah, Milo, isn't it crazy that I didn't even have to beg for Paul this time? Dude, the last time it took like 3 days of begging. I didn't say shit. We goofed on him. Just like we're going to continue goofing on your big, goofy, big-eared, fucking big-chinned ass, Paul. You big old Sasquatch-looking ugly mug. You German-ass fucking Nazi-looking bitch. With your, what is that called? When the hair goes back super deep here in the middle? But like, it's like 2 things. It's like, bloop, bloop. That's what Paul's got. And he's a jealous bitch. He's jealous of my hair. He's jealous of all of us hair havers. He's jealous of all of us people with non-test tube sized ears. So what does he do? He spends his whole life fucking with us. But it's okay.
Bureau of Prisons and the Department of Justice. Me too, brother. The Bureau of Prisons and Department of Justice have denied me all contact with the media. I had an opportunity to meet with Congressman Dana Rohrabaugh. I had hoped that the results of the meeting would lead to an independent, deeply probing, open investigation of the Oklahoma City bombing, including what I now believe was the hidden role of various federal agencies in that matter. Unfortunately, that did not happen. It did not happen because I was not able to speak openly and candidly with Congressman Rohrabaugh, since, despite my objections, an FBI agent was present during that interview. Those are the
What? Digital rain.
That did not happen. It did not happen because I was not able to speak openly and candidly with Congressman Rohrabaugh, since, despite my objections, an FBI...
You can't tell that Paul is a lizard person? His son Eddie is. Eddie Liger. You can see from his lizardly ears, his lizardly eyes, his lizardly nose. Same with this guy, Rick Scott. This is Paul's brother. His clone brother. But you can tell by their lizardly ears, their freaky faces, their dead eyes. Yeah, they're lizards for sure.
Agent was present during that interview. Those are the perpetrators, the FBI. So why would they put him with someone who's trying to crack open that the FBI is involved with it? Because they are. They're always involved. You think that the frickin' FBI couldn't figure out this child trafficking ring if it wanted to? You gotta ask yourself, why doesn't it want to? Oh, it's because...
What is a noble lie?
Because it's involved in the trafficking ring. It runs it. Yeah, the FBI does. So they would never get rid of the trafficking ring because they don't want to. Subsequently, I received a request from Congressman Rohrabaugh to meet with him again, despite that his purpose for the meeting was to discuss a connection between the Philippines and the Oklahoma...
Oh, it's about fucking the Oklahoma City bombing?
On April 19th, 1995, explosions tore through the federal building in Oklahoma City, ripping through the consciousness of America. 168 people were killed and hundreds wounded. Since that day of horror, groundbreaking new information has come to light. So provocative.
Yeah, dude, R.I.P. Terrence Yeeki. He's still on the board of, he's one of 3 cops that are on the wall of good cops. You want to see? There's only 3. Hold on. Look up my freaking nose for a second. Okay, here we go. We got good cops. Chris Dorner. Paul's up there, but he shouldn't be. We got Terrence Yeeki. And we got fucking Russell Poole, the guy who said that Diddy did, and the police, the LAPD, did the fucking Tupac and Biggie murders, and then the LAPD literally fucking heart attack gunned him at an LAPD sheriff's office. Paul does not belong up there. I don't know why I have him up there. It's just because it's a funny missing poster.
So explosive that it threatens to shatter everything we thought we knew about the true base of...
I want Paul to be up there. He could be the best cop, but he's a cuck cop. Right, Paul? You ugly bitch. You big, monstrous, giant baboon of a man.
So provocative. So explosive. That it threatens to shatter everything we thought we knew about the true base of terrorism.
Based on the damage pattern to the building, what the government says is impossible.
I haven't stopped asking questions because I know that we haven't been told the truth.
What that tells you is that there were other explosive devices in the building that actually brought the building.
Yetta go getta, how you doing? Yeah, it's been a while since you've tuned in because they banned me for frickin' 2 weeks last week.
Down.
I know for a fact Timothy McVeigh was with another individual on the morning of April 19th, right before the bombing.
He made the comment, yeah, we knew this was going to happen.
That caused a lot of questions in people's minds about, well, what really happened here?
The enhanced photo shows a very distinct possibility of a man standing behind that truck.
A lot of patients, I think, were lost that could have been saved.
The people that did the things they did knew doggone well what they were doing.
Some of these columns were ripped up, shredded, tossed around. God, I hate to think that they did it on purpose.
But we can prove clearly that the official story is a fraud, that the government was involved and is using it to demonize good Americans.
Alex!
Expose the cover-up now at ANobleLie.com.
Let's go. Hell yeah.
Oklahoma City bombing. Since I know of no Philippines connection, I declined to meet with Congressman Roy.
Anyway, fucking free Terry. We love him. Terry did nothing wrong. Let him out. Ian Carroll is a straight-up Nazi, and worse, he's a CIA employee. Eddie Liger is Timothy McVeigh's son, too. It's all a psyop to trick you into believing nothing, into doing nothing, like always. Fuck all Nancy boys. And Paul said, this guy is delusional. I love you, Paul. What does this mean? What is an X+? Explain this post. I fucking love Paul. This is so great. You didn't answer the question. Why do you look like a fat lesbian? People are so nice on Twitter. Does Dante still have me blocked? The frick, dude. Yeah, I don't think they post anymore. Interesting. Well, oh well. Oh, Peter! Not yet. Not time for you yet, Peter. Alright, what's this?
Mr. Haldeman was a member of the Musk is a globalist technocrat. This is Musk's grandpa, Mr. Joshua Haldeman. Mr. Haldeman was a member of the Canadian Yahtzee Party, but he was also the director of Technocracy Incorporated. Technocracy Incorporated was a political movement in both Canada and America that called for dismantling democracy entirely, replacing ideology, judges, and lawmakers with private heads of technological industry, their algorithms, and AI. After Haldeman was arrested for trying to overthrow the Canadian government, he went on down to South Africa because he thought apartheid and Yahtzeeism were very based. Down in South Africa, the equally fascist May, daughter of Haldeman, married Elon Musk, who had acquired some output from some zombie and emerald mines, thus securing the family's wealth. Musk would make his initial waves by partnering with Peter Thiel to create PayPal, who is also, you guessed it, an autocratic technocrat. This book, written by Brzezinski, a Polish-American political analyst from the 1970s, talks about how America can take over the planet, establish a global regime through nukes and, technocracy. So I don't know how else it needs to be spelled out, but this is for anyone who needs it in a bite-sized version. All of this is antithetical to libertarianism. If you consider yourself a libertarian, I really ask you, if you support the regime that's in power right now, how that complements that at all. Musk is a globalist technocrat. This is Musk's grandpa, Mr.
We love Elon Musk here. No Musk slander, please. Thank you. All right, what's this?
Being used as a human shield, but Elon's son, X, I know he's also like sort of being used as a human shield, but Elon's son, X, my new theory about why he's always around and like in the Oval Office and like never apart from his father, who clearly has no interest in him, is that Elon can't be president because he wasn't born here, but X can be. And I think he's like grooming him.
This person's Sam Kochman. What up, Obsidian?
In a way to build an Elon Musk dynasty. I know.
Dude, I found the documentary A Noble Lie. Maybe this is Sunday documentary Sunday. It's all 2 hours of it. Tartaria, Tartaria, fuck yeah. That's the song. All right, so I think we know what we're doing on Sunday. Dude, this goes hard already. Let's double check. I'm just gonna play a couple minutes of it, make sure that YouTube doesn't fucking cuck us. X is definitely, dude, that's what she's about to say in a minute in that video. Timothy McVeigh, you're gonna get your fucking end is coming near, my friend, you little tiny cuck boy. Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and fucking Timothy, you're done for. You are cucks and you don't have a single dad or mom between yous. You're a bunch of fucking test tube babies without parents. Did you do it for the clout, Paul? Did you do it for the promotion? How'd you get that promotion, Paul? You fucking cuck boy. You're a big old cuck boy. Ha ha!
We haven't been able to dispatch anybody yet.
Refers to the propping up of a myth in order to maintain social harmony and keep the elite in their present position. Plato's Republic. That's what a noble lie is. Get it? Noble lie. better watch out. This teaser might turn into...
On April 19th, 1995, as many people were starting their workday, a beautiful spring morning in the heartland became chaos when at 9:02 a.m., explosions tore through the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in downtown Oklahoma City.
An explosion at 9 o'clock this morning that
Oh.
did that damage you're looking at right there, blowing off the entire north face of that building.
The federal building located 200 North West 5th Street was almost completely destroyed.
A terrible tragedy has occurred here in Oklahoma City.
The bombing in Oklahoma City was an attack on innocent children and
That you perpetrated, old man.
defenseless citizens.
168 people were killed in the blast and over 800 wounded. The hospitals were overrun with casualties. A rescue worker was killed from falling debris within the first few hours. But what would sear the bombing in the
Look what you did, Paul.
hearts of Americans was the 19 children inside the daycare center in the building who had lost their lives.
The most beautiful memorial left by anyone is not in the rubble of this building, but in the hearts and the lives that knew them and loved them. We come today to remember their lives, and we come today to offer thanks. Thanks for the hundreds and hundreds of people
Watergate papers were held here, too.
who were involved in the rescue and recovery efforts.
6 years before 9/11, it was the first mass casualty terrorist attack on American soil. The prologue to a new chapter in America.
No, Timothy's parents absolutely know that he's fine. They're part of it. They're all Nazis, yeah. Timothy's mom, what's her fucking name? Mildred. We love Mildred here. Mildred McVeigh, she fucking has this quote where she was like, people die every day. At a certain point, you guys need to get over it. Talking about her son killing a daycare full of kids in the Oklahoma City bombing. And Timothy McVeigh's dad said he does not blame the government for expediting his fucking son's execution. His son's unprecedented execution. He said, we gotta protect democracy. That's what he said. Isn't that funny, dude? Milfdred, exactly. My fucking hottie. I'm gonna fucking wife Milfdred up so I can be Paul's dad.
American history had been written in blood, fear, and shock. Terrorism had struck home. From now on, nothing would be the same again.
Who do I support in the war, Russia or Ukraine? I don't support any fucking war. They're all just being used as pawns. There is no war. It's Nazis fighting Nazis and using us as pawns. What do you mean? Both sides are Nazis. Zelensky's a Nazi. Putin's a Nazi. Biden was a Nazi. Trump's a Nazi. The UK are Nazis. NATO's a bunch of Nazis. The Vatican's a Nazi. Every fucking person is a Nazi. What don't you understand yet? It's just a blood sacrifice. Think about it like that. It's two sides playing. It's two sides who are nowhere near where everyone is dying, making poor people kill poor people and destroy Tartarian lands. So I don't support that at all. I don't support either side because they're both Nazis. I support the people though. Yeah, it's all scripted. It's all bullshit. Everything that you hear about Russia is bullshit. It's all scripted, dude. Literally, Joseph Goebbels Putin. Vladimir Putin is a literal clone of Joseph Goebbels. That is true. Get over it. They're all Nazis. Every one of them.
We know that more than McVeigh and Nichols.
Right, Paul? Right, Paul? I know you're here, you ugly cuck. He's not an ugly duck. He's an ugly cuck. Paul, you big, ugly, gargantuan cuck duck. What a fuck, right?
There are questions of other bombs being found at the scene of the crime, witnesses to the bombing.
The FBI, like any government agency.
Yeah, there's a reason it's called the theater of war. Like, dude, think about it. That's the same thing with World War II, bro. The Nazis were Nazis. The Americans were Nazis. They were just bombing Tartaria and killing fucking poor people in between. Yeah, the cuckling.
Is more concerned with power, prestige, maintaining its position, rather than truth and justice.
Based on the damage pattern to the building, what the government says is impossible.
That life we had back before the bombing, that life is over.
For the first time in my fight with the government, they stepped forward and said it would pose a grave risk to the national security of the United States of America if we release these CIA documents. If you know the truth will set you free.
You've got to band together, or it's over for all of us. The man on top will get you.
If we don't expose the fact that Oklahoma City stinks to high heaven, the same people that carried it out are going to do it over and
I miss you, old Alex Jones.
over.
Oh, Ian Carroll hosted part of Alex Jones today, I'm pretty sure. we gotta scope that out. Can someone confirm that? Is that true?
Over again, and they're going to use these frightening events to drive a stake through the United States and kill our republic.
Almost immediately, the Oklahoma City Police Department announced a be-on-the-lookout alert for two Middle Eastern-looking suspects wearing blue jogging suits. Shortly before the bombing, they were seen by a witness running from the Murrah building and getting into a brown pickup truck, then driving away from the scene of the crime. It was soon determined that a truck bomb had exploded directly outside the building. Approximately 200 feet from the bomb crater, a VIN number stamped on a twisted axle identified the vehicle as a Ryder rental truck.
Two suspects are in custody this evening in the bombing of Oklahoma City's Murrah Federal Building.
Shortly after the bombing, a 26-year-old U.S. Army veteran, Timothy McVeigh, was pulled over by an Oklahoma Highway Patrol officer 60 miles north of Oklahoma City. He was stopped for speeding in his car without a license plate. McVeigh would admit to carrying a concealed handgun and was taken into custody without incident. It was the first time Timothy McVeigh had been arrested in his life. The original alert for two Middle
That's our friend Paul, if anyone's confused.
Eastern males had been rescinded with...
Yeah, no, I'm locked in. This documentary does kind of hit. We might just watch this.
...within hours of the bombing.
I had all this other shit I wanted to watch, but...
And the...
Here, let's see if 1.25 is a little too fast, but...
Identification number on the Ryder.
But then we won't have anything to watch on Sunday, but we could probably find something.
Axle was traced to a rental agency in Kansas. The renter had given a false name, but had listed his address as a...
Because I do kind of want to watch this Ethan shit, too. This fucking video was hitting, too. But we'll keep watching this.
...farmhouse in Michigan belonging to James Nichols. James's brother, Terry Nichols, was a friend of Tim McVeigh from their time in the U.S. Army. Upon hearing the news that he was wanted for questioning in the bombing, Terry Nichols turned himself in to the Harrington, Kansas Police Department.
What did I tell you? Terry Nichols said, this motherfucker did what? He wanted me to help him make a little bomb in our friend's yard. And it didn't work. And then they put the whole thing on him. And Paul is an FBI agent now, and he's in fucking... Dude, he was in fucking Denver lockup, if I had more time.
24 hours after the attack, the FBI had received a tip from a former co-worker of Tim McVeigh in Buffalo, New York. The tipster informed the FBI that McVeigh had often espoused militant anti-government views, and that McVeigh was very angry over the siege of the Branch Davidians by federal agents in Waco, Texas, which had ended in a catastrophic fire 2 years to the day before the Oklahoma City bombing.
That Friday, they showed the FBI bringing Tim McVeigh out of the jail in Perry, Oklahoma. And that's when I got angry, when I saw that it was an American and it was a Middle Easterner. I had a hard time accepting the fact that that Americans would do that. Americans are supposed to love their children. They are not supposed to murder their children.
Shaken, disillusioned, angered. That could happen.
There's Paul.
In this country.
Upon learning that McVeigh was already in jail, the FBI transferred him to federal custody, and an indictment was issued against Tim McVeigh, Terry Nichols, and others unknown for the bombing of the Murrah Federal Building. Another Army buddy of McVeigh's, Michael Fortier of Kingman, Arizona, was later arrested and charged with having advanced knowledge of the bombing plot.
The last thing I remember was being thrown to the center of that room and looking up and looking into the sky, and there was no roof, and everything was just suspended up in the air in the sky.
When I came to, I stood up and I was facing the south, but all the light was behind me. And I turned and looked back to the north, and the whole front of the building's gone. I'm about 4 to 5 feet from where it dropped off.
On the morning of April the 19th, 95,
Paul, aren't you glad you unblocked me?
my dog, Gunny, and I arrived at the scene of the Murrah building. There was a great deal of chaos at the scene. A lot of people bleeding, screaming, running away from the building.
I lost my 2 grandchildren. They were in the daycare center at the Murrah building. Their names were Aaron and Elijah Coverdale. Aaron was 5 years old. Elijah was 2. I was living in...
Paul, how do you feel about this? You killed these 2 little babies. Do you see their faces at night when you go to sleep? You should. Here, take a good look. Paul. Hi, Paul. We love you, Paul. Fucking cuck. I can't believe he unblocked me. Dude, that was a test, too, because I wasn't asking on... and I wasn't even really talking about it. I was just being like, Paul blocked me. Only here. On purpose. Confirmation. Paul be watching. We love you, Paul. Look at my massive finger. This is for you. Cuck. Ask my friend Luke. He'll tell you. You know, one of your agents, Luke.
At the Regency when the bombing happened. And that morning I was at work. I had custody of Aaron and Elijah, so they lived with me. And I had dropped them off at the daycare center.
They're unfortunately the wrong color for Paul to care because he's a fucking Nazi. Right, Paul? You Nazi?
That Wednesday morning. I'd get up in the middle of the night and get in the shower and turn the water on so people wouldn't hear me screaming, and I'd just scream at God.
Twilight ain't nowhere to be found. Is that you, Paul?
And ask him what was wrong. Why were we being punished so?
I knew the Coverdale boys, Elijah and Aaron. These 2 boys, they were characters. Me being single and living in this apartment, I was kind of a party guy at that time, 27 years old. At one point in time, I had promised these 2 boys that I was going to give them some toys. And problem with that, living in the Regency, you know, on the 18th floor, you leave something in your car, you don't want to go back down.
Oh yeah, boys, don't forget to turn on live chat. I just forgot. Well, they did until now.
And get it, because it's just a hassle unless it's ice cream. And so I left these toys in the car for the longest time. I never did get them, those toys, until, you know, after they passed away when I gave them to Janie.
Well, then I got watching the stuff down on the street, kind of got mesmerized by what was going on down on the street. While I was standing up there, there was a little girl that was taking a photography class at UCO that took a picture of the building, and I was in that picture.
You could not see anything in front of you. It was the smoke was so thick and so black. And the only thing I can tell you is it smelled like sulfur. If you were in a chemistry lab, it smelled like sulfur. And
Paul, what did you and Mr. Walter White do?
She said,
what did you and Heisenberg cook up, you fucking cuck? I know it wasn't what you did with Terry.
You can't go that way. And I said, why? She said, there is nothing out there. It's gone.
The reasons for the bombing, the perpetrators, the rumors, and the suspects change depending on whose viewpoint you take. Like all controversial events, some of those closest to the event and farthest away are bound together by their questioning of the official story. The first questions were directed at the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, which had launched the raid on the Branch Davidians. The Oklahoma City office for the ATF was located in the Murrah building and was the supposed target of the attack. Yet, no agents were killed or seriously wounded. Was the ATF office empty that morning?
I asked him if I could speak with an ATF officer that worked in the building so I could find out if they knew anything about my wife. And he told me that they were in debriefing. And I asked him, you know, I need to talk to one of them. I need to find out something. And he said that none of them had been in the building, so they weren't hurt. They'd been tipped by their pagers that morning not to come into work.
The ATF told several different stories to explain their agent's curious absence. The most fantastic story was that 2 agents were indeed inside the building and were heroes that day. ATF agent Luke Franey claimed that he was knocked unconscious by the blast and, after an aborted helicopter rescue, crawled onto an outside ledge to escape his office. Franny reported that he then used his martial arts skills to break through several walls and injured his hand. Another agent, Alex McCauley, claimed that he was in an elevator at the time of the bombing. After free-falling for 5 floors, McCauley supposedly broke out and rescued several people.
My crews were the crews working on the Murrah building the day of the bombing. Immediately after the bombing, they called me on the radios, and at that point, they were going in to assist with, because the fire department hadn't even got there yet, they were going to check to make sure all the elevators were clear. They weren't aware, because they were coming from the south side, that the building on the north side was gone. So they went in to check the elevators, and that's when they found out how bad the damage was inside the building. None of the elevators went to free fall because the governor overspeeds were not tripped. The safety mechanisms on the bottom of the elevators were not tripped, so none of the elevators had a free fall condition. I think it was McCauley indicated that they were trapped in an elevator. So at the grand jury investigation, once I got the FEMA report that showed which elevator they were in, I said that there's no possible way they could have been in that elevator because my men checked it and it was still locked from the top, and the doors were, the wall had caved in against the doors between floors, so they couldn't have gotten out of the elevator without assistance.
Jane Graham worked in the building for over a decade, was vice president of the Federal Employees Union, and has testified before Congress on labor issues. She knew everyone in the building and bore witness to suspicious behavior that morning.
On the morning of the bombing, when my husband dropped me off and I got out of the car, as I was walking toward the entrance, there were 2 men standing directly in front of the double doors, and there was a little sitting area there, planter and so forth there in front. They were standing right there on the sidewalk. They had on ATF jackets, which said ATF on them. They were talking to a third gentleman who was dressed in business clothes. And I saw them, their backs were to me, and I thought, they don't normally, all the people we see go up there to ATF and everything, they're never identifiable. They always are dressed, a lot of them look like drug people and other things, and, but they're certainly not dressed for you to be able to tell who they are.
A paramedic who responded to the bombing, Tiffany Bible, confirms that the ATF were not in their office and in fact may have been aware of some type of threat that day. In this affidavit, she states that immediately after the bombing, she asked an ATF agent on the scene if any of them were in the building. He responded, "No, we weren't in there today," and that the Murrah building was bombed because of Waco. She further states that within the first 20 minutes of the bombing, she saw at least 8 ATF agents outside the building in clean black jumpsuits. To this day, the ATF has been unwilling to address their prior knowledge of the bombing. Beyond the vague rumors of the significance of April 19th, some federal agencies were aware of an actual threat.
One of the most frustrating things about prior knowledge is that the media, some in the media and others would accuse us of saying that the government blew the building up, which we never said, and I do not.
Wait, Gug, are you saying that there's other interviews of Paul? Who's the big homie?
Not believe.
The U.S. Marshals, responsible for security of federal personnel and facilities, warned that, quote, Islamic terrorists may be planning suicide attacks against federal courthouses and government installations designed to attract worldwide press attention through the murder of innocent victims. The ATF had placed informant Carroll Howe into a white separatist community in eastern Oklahoma called Elohim City. Another ATF agent admitted under oath that one suspect, Andy Strassmeyer, was reported to make, quote, threats to blow up federal...
Andy Strassmeyer. Come on, boys. Do you remember? Do you remember? Andy the German, who lived in Elohim City, the white nationalist fucking Nazi city? Strassmeyer is the German, yeah. Andy the German, that's him. Why does he look so much like Rudolf Hess? I have to know. Please tell me. Give me one good reason why. Yeah, I wonder what her tattoo stands for. But she was actually an ATF agent. She actually tried to whistleblow on these motherfuckers. Just watch.
Buildings, unquote, before the Oklahoma City bombing. Furthermore, Carroll Howe actually drove Strassmeyer and other suspects to Oklahoma City to scout bombing targets. Was this the source of the ATF's suspicious behavior the morning of April 19th? U.S. Representative Ernest Istook of Oklahoma also displayed advanced knowledge of the bombing.
To my left, from the east, I saw Senator Istook kind of work his way west. Well, he came up to me and we started talking small talk. terrible thing and all this, and really didn't know what much to say. And he said, all of a sudden he made the comment, yeah, we knew this was going to happen.
I noticed the lady back behind me by a backhoe, they're taking pictures. She identified herself as an attorney, Lana Tyree, and she was with Ernest Istook. And she made a comment to me that Istook told her that they were aware of a bomb threat since April 9th. He didn't really think much about it until this grand jury and stuff started probing into it, and people were claiming that there wasn't any prior knowledge. But, I started thinking about it and got with Dave, and we put two and two together, and we said, hey, somebody knew about a prior bomb threat. This ought to be known.
Everyone who knows me knows I would not sit idle if I knew about a conspiracy of silence. I would never rest until such a conspiracy was exposed. But I know of no such conspiracy.
Istook has denied this evidence under oath, but he has never answered the Oklahoma County Sheriff's deputy's challenge to subject his opposing versions of prior knowledge to polygraph testing. Many witnesses have officially stated that the Oklahoma County Bomb Squad was conducting a search at the federal courthouse across the street from the Murrah building 2 hours before the attack.
Trish Nix, I ran into her. She was another employee there at HUD, and she had asked me if I had seen the bomb squad that morning. And I had said no. I wasn't aware that they had been in the building, and she said yes. She had seen their unit parked in the parking lot of the church across the street.
County Appraiser J.D. Reed saw the bomb disposal unit parked outside the courthouse that morning. Despite multiple eyewitnesses, the Sheriff's Department denies this claim.
If that building was under threat and they were getting bomb threats, and this was a daily thing or a weekly thing, or if they've gotten many threats or only one, the parents of the children in that daycare deserve to have been notified. People do not keep children in daycares where there are bomb threats made.
Under the pressure of mounting evidence, ABC's 2020 reported on many of these puzzling questions a year and a half after the bombing.
At issue increasingly for some of the victims and their families, what did authorities know or suspect before the explosion that federal workers and the children arriving at the Murrah building did not know or were not told?
There was this fairly large truck with a trailer behind it, and it had a shield on the side of the door, and it said bomb disposal or bomb squad, blow it.
Authorities now claim in federal investigative reports that the huge, ominous truck with its trailer was being used by a deputy to run routine errands. Other documents obtained by 2020 show that someone called the Executive Secretariat's office at the Justice Department in Washington and said the Murrah building had been bombed. But this was 24 minutes before the blast. No action was apparently taken.
According to the show's producer, the Justice Department actively intervened to prevent an in-depth follow-up to this segment from airing nationally.
2020 did a 15 or 20-minute segment on prior knowledge that was put together by a guy named Roger Charles. That was so explosive that he was putting together an entire hour or whatever for 2020, which he would tell you. But the feds came in and stopped 2020, wouldn't let them broadcast the larger segment that he put together concerning prior knowledge.
The news channel has learned of another strange development. Apparently, before the bombing, Governor Frank Keating's brother, Mark, had been working on a novel about a terrorist bombing in Oklahoma City. Stranger still, one of the characters in the novel was named Thomas McVeigh.
Despite the official denials, the evidence could...
Yeah, Barbara Walters, definitely a Nazi. Dude, she dated Henry Kissinger too, didn't she?
...confirms that at least some amount of prior knowledge existed. More ominously, there are suggestions that certain government agencies were fully expecting a bombing to occur that day.
The Horse Patrol, interestingly, was a very small unit and was assisted by the county reserve mounted patrol unit. For whatever reason, on the morning of the bombing, they had been assigned and had already met at the Oklahoma City Equine Canine facility and had prepared their horses, their tack, and uniforms to go downtown for crowd control. Rarely, very rarely would they go down and patrol or work the downtown area for crowd control for anything.
The importance of exposing prior knowledge cannot be understated. Those individuals who understood the danger beforehand and did nothing are just as guilty as those who lit the fuse on the bomb.
Yep. John Doe who?
As the FBI and Department of Justice narrowed its focus on Tim McVeigh as the lone bomber on April 19th, people seeking truth and justice for the dead were dismayed that so many reports of accomplices were being discarded by the federal authorities. The first sketches of the suspects released by the FBI clearly indicated
Yeah, I bet very few of the people in this documentary are still alive.
that 2 people were involved in parking the Ryder truck in front of the Murrah building, and the original BOLA, or Be on the Lookout alert, had mentioned 3 suspects. When the hunt for John Doe number 2 was called off and he was dismissed as a ghost, people who knew for a fact that they had seen McVeigh with other people began to speak out. Did McVeigh act alone?
During that time, broadcasts were being made that there was suspects had been observed leaving the scene in a brown pickup.
At this time, people were trying to get together on who was going to do what, medical personnel and such. There was a police car sitting to my left, facing west on...
yeah, very few, except for McVeigh.
5th Street. And as we were all standing there conversing and, you know, people were doing what they were doing, it came out over the radio on this police car that they were looking for a brown truck, an ATB for a brown truck. It was quick, but it was heard.
I haven't stopped asking questions because I know that we haven't been told the truth. I've talked to too many people that saw Timothy McVeigh that morning, saw Timothy McVeigh in Kansas and saw Timothy McVeigh in Oklahoma City. Not one person saw him by himself.
Timothy McVeigh stepped out of the truck. I walked him over to, let's say, 10, 11 feet away from the truck itself. I pointed a direction downtown, which is to my right. He seemed to acknowledge what I was talking about. At that time, the gentleman walked back to the truck. I talked to him. I also noticed there was a passenger in the truck at that time.
And mostly, it was a John Doe 2 thing, because as you remember, it's the greatest manhunt there's ever been. And then all of a sudden, hey, he doesn't even exist. If he doesn't exist, what was the deal about the manhunt? I mean, things like that. That was continually coming out.
I know for a fact Timothy McVeigh was with another individual on the morning of April 19th, right before the bombing.
It should remind you of the fucking Luigi situation, because Luigi is the new Paul Weisopel, and it looks like they're probably going to try and execute him the same exact way. And Timothy is just the new Lee Harvey Oswald. Time is a flat circle.
Because the evidence is overwhelming and compelling that there were other perpetrators, and they were not pursued. In the very early days after the bombing, the decision was made not to pursue any more of those individuals.
In the days before the bombing, Tim McVeigh was seen making preparations with other suspects. Not Terry Nichols or Michael Fortier, but others unknown, whom the authorities seemed uninterested in finding.
Yeah, the man that I saw on the phone that day, that was actually on the phone, was McVeigh. I'm 100% sure of that. He had a partner with him that had shoulder-length hair that was leaned up against the wall facing him. Then at one point, he turned to the guy to his right who was leaning against the wall, shoulder-length hair, and said, he told us to stay here. I did go up to the FBI at 50 Penn Place and told them my story. If I remember right, I think they actually sketched out the second person that I was describing, which was shoulder-length hair, tan, stocky build, a light plaid type jacket shirt kind of mix, kind of goofy looking guy.
A convenience store clerk reported to the FBI that McVeigh had purchased fuel for a Ryder truck at her store 2 days before the bombing, even pointing out on the register tape when the purchase was made. Accompanying McVeigh was another suspect. This example is only one of many eyewitness accounts that diverge from the official narrative. And although the government states that McVeigh never scouted inside the Murrah building, a Secret Service investigator reported that she had seen him in the building, also with a second suspect. The official narrative dictates that Tim McVeigh alone rented the Ryder truck in Junction City, Kansas on April 17, 2 days before the bombing. He and Terry Nichols supposedly constructed the bomb on April 18. But the bulk of eyewitness accounts assert that the Ryder truck was at Geary Lake for several days before that.
I retired April 11th, 1995, and after finishing up that morning, I decided to stop by here and fish at Geary State Lake, which is right in this general area here that I was fishing from, the pier or jetty, and I stayed here most of the afternoon fishing, of course, with no luck. And later on that afternoon, I had decided to maybe go back over this way over here to the other point back there and see if I'd have any luck.
Yeah, Paul, why so Paul? Do less Paul. Paul, less Paul, please. Yeah, they use templates over and over. Time and Earth are flat circle. The cucks have one trick and I'm tired of it. Exactly, dude. No original ideas. It's all been done. But why, Paul? Why so Paul? You gotta be less Paul, you big, giant, gargantuan Nazi.
When I noticed a Ryder truck over there, I was sitting at home one day and my wife came in from work and she said she had been stopped in a roadblock up here at Geary Lake in reference to the Oklahoma City bombing and the making of the bomb here at Geary State Lake and with a Ryder truck. And I said, well, you know, I had told you about the Ryder truck I had seen there. before this. And that's how I became aware of it. And then the next thing I knew, she told the ATF and FBI, the people at the roadblock, that what I had seen. And before I knew it, my house was swarming with agents.
McVeigh stayed at the Dreamland Motel just outside the gates of Fort Riley, Kansas, while he rented the truck and built the bomb. Once again, eyewitnesses state that he was not alone, and the Ryder truck was there for days before the FBI insists it was. The maid at the Dreamland saw McVeigh's friend with the Ryder truck, and when shown a sketch of John Doe number 2, told the FBI, "My God, who did the sketch? It looks just like him." All these reports indicate that more than one Ryder truck was involved in the bombing, and more people than the government is letting on.
No.
Justice for these killers will be...
It was just Timbo.
...certain, swift, and severe. We will find them, we will convict them, and we will seek the death penalty for them.
It was promised to the people of Oklahoma City and to the rest of America that every single person responsible for the bombing would be caught, tried, and held accountable for the harm they had inflicted. It was expected that this promise would be fulfilled. Nevertheless, as eyewitness testimony and other promising leads were being carelessly discarded, replaced only with the lies and inconsistencies of federal officials, a deep but private suspicion grew in the minds of observers that perhaps a government cover-up was underway. Was this mere incompetence, or was there something else at work here?
I was a police officer in the Tulsa Police Department for 27 years, and in 1995, when the Oklahoma City bombing occurred, I was requested by the local FBI office through our chief of police to assist any way I could and look into the bombing, and using my contacts as an investigative journalist, which is what I did on the side, to try to find out anything we could find out about the bombing, McVeigh, Nichols, and just kind of follow the investigation any place it went, just follow the leads. I was still working the case with Janie Davis and David Hoffman, 2 Oklahoma City police officers, and one of them, it was one of the first ones in the building, and he saw some things in the building. He saw the biggest damage to the building was the pit, which was in the back of the building and went down like 2 or 3 floors. He saw all of that, you know. That never came out in the news. It wasn't part of the investigation. It didn't count. In other words, if it didn't fit the mold that the Department of Justice under Janet Reno set for the FBI, then it wasn't put in the case, period.
The FBI bragged about its handling of the deadliest terror attack in American history, but gigantic holes in the case were being ignored by the media. McVeigh was first suspected because he rented the truck under the name Robert Kling. One of the first pieces of evidence used to link McVeigh to the bombing was problematic.
Yeah, I went to Junction City. I went out to Elliott's body shop, and I spoke to Mr. Elliott. I told him who I was, and I said, I would like for you to tell me what happened the day Tim came to rent the Ryder truck. And he said, you mean the day Tim and his friend came? And I said, Tim wasn't by himself? He said,
I love this lady.
No, ma'am.
She investigated this shit herself.
The FBI has been designated by President Clinton as the lead federal agency in this investigation.
Incredibly enough, there remains an extra unidentified leg that was found in the rubble. Oklahoma State Medical Examiner Fred Jordan testified in court, "We had 8 people with traumatically amputated left legs. However, we have 9 left legs. We have 1 leg too many." Stephen Jones, McVeigh's defense attorney, detailed in his book, Others Unknown, the significance of this extra leg. Former chief pathologist for Northern Ireland, T.K. Marshall, performed over 2,500 autopsies on bombing victims and told Jones that, in all the years in Ireland, we identified every innocent person that was killed. There was never an unknown victim. The FBI collected 1,034 fingerprints during their investigation, but an agent admitted under oath that these prints were not run through the National Fingerprint Database. Nikki Deutschman was the jury foreperson for the federal trial of Terry Nichols.
I think that the government perhaps really dropped the ball. I think that there were a large number of sightings right around before, the week before, and the days and months after the bombing, and sketches of people that were recognizable. In this trial, there even was a photograph of someone who may have been involved with mixing the bomb, with putting the bomb together. And that person, it was a photograph from a newspaper. Obviously, that person's identity is known. I think there are other people out there, and decisions were probably made very early on that Tim McVeigh and Terry Nichols were who they were looking for, and the same sort of resources were not used to try to find out who else might be involved.
Tim, Polly Bally, Polly Pocket, why are you doing this stuff?
Well, in those first couple of days, especially that first day of the Oklahoma City bombing, there was immediate information that came out about what caused the bombing, witnesses on the scene of the crime, things such as that. And it changed very significantly and drastically as the day went by and the next several days went by. That caused a lot of questions in people's minds about, well, what really happened here?
The reason I started doubting the official story that was coming out, you have to understand that the local media were doing a good job the first day. Local law enforcement maybe also, I believe, was doing a good job. But once the feds came in, things started changing.
The police and emergency crews are talking about moving us back because of the danger of a possibility of another explosion.
I think he said another bomb.
Oh my God, another bomb.
The fire crews and the various emergency crews are trying to get in, but we keep getting reports that there may be other devices in the area.
They will use that trailer. You see the bucket on the back there, sort of, this is how they would transport the explosive device away from this populated area to try to do something with it.
There were 2 unexploded devices discovered subsequent to the initial explosion.
That's what drug-fueled binge looks like.
How they would transport the explosive device away from this populated area to try to do something with it.
There were 2 unexploded devices discovered subsequent to the initial explosion.
A second bomb was found on the east side of that building. A bomb squad is on the scene. That second bomb has not exploded. We don't know quite the status yet, if they've managed to defuse it, but it has been confirmed.
There have been reports of 2 explosive devices, unexploded explosive devices.
2 different explosive devices were found in addition to the one that went off.
Just an hour after the initial explosion, downtown Oklahoma City was shaken up again with word of another bomb, or maybe 2.
They've had to back off a couple times because they found, I guess, 2 or 3 other bombs, or at least explosive devices down there that they've had to defuse.
They shut down our operation for about 20-30 minutes because of that, and that was very frustrating because we were right at the point where we had people and we had to leave them.
The first bomb that was in the federal building did go off. It did the damage that you see right there. The second explosive was found and defused.
You know what that kind of looks like, though? It kind of looks like, you know, when they put the fucking bombs in the basement of World Trade Center 7, you know? Because it looks like this building just kind of did a free fall. You're telling me a truck that was parked outside of this building blew the inside of the building out? Yeah, right.
Second explosive was found and defused.
The Oklahoma City bombing was one of the first big stories that I covered, and it was just shocking.
I was admiring the 90s sun in those clips outside. Yeah, right?
To know it was an inside job, and to know that the media was involved in the cover-up, and that the mainstream television stations there in Oklahoma City knew what had really happened. And then years later, I was able to actually talk to some of those reporters, and they discussed how they were told to shut up. I mean, it just showed how people were so willing to be part of the cover-up just because the truth was so frightening. And that's really why we become so enslaved, is that we just give in to the lies, and they start little, but they get bigger and bigger.
It's amazing when everyone who can see an event and that gets changed into something else simply because the media presents it that way. That means the media is complicit in the cover-up. They're not hapless. They're not ignorant. How come I can figure this out and CNN can't?
The controlled corporate mainstream media is essential to a cover-up like Oklahoma City being successful. And that's why the mainstream media has lost so much credibility. Because all over the nation, people have seen things like Oklahoma City over and over again, where you see the live footage, you see them removing the bombs, you see the governor admitting it. And then later the media says, we never said that. That's what conspiracy theorists say.
At first, the media reported on some of these bothersome pieces of evidence, but they became little more than parrots for the Justice Department as the official story was railroaded into the public mind.
Been listening to Mike McCurry, President Clinton's spokesperson at the White House. Apparently at this point we know a little bit more than the White House does, because we have been able to confirm that it was a car explosion. Now, that word coming to us from Mayor Ron North earlier, 1,200 pounds of explosives parked out in front of the federal building. And ATF has confirmed that as well.
Who's going to investigate the investigators? Who's going to investigate the prosecutors? Who's going to hold them accountable? Who's going to hold us public officials accountable? And that's all we're trying to do here, in addition to trying to find the truth.
Well, initially that morning, all the media that was downtown there were reporting the truth. They reported the truth about the unexploded bombs, undetonated bombs being removed from the building. By afternoon, things began to ease a little bit. You could sense the difference, and by the next day, everybody but Channel 4 had changed their story completely.
One local station in Oklahoma City, KFOR-TV, did perform its duty by reporting on McVeigh's accomplices, the evidence of prior warnings, and many other aspects of the case. The New York Times Broadcasting Company purchased KFOR a year after the bombing. The programming director was fired, the lead journalist on the bombing, Jana Davis, was let go, and all reporting that contradicted the government vanished. The victims turned to the government with their questions, expecting the full truth to come out. This was not to be. Those who asked too many questions or knew too much were discouraged from their efforts in other ways.
Debbie Nakanashi, who was with the post office, she was told not to talk to anybody about that. Her job had been threatened to her. She went to the union over it. Then they apologized. But she and I went on a number of occasions to Washington, D.C. We tried to see every senator and every congressman from Oklahoma. Not one would give us an interview.
I was told by an agent, an FBI agent, that...
Wait, sorry, 1 second. I just found Ian Carroll on Infowars.
By its very nature, in competition, vertically integrate, and attack humanity. It's predatory from its very programming.
Dude, I don't like scary Alex Jones.
And again, this is so complex and also so simple at the same time. It's
most science fiction of the...
Not my sperm count.
I'm gonna oh,
like at a level you really
that going for the global
this time
about the journey that we're all on.
Oh my God, he looks sick.
On together, as a country, as
1776.
No, you're gonna get me copy struck.
About the journey.
Congratulations, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's go, boys.
Welcome back, America. Welcome back, Patriots. Welcome back, world. Welcome back to Infowars. It is a good day to be here. My name's Ian Carroll.
Look at this ghoul.
I'm your guest host in studio for the next hour with you on Infowars.
Oh, dude, he's so ghoulish.
Wars here to celebrate making America healthy again. And oh boy, just take that sight in. Bob.
Bro, this man is deep into something. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's child blood, adrenochrome, opiates. I'm not sure. But it's something.
Bobby Kennedy
meth
being sworn in
my opinion,
as the HHS secretary. No small task, no small job, and we are very confident that he can get the job done. I am stoked to be in the studio with you guys today for the next...
Bro, could you please get more papers around you? What is this? Bread for this? Oh my God. There's literally no blood in Ian Carroll. I can hear his his smoke detector going off too while he's sitting here mumbling.
Hour. And it feels almost fitting. I've been thinking a lot today, as I've been here at Infowars talking to the guys, about the journey that we're all on together, as a country, as a movement, as patriots, because it's a multi-generational battle that's...
Bro, like, are they playing him right now? Why is he he is literally a vampire.
being fought here.
They don't have hair and makeup. They just have hair at fucking Infowars.
And Infowars and Alex Jones sit in a pivotal place in that story, as does the Kennedy name, as does Trump and now Elon. The level of storytelling that is being done all around us is unreal. And I realize...
Yeah, he has no conviction behind his words. Nothing. Dude, Thoth told me this like almost a year ago at this point, that Ian Carroll... No, it must have been like 9 months ago, but Ian Carroll has ambitions, boy. And I know he does. Look, he's gunning for Alex Jones. What the fuck is this shit? I know, right? It's a fucking Nazi who's taken over our boy Alex's show. We're letting a vampire host Alex Jones's Infowars? Not on my watch.
I realized earlier that Infowars is almost as old as I am, which...
The cameras are just set up for Alex's tomato face.
just goes to show the depth of the field of play that's happening on the political stage right now, in the media right now, and in the minds of all Americans. And so I thought, what more fitting way to celebrate Bobby Kennedy being confirmed?
Yeah, good job, Bobby Kennedy. We love you, buddy.
As HHS secretary than to do a little tribute to the info war and to the journey that the Kennedy name has been on since JFK stood up to the globalists.
You guys know he's like the Secretary of Health and Human Services? The guy who can't talk because of a heroin injection site went infected or something.
And paid the price all the way till today, when finally his nephew, Bobby, is going to get the opportunity of a lifetime to change our nation.
Ian's a COINTEL ho, not a COINTELPRO, if you know what I mean.
Nation's future forever. To finally make a better tomorrow than yesterday. So.
Is this your presidential speech, Ian? Is this all you have, bro? You got to get into it or something. Get less papers.
Without further ado, we're going to go to a brief clip to celebrate RFK, Maha, the MAGA Alliance. And then afterwards, we're going to get into it.
What's Maha? What did you say? Please find the AI animation for their Maha podcast. It's nuts. Shut up, dude. What's Maha?
I'm your host.
This stream is getting derailed. I think we are probably going to finish we're going to save the rest of that documentary for Sunday. Maha AI trailer. What are you talking about? This? Make America healthy again? What, is that Ian's thing? Is that for real? I thought he was kidding. Is it this?
For 19 years.
Stop! Is it this? The tiny link? Where? Did you send one? I don't see it.
I prayed every morning that God would put me in a position to end this calamity.
Oh, this is RFK's thing?
This is a spiritual journey for me. I reached my decision.
What was that?
That God would put...
Is he doing this voiceover on his iPhone?
...me in a position to end this calamity. This is a spiritual journey for me. I reached my decision through deep prayer, and I asked myself, what choices must I make to maximize my chances to save America's children and restore national health? I felt that if I refused this opportunity, I would not be able to look myself in the mirror, knowing that I could have saved lives of countless children.
Not bears, though. Wait. Ian Carroll and Justin Trudeau's half-brother have a podcast? What the fuck?
President Trump has told me that he wants this to be his legacy. The most unifying theme for all Americans is that we all love our children. Ultimately, the only thing that will save our country and our children is if we choose to love our kids more than we hate each other.
USA. Love that. That ruled, dude. All right, here we go, Ian.
For the next hour, Ian Carroll, welcome back to Infowars, and let's make America healthy.
Wait, did he just welcome himself back?
Again.
Wait, where's the 10 seconds back?
60 years my name has been on since JFK stood up to the globalists and paid the price, all the way till today, when finally his nephew, Bobby, is going to get the opportunity of a lifetime to change our nation's future forever, to finally make a better tomorrow than yesterday. So,
you know, he
without further ado,
shit.
We're going to go to...
You know he practiced that shit in the mirror, bro. He was like, right hand, then left hand. A better tomorrow than today.
a brief clip to celebrate RFK, Maha, the MAGA Alliance. And then afterwards, we're going to get into it. I'm your host for the next hour, Ian Carroll.
Oh, okay.
Welcome back to Infowars. And let's make America healthy again.
60 years ago, John F. Kennedy famously said,
I speak of peace because of the new face of war.
And today, we once again speak of peace because of a new face of war. Fifth generation.
Dude, Ian Carroll speaks like, kind of like, he's slow, you know? A little bit.
Warfare, information warfare, the info war.
Did I slow this down to like 1.75 or something?
Or
0.75?
If you will. And so our governments know that they must manufacture consent for these conflicts in this new war of information. And today...
Everyone's so bored, dude.
That is your social media feed. Your feeds have become the battlefield in the first line of this war that is designed to manufacture consent among the public. And you may think, I don't pay attention to the politics, I just watch cat videos, it's no big deal, they can't get to me. And I'm here to tell you that you cannot escape this conflict, because being distracted by cat videos is damn near as effective as being dissuaded by disinformation. Because
that's true.
Military-industrial complex that John F. Kennedy warned us all about, it does not exist on an island. And when you follow the money, you very quickly realize...
Let's go, Ian Carroll. Ian Carroll's cooking, boys.
That the people that own Lockheed Martin and Raytheon...
Count Ian Carroll, Eula.
General Dynamics, all the rest of them.
Count Ian Carracula.
Our BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, and all of the too big to fail mega banks that we've been bailing out for the last 30 years. Conveniently, they also all own each other. And then you start to think about it and you realize that these very same corrupt financial institutions that are the top owners of the war machine, they also are the top owners of Pfizer.
And they're all, wait for it, boys, Jewish.
And of General Mills.
Right, Ian? That's sarcasm, Red Camel, if you're here.
And of your car companies. And of your water utility companies. They're even the top owners of all of the...
Ian Carroll loves the gays. Don't forget it, boys.
The biggest funerary companies in America. So that when you have to bury the dead in their proxy wars that come home from abroad, they have a service for you. Shout out. All wars are bankers' wars.
Shout out.
In a world of aligned incentives, it is highly profitable to all involved, to keep you distracted, to keep you unhealthy, to keep you afraid, to keep you angry with one another. Because if you're not creating profit in that avenue, you're probably creating it in one of the other avenues. The information that manufactures the consent to allow this to keep on going on is the most important weapon in their arsenal. And without it, they can do nothing if we do not consent.
I wish Ian didn't have all of his anti-Semitic views as well, because most of this is right.
To this governance. I'm calling on you not to fight with weapons, but to stand and fight in this war with your words. And rather than manufacturing consent, we can manufacture peace. Not just peace for our people, but peace for all people. Not just peace in our time, but peace in all time. Thank you.
I'm more interested. Did they have to book Ian because maybe I think that Alex Jones has to shit in the middle of the show, and it's so irregular that they have to block out an hour for it. And they're like, instead of dilly-dallying on these fucking Alpha Brain ads, let's get Ian Carroll the Nazi to come do your Nazi show.
Read all about it. Kennedy and Trump. Extra, extra. Read all about it. Extra, extra. It's Kennedy and Trump making America healthy again.
Oh.
Extra, extra. Yeah, I read that. Thank you. Read all about it.
Dick Kennedy endorses Trump. Dick Cheney endorses Kamala Harris.
Because there's really only two answers. And it really comes down to this election. Either the CIA and the military-industrial complex, the intelligence complex, is too powerful and is too many moves ahead, and they thwart this movement this year, and then, like, I worry we get relegated to fighting indefinitely against this oppressive state apparatus that is just infinitely powerful. But I don't think that's real. I don't think that's what's happening. I think that they're scrambling and doing everything in their power to try to hold this back, and that this movement has just absolutely checkmated the lies and the deception and the corruption, and I don't think there's any escaping it for them now. I think that this movement is clearly winning the presidency this time and only picking up momentum, and I think it's just a natural crack in the barrier.
The hats were green before they were red, and they talked about healthcare for a little while before pivoting right to fascism and ICE.
Here, because all we've known for the last 30, 40, 50, 60 years is progressively worsening corruption. And the moment that you walk that back and start to do things for the people, then it's just, I think people can't even imagine the momentum that will build.
Freedom isn't free, folks.
That's Trudeau's half-brother, the bearded one? Shut the fuck up, dude. This fucking clown? No way. Yeah, emotional priming. Russell Brand! Oh, he's just a normal guy! He's Justin Trudeau's half-brother, but probably not really, right? Half-brother how? Through Pierre? Or through the mom? Kyle Kemper? Meet the lesser-known member of uber progressive outgoing Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's extended family, Kyle Kemper. She shares a mother, Margaret Trudeau, with this. Okay, so I see. I was gonna say if his dad is Pierre, then that means that he's not Trudeau's brother, because Trudeau's dad is Fidel Castro. I'll never not hear that. Oh my god. Look at, dude, there's so many drug-addled Nazis on my screen. It's crazy, bro. Oh my God. Oh my God. Make it stop. Oh my God. It's gotta stop. Where the fuck did our video go? X. That's where it was. We love you, Ian Carroll.
Hey, do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, Kamala Harris? The IRS has endorsed her. She's going to save the country. She's going to do all the things that she hasn't done in the last 3.5 years to make America great again.
So, folks, the information war is no longer at our doorstep. It is in our pockets. It is in front of your children's faces.
Oh, this is so
It is
boring.
in your parents' living rooms, being broadcast from their televisions. And it is a powerful, powerful set of forces that have come against the American people. It's orchestrated by a number of very complex groups that operate in very
Is he talking slow or is my brain processing slow?
shadowy, secretive, and genuinely evil ways. And I think the most important thing to start this conversation off with always is
Is a fucking ad from the frickin', hold on, boys. You know what frickin' time it is. Thanks for queuing us up, Ian. Actually, we really needed you, buddy. Oh, shit. Close off.
Reminder
here.
that-
No. Welcome to the frickin' Skinner Store. Oh my God, it's your last day to take advantage of the 15% off Valentine's Day sale. And look, Skidderoni just posted this new one. It's a divine counterpart manifestation pyramid. It's got clear quartz, amethyst, rose quartz, moonstone, labradorite, obsidian, and copper resin. And oh my freaking God, it's gorgeous. Holy crap-a-roni, boys. Get it today at the Skinner Store. Ooh, take a look. Hand not included. My hand. Well, it's Skitter's hand, but I like to hold it sometimes, you know. Ooh, I like this one. I like the purple at the top, the black at the bottom, the pink in the middle. Wowie zowie. Anyway, get yours today at the Cosmic Ripple, boys. 15% off. Now until February 14th. I think that means it ends at midnight? Skidder, correct me if I'm wrong. Don't sleep on this one, boys. Oh, back to the Nazi. Let's just do 2 hours of Skidder Store ads. We could. That'd be fun.
The world is incredibly complex because
What baby ritual, Ether Witch? What the hell are you talking about?
anytime you try to talk about the state of the world, you're talking about a system that
Moloch is coming to town? No! Is Elon's son Moloch? He probably is, honestly.
involves over 8 billion vectors that are...
All right, this dude's fucking boring. Am I right, boys? Oh, yeah, I wanted to watch this real quick. Dude, James Lee, right? Yeah, James Lee is talking about Sam Altman, and I stopped this video 2 seconds in, but that's a picture of Annie Altman. Let's see. Oh, boys, that's another thing, right? With Dante and Nicole. They're friends with Annie Altman. Now they're friends with Jake Weddle. They were friends with me. What's going on? I hope nothing, right? Anyway,
Billionaire Sam Altman, the head of OpenAI and ChatGPT. This photo is not at all what it seems. You might recognize this face, billionaire Sam Altman, the head of OpenAI and ChatGPT, and this is his sister, Annie. They look super happy here.
Sale ends midnight tomorrow.
But something horrible was going on in the background. Because back in January, Annie drops a bombshell lawsuit against Sam, alleging some of the most heinous crimes you could possibly imagine. This is how the news is reporting.
What the frick? Well, here.
But if you read the descriptions...
Sam Altman's younger sister files lawsuit claiming he sexually abused her. Yes. That's what, you know, Meet the Leebies? That's what we're talking about with Annie Altman and Sam. He used to crawl into her bed when he was a kid. Or when she was a kid. He was a 14-year-old boy? Something.
In the actual lawsuit, it's sickening. Like, I don't know how to talk about this without the video getting taken down.
Sam Altman forced plaintiff to touch
maybe just
his thing and perform oral stuff on him. Altman was 12 at the time. I have never seen this document. Holy fuck. Move your
maybe
fucking...
just pause to read. But the
Holy fuck.
Just pause to read. But then maybe just pause to read. But
oh my fuck, dude. How did you do this to me?
Maybe just pause to read.
Yes. Okay. From approximately 97 to 99, Annie Altman was between the ages of 3 to 5. The foregoing conduct occurred several times per week where defendant Sam forced plaintiff to touch the thing and do the oral thing again.
This Hims and Hers ad during the Super Bowl, this photo is not at all
me.
what it seems.
I mean, we know what it says. It's disgusting.
Back in January, Annie drops a bombshell lawsuit against Sam, alleging some of the most heinous crimes you could possibly imagine. This is how the news is reporting it, but if you read the descriptions in the actual lawsuit, it's sickening. Like, I don't know how to talk about this without the video getting taken down, so maybe just pause to read. But the news is very much just kind of dismissing her claims. This is what the New York Times...
Bro, ChatGPT for months wouldn't even admit that Annie Altman existed. Literally, ChatGPT would be like, Sam has 2 brothers and 1 sister.
Wrote, quote, Miss Altman had mental health challenges and refuses conventional treatment and lashes out at family members who are genuinely trying to help. I mean, I don't know about you, but I would definitely have a few mental health
Twitter blocks her.
Health issues if that same thing happened to me. But here's where the story gets even darker. In May of 2018, Annie and Sam's father passes away tragically of a heart attack. And Annie was very close with her father. But then the entire family, after her father passed away, hid the will from her, and she had no idea this was happening until her father's 401k company notified that she was his primary beneficiary. Then, when she was trying to file the paperwork, Annie discovered that her mother, Connie, was still legally married to her father, Jerry, even though they had been separated, and she apparently used the surviving spouse option to override his will, which blocked Annie from getting any of the money. This is some messed up stuff. Annie then suffers from a series of health issues and is unable to work and basically runs out of money. And when she asks her family for help, they either tell her outright no, as you can see here in this text exchange, or they tell her that in order for them to help her, she's got to go on meds or whatever other condition they stipulate, which she doesn't want to do. Then she's forced into doing SW in order to make ends meet. She would later go on to say, quote, I survived sickness because of survival SW. Escorting, I'm not at all glad that it happened, but I am grateful. Now back to her allegations against her brother Sam, November 13th, 2021 is the first time that she posts about it publicly. November 30th, 2022, OpenAI launches ChatGPT to instant success. Sam Altman then becomes a household name, the Oppenheimer of our age, as he's called in New York Magazine. Meanwhile, Annie is a ghost. For the longest time, ChatGPT did not even recognize her existence, because we have to remember ChatGPT is basically a scraper of the internet, so if he never talks about her, she doesn't exist. September 24th, 2023, Sam sends this email to Annie, apologizing and
in the spirit of it almost being Yom Kippur, I wanted to apologize and ask for forgiveness for something. I should have kept sending you money without conditions, even though our family had concerns. I was in a tough position of wanting to let mom drive decisions as the parent and seeing how much stress you were causing her.
asking for forgiveness for something. Pause to read. On January 7th, Sam, along with all of his siblings and his mother, respond publicly to her essay allegations, saying, quote, all of these claims are untrue. The situation causes immense pain to our entire family. Look, I don't know what's true and what isn't true. Nobody really does, other than Sam.
I mean, I know what's true.
Sam and Annie.
You can tell what's true. What do you mean?
But what I will say is that it's easy to dismiss these allegations because it's the most convenient thing to do. Like it or not, Sam is one of the most powerful people in the world. Annie is the quote-unquote
Annie's very sweet.
crazy sister, so who do you think the media is going to believe? But maybe more importantly, who do you believe?
And Sam's a cuck, so.
This photo is...
Sam has built a tree house. Sam has built a tree house. Nobody can see his cuck ass because he's a big fat loser. Sam has built a tree house. Did you guys see this shit? The fucking Netflix is jumping up to like $30 a month.
High as a kite. Upcoming price update. Thank you for being a valid member since 2018. We hope you're enjoying everything Netflix has to offer. We're updating your monthly price to $33.98 pre-tax on March 7th, 2020.
That's crazy.
25. Your membership details. $24.99 premium. Extra member. 8.
Yeah, they're trying to shut her up and put Annie on meds. Literally, they're like, if you go back on Zoloft, we'll let you have money. That's what they were trying to do to me. They said, "Oh, you're sober now? That's freaking us out. You have to go to rehab."
99. I saw this on Twitter, and bro, why are we paying streaming services?
Yeah.
Do you realize if everybody just didn't pay, they'd have to drop it? But people pay for it. You got like Stranger Things, and that's it.
What do they have?
It's like Disney Plus. If we just bought physical media, we wouldn't have to worry about this kind of garbage. This is insane. You're essentially paying a month for a physical DVD.
Yeah, cancel all subs, grow shrooms, and touch dirt.
And you get to watch the same crap over and over and over.
Hell yeah.
Well. You know, I don't like to brag, but for years now, I have been calling Donnie Jar Jar Trump over here a flaccid, trembling, overripe socialite, a man with both the hands and disposition of a toddler, a guy who can barely stand up, much less stand up for himself. And yet never in my wildest dreams did I imagine that he would drag his cuck chair directly into the Oval goddamn office. You understand how bad it must feel?
You can't
to
buy
get
Blu-rays at
out-alphaed
Target
by
anymore? Really?
Dude dressed like an 8th grader who just saw The Matrix for the first time. Phony Stark over here is a pair of fingerless gloves away from not being allowed into a movie theater or a mall. And you just know he tips that hat at women and calls them milady. Republicans, this is your man. This is your hero, the man you were all calling daddy, the guy just sitting there and taking it while Captain Ketamine goes full worm tongue in front of the entire nation. Cupcake, it's not in my nature to be dramatic, but you have got to be the dumbest motherfucker to have ever walked the planet. Well,
rude.
This is where liberalism is bad, because and why extreme conservatism works over liberalism is because liberals at heart are non-confrontational, and this is like some shit that needs to be stomped out immediately. That people are gonna like fucking try to lead us back in that direction. I mean, what are we doing? This is the United States. We're united, not divided. And like, are we really gonna fuck this up? Because Elon Musk couldn't get any pussy in fucking high school? Like are we really going to fuck this whole thing up? Fucking guy. I mean, I don't know. It just boggles my fucking mind. I don't know. Well, we'll see how that plays out. We'll see how that plays. Why would he be a Nazi? Like, what does he feel he's not getting as a white man? I mean, it's like you're a fucking billion. You got more money than anybody.
That's the thing, Bill. Mr. Burr. He's always been a Nazi. He's been groomed this whole time to be a Nazi in charge.
You're still upset? Like, how do you have the bandwidth with the amount of fun you're shooting rockets off and all of this stuff? You still have the bandwidth to fucking to be like not liking people because they don't look like you? Is that what it is? I mean, to be honest with you, nobody looks.
No, Bill, that's the whole point.
It's like Elon Musk. That's what scared me about that guy. You know what I mean? Like Hitler couldn't live up to his version of what the perfect human was. What do you like, blonde, blue-eyed, and all of those fucking Scandinavian people? And like, he was this ugly little fucking troll. That was one ugly son of a bitch, I will tell you that. You know, scowling.
Yeah, he looks just like Peter Thiel.
He definitely came with the grunge vibe before grunge music. You know? Hitler definitely had Seattle energy. He was not a Sunset Strip guy. T-tops, doing some blow, driving down the street with some big-titted fucking blonde. That was not his vibe. He was. Hitler's chicks had hairy legs. I'm going to say that's what it was. That's what he could get. He was a private. He was a private in the service. He was a private in the army. And I don't know. And we all paid the fucking price. So now here comes another one. Here comes another one. You know what? The greatest country and the freest country in the world needs fascism.
Springfield will have its first annual Do What You Feel festival this Saturday, whenever you feel like showing up. It'll be a welcome change from our annual Do As We Say festival, started by German settlers in 1946.
Unreal. Unfucking real. I hate that expression, come to Jesus moment. What the fuck does that mean? All right? I'm running from that guy. All right? Not him. Him personally. All right? I got no problem with that surfing looking guy, you know? He looks like he, you know, goes out on a board out there in Malibu. You know, carves up the waves or whatever. I got no beef with him, but it's who he works for. I stay away from those guys. You know, I cut out like the middle. You know, religion,
yeah.
You know what? It's like trying to give money to a charity. It's like trying to get the money to the actual people that use it once it goes through the fucking infrastructure is impossible. And that's what I find with, like, if you're going to try to have a relationship with the higher power, I don't get how you do that through organized fucking religion. You know? Just inherently, it doesn't make any sense. I feel like your sense of a higher power and that there's something bigger than you is your own personal thing, and that somebody privatized it and turned it into a fucking business and then starts throwing down rules and scaring the shit out of you and telling you if you do this, you do that, all of this shit. They don't know. They have no fucking idea what they're talking about. And now it's a business and they're making all this money. You make money, you got boats. You got boats, you got money, you got whores. You got whores, you know, you're out there fucking...
You got fucking whores.
You know, fucking having a good time. You don't want it to end. So then, I don't know, it all fucking goes away. So I feel like that's my own business. And if all these different groups can make up their own bullshit or what the fuck they think's going to happen after you die, why can't I? How come I can't have my own bullshit? And I like my bullshit because it doesn't involve anybody else. I'm not putting it on anybody. There's no collection basket. There's no pedophiles. There's no getting in bed with the Nazis. And, oh, did we have some of your money? Sorry about that. There's none of that shit. None of that shit. There's no terrorists. There's no fucking 90 virgin. There's none of that shit. None of that shit.
Don't ask how come, why come the pastor have to have him a nice house? Why come pastor got to have a nice car? Don't ask. I said, don't ask. I said, don't ask. No questions.
None of that shit. I don't even know what it is. It's just, it's your own fucking thing. You're on your own. Maybe that's what some people, I think they just like the group dynamic. You know, just to be part of something. I mean, a lot of people don't know this, but the Nazi party started with a bake sale and people just wanting to be part of a community. Who is Elon Musk dating? Can you imagine his chick when he just sees him go out there and then just watches him start Sieg Heiling? Like, oh my God, what's he doing? He's going to burn this whole thing down. I think he just lost his job. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Nothing happened. I cannot believe nothing happened. Nothing happened. How do you explain that away?
Musk posted on X, frankly, they need better dirty tricks. The everyone is Hitler attack is so tired.
I saw some guy who was saying gesture truthism and trying to like make it seem like people were saying that he wasn't Sieg Heiling. He goes, okay, what was he doing? What was he saying? And then my rockets are gonna get launched and they go that way. Maybe it was taken out of context. You know who would do the Sieg part of the Heil, but not the whole Sieg Heil, was that Celine Dion. It was like she was a Nazi that was stuttering. You know what I mean? She couldn't quite get through it. She would Sieg. She'd like punch herself in the cleavage. Hey, Elon Musk, if you don't mind, we'd like to enjoy our life. I don't think we need to reboot Adolf Hitler, you fucking lunatic. I'm sorry, pretty girls don't like you until you have $1 billion. Dude, when he was Sieg Heiling, that looked like one of those crazy Nick Cage movies. Like, you ever see that clip when Nick Cage went out and he was like throwing karate kicks? He was like promoting a movie and he just fucking went out, and I don't know what. He was probably towards the end. I don't know. Some people don't know. You do those press junkets, you're gonna get asked the same 30 questions like 30 million times, and after a while, you kind of fucking lose your mind. And that's what I love about that clip. I feel like Nick was at the end of his fucking his wits there, and he was just throwing kicks. Yeah, I feel like maybe Elon, he has all this money and power, and he thought it was going to fill that fucking void, and it didn't. And rather than face it in a panic of the profound loneliness. Okay, and I'm coming from an empathetic place here because I experienced that when I took mushrooms. It's a profound sense of loneliness. And then you either face that and figure out where it is, or you just go full Nazi. I don't think I feel he's more Mussolini. If I'm to look at his face, I feel he's more Mussolini than he is Hitler.
You mean Joe?
I got to be honest with you. The fact that he did that and everyone isn't fucking outraged is just, is beyond me.
It's crazy.
Because
he was just hyped up.
I always felt like this country collectively all agreed that Hitler was not a good person.
You would think, bro. That's what I thought. I'm not sure anymore.
To put it mildly. And I also think that we all look at World War II as far as the sacrifices that were made and what was prevented.
Look at all them blimps.
Was a good thing. I feel like that's the last war that we had where people weren't like, you know, some people like, well, Vietnam, oh, you know, they were stopping the spread of communism. And other people like, no, that was just a fucking whatever, right? But World War II, I was always collectively like, yeah, those were bad people. They needed to be stopped. And the sacrifices that people made was not in vain. That was, without a doubt, a just operation. I thought that's where we all were. And the irony that this fucking asshole was able to make $1 billion in the nation that those kids saved in the 1940s would then turn around and fucking spoon with the person that was killing their fucking fellow soldiers. It's beyond me. It's just fucking beyond me. I don't know. You know what he reminds me of? Like back in the day, like when I was coming up, there was an entire generation of comedians that I was in that was enamored with Bill
beard, bro. What a cuck beard.
I don't know. You know what he reminds me of? Like back in the day, like when I was coming up.
Oh, look at that chin beard.
It was an entire generation of comedians.
I know Bill needs to dig a little deeper, but I think he's at his bandwidth. He's trying. He's really trying.
And that was enamored.
He's giving it the old college try for sure.
With Bill Hicks, and you'd see these Bill Hicks ripoffs, and they would go on stage and they would have like a leather jacket, and they'd be smoking a cigarette, talking about society, man. I feel like he's doing that. I think he's like a recovered nerd, and now he's trying to be like the bad boy. What was that Johnny Depp movie? It was a really good movie. All of it. I like all those movies, but like it was that one. The fuck was it called? It was almost like a musical. He was like 1950s Crybaby or something like that. I feel like he's trying to be that character. He's trying to be like this bad boy that Kate Moss would date, and I just don't think it's going to happen no matter how much money he has. I think that realization hit him, and he didn't know how to handle it, and in a panic, he went full fucking Third Reich. He went Fourth Reich. He's trying to keep it going. Sorry I'm laughing about this shit, because I don't know what to do about it. It's fucking...
Bill doesn't understand how close he... Oh, look, another Nazi. Another big ol' eared Nazi.
Terrifying. It is absolutely fucking terrifying. Not that he did it, because there's idiots everywhere. It's that the lack of we need to stop this fucking immediately is beyond disturbing.
Oh, look. Someone hardly touched their pumpkin pie. Want to share it with me? A partially eaten piece of pumpkin pie from a homeless shelter with Elon Musk? You bet I do!
Life's good, life's great, don't be afraid to make mistakes if you're heading in the wrong...
Yeah, Elon at a homeless shelter. Sure. All right, let's start watching this. We got to watch this Ethan crash out. Hila said some crazy shit in here. This IDF agent. I'm here for it, boys. This is what everything... I told you yesterday, right? And I've said this before, but one of the things that got me started on my journey and being like, I think there's something here, is literally getting banned from the fucking H3 subreddit because I made a post. I literally can't post on Reddit anymore because of this. And I've been banned from everything. BreadTube, videos. I can't post any of my shit on Reddit. And it all stems from the H3 Fed subreddit. Because it's when Philly D was on TikTok like a year and a half ago. I mean, I'm sure he still is. But he was just doing like fucking anti-communism Red Scare shit. And I was like, Philly D really seems like he works for the State Department. Bro, they didn't delete my post. They banned me from the subreddit. And I was like, wait, that can't be true, right? And now here we are, boys. They did it to themselves. Cucks. All right. This is called Ethan Klein's content nuke on Hasan Piker backfired beautifully by North Star Radio. Yeah, I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell was a Reddit mod, so there's a lot of Mossad Redditors. Well, dude, that's exactly it. Once I got banned, that's when I realized that I was right. I was like, that's like the first censorship thing where I was like, oh, they're just gonna silence all of us. They got me started on this shit. This is even before Paul, bro. Yeah, Trudeau, Obama, Macron, all engineered for greatness since their test tube births. Exactly, bro. Obama, def a pedo. Yeah. What drugs did Elon have to take to talk coherently? Does he ever talk coherently? I don't know, but he's definitely on a lot of meth. Meth patches, I think. All right, the Ethan crash out. Give it to us. Come on. Why aren't you playing, you cuck?
I've never in my entire career been against such a dishonest, like hateful persistently, like, they're dirty. They don't care. They'll outwardly lie. This is an ongoing, like, joke with this community. These are just benign dudes. Just, I don't know what the they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or boxes or something, like they're helping. This is what it is online. Hasan's community are the most psychotic people on the internet. He's a liar, dude. I hate to say it, but I do think it's related. I mean, it's kind of like, it's kind of Stalinist. The way that they'll just lie and say anything to frame anyone for anything. It had just been discovered around the same time as this Arab tier list that Twitch had secretly, without announcing it anywhere, banned the entire country of Israel from creating new accounts.
They're just like in too deep on whatever the certain narrative is that they're committed to. I feel like the reason I brought it up was mainly to express the frustration with Bibi and him firing the one guy that was somewhat...
Wait, you're saying that Elon and his father, Elon Musk, who has 2 children with his stepdaughter, that they're breeders? Elon Musk, who has 12 children and all of them hate him except for the one that he has kidnapped?
You know, attempting at moderation. It wasn't really so much to say Gallant is a good guy. I shouldn't have used that word. That was a bad choice on my part, considering stuff that he has said that I was not even thinking of. There's no room to like allow...
They have to win.
Anything that deviates a little bit from like, no, this is the bad guy, this is the good guy.
All right, so these guys are clearly the bad guys.
There's nothing in between.
There's a story. They have a story that they cannot deviate from, no matter what. The artist I wanted to collaborate with decided...
Yeah, right, Ethan? You got a story and you got to stick to it, right, buddy?
I don't want to be associated because I'm Israeli. When we talk about how serious the rise in anti-Semitism, this is why it's scary for us. It's now so casual to just not want to associate with an Israeli just because I was born there. And this is the result of Hasan's type of activism. This is the result of this activism that this is the result of Hasan's activism. This is what it resounds to. This is the fault of people like Hasan. Zero progress for people in Gaza.
Last week, Ethan Klein released the long-awaited content nuke on Hasan Piker, his magnum opus, 2 months in the making, designed to end the career of Hasan Piker and anyone else in his political Twitch streaming orbit. Well, not anyone, mostly just Arabs and Arab women in particular. This video, from a metric standpoint, was a success. I mean, the H3 podcast hasn't hit 1 million views in 3 months, the last 1 million view video being entirely about Hasan. Ethan seemed to notice this trend and decided to go all out.
Bro. Yeah, yo, this is the bad place. This is Ethan's bad place for sure, dude. Look at him. He's got fucking Hasan queued up over here. Aw, cutie. With his cute little Vape Nation shit.
On a 2-hour crash-out content nuke to get it all off his chest. Or so we hoped, as the last 3 episodes of the H3 podcast have also been entirely about Hasan Piker. And in those 3 episodes, Ethan has really dug his own grave, showing us all that he truly is a shell of his former self.
Someone who has any sort of kindness in their heart.
I'm unkind now.
Wait, what is he talking about?
I'm a meanie head. He says, you have to be a total meanie head to make that video he made about me, which I haven't watched. Did you just call me a meanie head?
What? We're talking about kindness?
Yeah, are we doing...
Why is Ethan's head getting so tall?
We're way past that, Hasan. We hate you.
Yeah, no, it's...
Did you not get the memo?
I mean...
Dude, Ela hates Hasan. Wow.
What's kind about telling survivors...
We hate you. Fucking Nazi idea.
that they're lying.
I'm currently working on a video going point by point through the content nuke and debunking the obviously incorrect claims. But today, I just want to take a quick look at the fallout of this nuke. Because Hasan is still averaging 40,000 live viewers, Ethan is still widely hated by the internet, and Ela Klein is losing business partnerships. The content nuke aimed for Hasan has backfired in an incredibly
They lost my business for sure.
satisfying manner.
Ela's so dumb, she bragged on H3 about driving and texting. Yeah, you can see his psyche literally breaking behind his eyes. I know. Dude, you can see it in his face. Like, he's drug-addled.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by viewers like you. Become a member today and unlock exclusive content at patreon.com/Northstar.
Yeah, Teddy ain't fresh no mo.
On the first episode back, Ethan basically himself off reacting to his own video.
Oh, you missed it? Let me go back.
Oh, yeah, we gotta see that.
I was doing some high level here, Dan. I had to do a tutorial for this part.
Smelling a flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
Oh, again.
I believe it was a some kind of block swipe.
Yeah, block.
Yeah.
Very good.
And this is where Ethan's cognitive state comes into question, because this dude is so clearly not doing okay. While reacting to Hasan's response to the content nuke, Ethan claims that he's never tried to be a comedian.
Very intelligent. Definitely not a hack ass, failed ass, dumbass comedian.
Bro, I've never tried to be a comedian, a failed comedian. What are you talking about?
What?
It's not even a sore spot for me or anything, because I'm not a comedian. I've never
It's not even a sore spot for me or anything.
tried to be a professional comedian.
This is despite Ethan calling himself a professional comedian over a dozen times throughout his career.
I'm a comedian. That's my job. I'm a comedian, right? I'm trying to make a joke. I know it looks crazy. I'm a comedian, and people are laughing.
Ethan is a cuck to cucks. He watches them getting cucked while gooning like a fool.
I'm like you. I'm a comedian, not a journalist, so I have a little more leeway. I'm a comedian. You know what I mean? I criticize people. I'm a comedian. First of all, I'm a comedian, so anything I say being considered defamation.
Dude, well, you said sorry, but Ethan also fakes a lot of his tics. You know what my theory is? I think Ethan mostly tics when he's being a big fat fucking liar. And when he's saying untrue shit.
Is almost like impossible. I had an idea, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I'm a comedian, you know, I'm out here, I'm in different lanes. I'm a professional comedian. Are any of them? I'm a professional comedian, you know what I mean? I'm the last line of defense, okay? I'm a professional comedian. Do you know that?
You know you're winning the debate when you start bringing up theories about Hasan's dog, Kaya, or who cooks him food off camera.
Kaya.
Comedian, in air quotes.
Ooh! Ooh!
I didn't even hear what you said.
Not funny.
Air quotes.
Not funny. Just like you're a socialist. By the way, theory time, and I'm pretty sure I'm right. Hasan says he adopted his dog. He went all over LA looking for the perfect dog. Oh, I went to all of these pounds. I couldn't find the perfect dog.
Ozempic brain killed him for real, bro. Bring back fat Ethan.
But then magically, off camera, I found on Craigslist this post where they were giving away $20,000 designer dogs. And I was so lucky. Hasan Piker. Can anybody find me a Craigslist post where they're giving away $20,000 designer dogs? Because I'd like to inquire. He bought that dog, and he doesn't want to admit it, obviously. And by the way, I don't know. That's not the only lie he tells about his personal life. I did a story about it, but people didn't pick it up. I don't give a f. This guy's a piece of shit. People need to ask Hasan who's cooking his chicken off screen. Who's cooking that chicken? Who's taking care of him? There's something he goes, don't tell anyone though, for obvious reasons. Somebody's cooking his chicken, and they don't look like they're getting a piece of the pie either. You know what I mean? They're not on that socialist. They're not on that socialized workplace salary. You know what I mean? Cooking chicken's a big deal. That's integral to his daily routine. Of course she's entitled to a % of his profits. Duh. Socialism, bro. Live it, bro. Live it.
Ethan killed Shredder, by the way, with negligence. Yeah, that's why he's got that guilt tattoo on his arm.
Be the socialist you say you are.
Oh yeah, Ethan and Hila got sued for failure to provide meal and rest period, failure to pay overtime, failure to pay state and local minimum wage.
I think this is an important time to mention that it's well-known lore that Ethan was neglected as a child and was often sent to school with zero food to eat and zero lunch money.
My parents didn't take care of me as a kid. When they cooked, which was rare, it was just awful. I didn't eat. I would starve. It was that bad. I used to go to school. My parents wouldn't give me money, and they didn't make me a lunch. I would just starve. I would beg for food from my friends. Straight up, I would beg for food from my friends. I was fair enough. Homeless child.
Ethan can't even fathom the idea of a loving parent.
His whole shtick for the past year has been saying liberal Zionist talking points and then getting mad at everyone when they go, "Are you a Zionist?"
What liberal? Bro, the fantasy world that they've built is incredible. What liberal Zionist talk? What is a liberal Zionist talking point?
Ethan did so much research for this video, but has yet to understand what a liberal Zionist talking point is. Here are just a few examples.
People who would like to criticize the army and Israel need to understand
God, she's so dumb.
that it's a daily threat that something needs to happen about it. It's not like we have a choice.
When you talk about privilege, let's talk about someone who's going to UC Berkeley, paid by their parents, $200,000 tuition on campus protesting Israel. Do you find that ironic?
I personally think it's so ironic. I don't know. It's kids sitting here in like beautiful California criticizing it, like you don't even know what you're talking about.
What you hear,
Dude, I think they have 3 kids.
there's people criticizing national security and calling Israel like apartheid, and that they shouldn't have fences, or that Israel should be a one state with Palestinians and Israel's all living together. They should reduce the borders and remove the gate. That to me seems like super ignorant.
It is, because when I grew up, I couldn't really take a bus. I was afraid of blowing up.
Right.
And now it doesn't really happen. So the wall did help.
If there's a state of Palestine, it makes sense. But if you're in one state, all that's going to happen is like everybody is trying to bring as many people there as possible. And like by the time there frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything.
So in this response, Hasan calls out Ethan for, quote, crying like a bitch in their last conversation on Palestine.
You can talk to me in person, big dog. You got my phone number. We can have a conversation on your stream. We can have a conversation on my stream. Last time, I had the baby gloves on, and you cried like a bitch after doing Teddy Fresh ads in the midst of our genocide coverage.
Ethan sees this as an opportunity to dunk on Hasan for being some sort of toxic masculinity frat bro.
So Hasan says, last time, which was our last conversation on his stream, I had the baby gloves on, which was part of, I was like, dude, why are you patronizing me? And he goes, and then you cried like a bitch. Once again, this dude is against toxic masculinity. Apparently, he's a role model for leftist values. The frat bro veneer it's rearing its head. I'm telling you, this whole left-wing illusion is falling to the wayside. You say I cried like a bitch.
And only 2 days after the fact, Ethan went on a misogynistic rant about denims, where he called her a disgusting several times, of course, while his crew was dead silent.
And yes, she is a fucking bitch. Somebody that laughs in the face of other fucking victims and immediately calls them liars, that's a fucking bitch of a person.
There are reports of Palestinian women in captivity talking about that experience.
Let's see, I found one of the sources.
Dude, Ethan looks drug-addled in all of these.
One of the ones that you quoted was like, I don't even know what the this is. CKED.com. It's literally just like a little blurb. That's a huge claim. 15 Palestinian women were, what? I don't know what this is. What is this? Is this a source?
You're asking if it's credible.
Yeah, yes, CARE is credible. I think, at least.
What is
CARE is
There's
the
no source. She is earning the coveted distinction of being a f***ing bitch. Congratulations. Enjoy the distinction. I've come here and I have made the distinction. I have decreed, let it be known, that denims is a dumb f***ing bitch.
Dude, Ethan's eyes are literally gone, bro.
Deserve that. What she was doing, I'm standing by every syllable of that, okay? What she did was abhorrent. And by the way...
Oh, and I got another shout out in this video. Thanks for keeping the Comrade Casey spirit alive.
You spent the next year constantly ripping into, suspiciously, a lot of, not myself, but other people of color. I'm not calling myself a person of color. I know it's going to get clipped out of context here as well, and then you're going to be like, meh, 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 whatever. No, just noticing that you have just been going after a lot of...
This guy is really throwing spaghetti at the wall. He's accused me of being racist. And that, to me, is like, my eyes rolled all the way in the back of my head if I had a seizure. Going after brown people, I'm assuming he's talking about people like Frogan and others who, by the way, I have never attacked unprovoked. Every single time I've talked about Frogan was a direct response to her. Every time. So what, she's brown? That's your takeaway? Is that because she's brown? That's the only reason I care that she's making fun of October 7th victims? That she's brown? That's for real? Are you being serious right now? Are you actually being serious right now? You're actually making this point right now. Okay, exactly. This is the brown people that he's talking about. Yeah, Casey, Comrade Casey, who's waiting for a hot, bodacious hijabi babe in the park.
Oh, God, I forgot about that.
Let's not forget about that. That's what woke leftist non-toxic masculinity looks like.
So this is the part of the video that I love so much. Because Ethan did basically zero research for his big content nuke that took 2 months, he makes a fool of himself twice with this one clip. First, it's on H3 Show 105, where Ethan reacts to a compilation of Hasan calling Jewish supremacists inbred.
Inbred. Douchebags in the background.
Like, these are just dudes standing back there.
Entirely
Like,
comprised of messy.
And this is an ongoing like joke with this community. These are just benign dudes. Just I don't know what they're doing.
They do be looking inbred.
It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or boxes or something, like they're helping. And he's going, oh, look at these inbred f***s. It's like, bro, who are you? Who are you? Like, how dare you?
Yeah, so Ethan just straight up admits that he used footage as evidence in his content nuke without even understanding the context of the clip itself. It's almost like he didn't clip this himself from the original source, but instead found the clip online, probably on one specific subreddit. In this clip, Hasan is watching a group of Jewish supremacist Nazis basically blocking aid trucks from entering Gaza and stealing and destroying the aid inside. They're not doing charity like Ethan thinks they are.
This comes just days after Israeli settlers blocked aid trucks headed to Gaza through the occupied West Bank from Jordan. Footage of the incident shows settlers raiding the aid trucks, throwing food into the road and setting fire to vehicles at the Tarkumia checkpoint near Hebron in the occupied West Bank. Palestinian truck drivers say they fear for their lives after the attack.
We went to the checkpoint, and after the check, we were surprised to see settlers on the roundabout of the checkpoint. They damaged the cars, they tore the tires off the trucks, they threw the contents of the truck on the ground. We gathered some of the products and sent some of those products onto a bulldozer and sent them to the sheep farms. Around 15 trucks were damaged. Their hull was damaged, windows of the trucks were broken, some drivers were beaten, some of the products were thrown away, and the whole loss for Hebron is around $2 million.
And then on H3 Show 107, Ethan reacts to Hasan watching this clip, but once again takes it out of context and makes himself look like a fool all over again.
And at a certain point, people are going to be like, you're using these sorts of clips out of context?
Bro, he is so pathetic. First of all, he hasn't watched the video. And this is like one of his main go-tos for any criticism.
The original Proud Boys.
It's always like out of context, out of context, out of context. He hasn't watched the video. What's out of context, bro? Your reaction is out of context. You got no context.
Notice how you move the needle? You move the goalpost. I said that it's out of context. You demanded I describe to you what the context is, and you immediately moved on, and you're like, well, that's not the major point of the...
But you didn't...
What is he talking about?
Apparently a chatter is calling him out like, he says, how do you know the context? You haven't watched the video, I'm assuming. What was it? But then he goes, oh, really? Well, you moved the goalpost. It's like, but you didn't answer. You didn't tell him what the context is. So there was no kick. When you move the goalpost, you're moving it further from the kick. There's no kick.
At a certain point, you have to understand, like, okay.
What do you mean? He said that they're fucking Nazis. They're not little helper boys.
Well, if this is incorrect, do you like being incorrect?
Can anybody tell me what the he's talking about? He hasn't watched it. He hasn't cited anything that's out of context. He's talking about, oh, you're incorrect and you like... What is he talking about? How do people watch him? He literally will talk and drone on about nothing. he just regurgitates words. It's just word vomit.
Like, what are you talking about? You're making it seem like this is a formative work. It's very clear what the intention of the video is.
Dude, I like that Ethan's going full heat miser for sure, though, right? Yeah, that's Ethan.
I haven't seen it.
And also, notice how you move the needle? You move the goalpost. I said that it's out of context. You demanded I describe to you what the context is, and you immediately moved on, and you're like, well, that's not the major point of the video.
You didn't do the context thing. You didn't explain
At
that.
a certain point, at a certain point, you have to understand, like, okay, well, if this is incorrect, do you like being incorrect? I guess you do.
How do you know they're incorrect? He's not. What is he saying?
If you missed it, here's the part of the video Ethan very conveniently skips over.
Chatter was asking for how certain things are clipped out of context. Here, this is a great example. Inbred douchebags in the background,
These are just dudes standing back there.
Entirely
Like,
comprised of messy.
And this is an ongoing like joke with this community. These are just benign dudes. Just I don't know what the they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or box.
They're doing charity. Remember, by the way, this is a video that he quote unquote researched for months.
Or something like they're helping, and he's going, "Oh, look at these." It's like, bro, who are you? What are you? Who are you? Like, how dare you?
Guys, the Israeli police is investigating the attack on the Gaza aid convoy.
Israeli security forces are paid to stop this happening. They either could not or would not, but clearly did not prevent Israeli settlers attacking an aid convoy yesterday from the West Bank bound for Gaza, where, say aid agencies, hundreds of thousands of civilians face famine.
But during the unloading and loading, settlers attacked these trucks, destroying the products and burning them in a systematic act of sabotage.
A continuation of images seen yesterday as settlers destroyed food at the same crossing point.
So, does that make sense? Do you understand now? And I mean every single clip that he used, every single one is exactly like this. Where's that one chatter who asked that question? I assume he f***ed off immediately after coming in and saying like this is, he said some other stupid shit.
Look at Kaya.
I mean, that's clearly not the messaging of the video. If you're saying his claim is you scared him, do you have any media literacy whatsoever? Do you think I need media literacy to understand a YouTube drama slop video? Like, what are you talking about? You're making it seem like this is a formative work. It's very clear what the intention of the video is. And also, notice how you move the needle, you move the goalpost. I said that it's out of context. You demanded I describe to you what the context is, and you immediately moved on, and you're like, well, that's not the major point of the.
But you didn't.
What is he talking about?
Apparently, a chatter is calling him out. Like, he says, how do you know the context?
Yeah, Ethan cuts out the whole part.
Because you don't watch the video, I'm assuming. Was it? But then he goes, oh, really? Well, you moved the goalpost. It's like, but you didn't answer. You didn't tell him what the context is. So there was no kick. When you move the goalpost, you're moving it further from the kick. There's no kick.
At a certain point, you have to understand, like, okay, well, if this is incorrect, do you like being incorrect?
Can anybody tell me what the he's talking about? He hasn't watched it. He hasn't cited anything that's out of context. He's talking about, oh, you're incorrect, and you like, what is he talking about? How do people watch him? He literally will talk and drone on about nothing.
I mean, how can you be so confident in your hallucinations that you make such a foolish error? I guess when your very progressive audience gets replaced
Is it an error?
With Destiny fans who flood your subreddit with clipped out of context footage, that's how it happens. Oh, but Ethan doesn't know Destiny. So that can't possibly be the case, even though this post and this post and this post and this post were either from the Destiny subreddit or from the H3 subreddit posted by someone active on the Destiny subreddit. I mean, just look at this chart from overlapping communities on Reddit. The blowback from the content nuke really started to materialize in H3 show 106.
Hello, my friends. We are here. We are back. There's just way too much to talk about.
This dude hit triple dose Ozemp on this day.
Never ending, guys.
I do love that he always has a cough and he's always looking rough, you know? The demons are definitely eating him whole. Which
Appreciate y'all being here. Thank you to Gamer Subs for sponsoring us today. Thank you to the gang. What's up, people of the world?
The content nuke clearly didn't work as intended, so Ethan begins gleefully reacting to Trump saying he's going to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip, all the while Ethan blaming this on Hasan.
Trump has had some brilliant ideas on Gaza, once again reminding people that I voted and advocated for Kamala Harris, and Hasan did not.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years. I envision the world, people living there, the world's people. I think you'll make that into an international unbelievable
hotels.
place. I think the potential in the Gaza Strip
Gambling.
is unbelievable.
And you know he's going to call it like the Trump Strip.
Mara Gaza.
Mara Gaza.
Mara Gaza.
And I'll tell you who wouldn't be clearing out Gaza to build casinos. Kamala Harris.
I think it's
I
safe
can with
to say
100% certainty say that the two candidates
as if Ethan doesn't love this
are not the same. I did my part to stop this. I wish I could say the same for other folks. It's a shame. I want to say this right now. If you are a leftist who said I'm abstaining from voting for Kamala, if you are a leftist who said Kamala and Trump are the same on this issue, if you are a leftist who voted for Jill Stein, I say this, and I know you guys are shitting and pissing the bed and doing everything you can to pretend like this take is like the worst, dumbest, most outlandish, and also probably racist thing you could say. This is all in your lap, and you don't get to say shit. All these people are going to be like, Trump, I can't believe. No, you just sit down and take it, because this is all on you, and I don't give a what you say. This is what this kind of activism that Hasan and people like him, this is the outcome of their activism. It is, people need to start thinking about, like, what is this level of activism we see of, like, extraordinarily extremist, zero nuance, straight up hateful, uncompromising, you know, what is the outcome of this level of activism? What have they done for Gaza? Literally, what have they done for Gaza? What have they done for Gaza? Serious, I'm being dead serious. They've done nothing. They are ineffective, completely worthless as advocacy goes. A total failed movement.
And then the CEO of Teddy Fresh joined in on the blowback. What up, Ela Kleiners? She posted this on her Instagram story. This artist I wanted to collaborate with decided I can't be associated with because I'm Israeli. I've followed him for years, always supported him, and I have an original painting of his at my house.
Sucks.
When we talk about how serious the rise in anti-Semitism is, this is why it's scary for us. It's now so casual to just not want to associate with an Israeli, just because I was born there. Where in this very short, polite email does it say anything about Ela being Israeli? I'm sorry, I can't be associated with this company. Thanks for the consideration. And Israel does not equal Judaism. How long is it going to take for these people to get this out of their heads? She then decided to call into the show and whine about her experience as a marginalized Israeli.
This is the result of Hasan's type of activism, where there's zero space, forget nuance. I mean, it's like they're just all or nothing. Like, I mean, that's just not how the world works. It's just not how the world works. Should I out him?
It's not Alex Pardee, he's a saint. He's the best person.
Yeah, Alex is a sweetheart.
I don't know is it morally okay to say who he is. Whatever you guys think, I don't care.
I mean, if I say who he is, it's probably just get a bunch of snarkers buying his art, but I don't care. People should be. I mean, listen, it's not right. What an asshole response to, like, it's almost like he's, yeah, and by the way, like, he doesn't even dignify you with the response of, like, it's like, no, you actually, I can't be associated with this company. That's it. And you guys have had a relationship. Like, he knows you. I'm
just annoyed because it's not the first one. There's another person right now that is doing the same thing to me. Somebody that I'm already working with. So
this is awesome.
I don't know.
I didn't know this happened. This is great.
This one really got to me because I have his art at my house.
Yeah, it sucks to suck, right?
It's like,
Tim Pool wannabe.
what the do I do with that? I appreciate the art.
Get wrecked,
I don't want to destroy it, but I also don't want it.
And this is the result of this activism that
I don't want to destroy it, but I also don't want his art. So good, dude. Oh, this rules.
Hasan, this is the result of Hasan's activism. This is what it resounds to.
This is Hasan's
alienation, fault. Hate, racism, and zero progress for people in Gaza. Zero. I mean,
he actively didn't help make sure we don't get Trump in office. So
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Now I hope he's happy with, like, Trump-Landia that we're gonna get there. There should be a Hasan Street there, the Hasan Square.
That's a good point. Hasan Piker Way.
Yeah.
I'll advocate for that, yeah. There are so many different explanations for this, and if this person
poor Ela Kleiners
really did know Ela and have a relationship with her already, there's no way the reason is because she's Israeli. They would have known that. Did they just find out she's Israeli? It could be that he saw recent clips of her, I don't know, agreeing with Rudy Giuliani about 2-year-old Palestinians, or calling Yoav Gallant a good guy, or even older footage of her saying the apartheid wall is a good idea for her safety, or I don't know, the content nuke on Hasan. You yourself admit that this guy is a fan of Hasan, so he's probably very supportive of Palestine. Chances are this dude probably assumed you were pro-Palestine, was proved otherwise, and politely told you he no longer wants to be associated with the company. Wait, what was the entire purpose of the content nuke on Hasan in the first place?
If you ever see Hasan rubbing shoulders with anyone from mainstream media, Let them know politely, with all the civility in the world, what kind of person he is when he thinks mainstream media isn't watching. Help them understand that his name should be associated with people like Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones, other fringe, radical, political commentators. Number 2, Twitch must be held accountable. Twitch has proven that it will not change by choice, and so it is our moral imperative to enact that change through any reasonable...
These are all their sponsors. And listen, at a certain point, when you've pushed every button, pulled every lever, and nothing's working, when you've tried your best to give good faith feedback, and you think that something is that important to you, like, you have, in my opinion, a moral obligation, and what I see as a moral obligation, to pull whatever lever you can. And I don't give a, I am not too proud, and I am not above, you know, I don't give a shit, right? Like, if you've done something dumb enough that you can...
Yeah, Neptunia, we don't fuck with the Zionists, but... Because the people in Israel are fake Jewish people. They're liars. They're minstrels. They want you to hate Jewish people, but it's not about Jewish people. They're masquerading as fake Nazi ones, but they're just Nazis. Zionist equals Nazi.
Get easily by an email to the sponsors. That's something you have to reckon and deal with. I've been dealing with that my whole career, okay?
I wasn't going to say it.
No, I am. I'm not. I don't hide from it. Everybody knows that.
Right.
I've been dealing with it for my whole career, okay? And it's something you got to reckon with. It's something you got to deal with. But, like, be accountable, man. And, you know, I have become accountable for a lot of things that people always send to the sponsors, and it's something you deal with. That's just life. And I think it's insane that all these brands are associating with Twitch when it's become a safe haven for extremist politics.
We all recall YouTube's adpocalypse. It happened when ads were running over ISIS recruitment videos, and it caused a brand exodus. The same thing is happening now on Twitch, but instead of ISIS, it's the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah. Dan Clancy's refusal to moderate extremists is the only reason for any of this. He is the sole person to blame. He had so many opportunities to stop this.
If you look back at the adpocalypse that took place on YouTube, we all got so hard. There was years of the revenue being dog shit. I lost 90% of my ad revenue when that happened, and I didn't have sponsors at the time. That was like 100%. That was all my income was from that.
When the apocalypse was happening, were you mad at the people who pointed out that ads were on ISIS videos?
Yes.
The nuke headed for Hasan turned around, penetrated the Iron Dome, and it hit the Teddy Fresh offices. I'm sorry, but that is so incredibly hilarious. Of course, Ethan then went to Instagram to write, "I'm going to answer this because I've seen Eli getting enough from scumbags on the internet. This is someone she has had an existing relationship with. They have never had an issue with any of our conversations over the years. There is no reason for the shortness of the answer, as they've been amicable and friendly until now. They're also a Hasan fan and active in online activist circles that target us. You like to hope that people can prioritize a personal relationship and see through the bullshit people say about us, but it's not always like that. Also, don't know why some of you guys have a hard time believing this. Brad Does Music was literally canceled for taking a picture with us and forced to apologize. This has been a constant issue for Israeli artists since October 7th. Yeah, if you run defense for the IDF and say that 2-year-old Palestinians are taught to kill Americans, this should happen to you. I mean, in the same episode, only minutes earlier, Ethan called out creators for Palestine because apparently raising $1.6 million is negligible and doesn't actually help people in Palestine. Take a wild guess as to who was one of the main organizers of that charity event.
Creators for Palestine raised $1.6 million. That's fantastic. Literally negligible. They've received billions of dollars. It's a good thing. Has $1.6 million had an outcome on anything happening in Gaza? Absolutely not. Has it helped people? Sure. Has it helped the actual, like, movement? No. Like, raise money. That's good. That's the easiest thing you can do is just give money, right? Good. Let's talk about real activism. Let's talk about enacting meaningful change. Total failures.
Like, yeah, no wonder people don't want to work with you guys. Nearly 100 of some of the most popular YouTubers and Twitch streamers were a part of that. You're just guaranteeing that you're hated across the internet at that point.
It's not real activism. It didn't make a single difference in Gaza. He's lost his mind. It's crazy how much I used to look up to H3. They were the fathers of fair use, and now he's just sitting here crashing out for days on end because Hasan Piker won't watch his silly little class project. That $1.69 million, and I put the 9 there because it was one.
I really became a H3 stan when all the copyright shit was happening. Ethan was like a fair use warrior. Like the reason that you can critique stuff on YouTube kind of is because Ethan, like, he set precedent for it. And he's a fucking piece of shit.
1.693 million, so it's pretty close to 1.7, so we'll round up. That $1.69 million helped so many individuals, and no, it absolutely did not solve the crisis. That's not what we set out to do. If we had the power to do that, we would have done that 1,000 times over. But no amount of YouTubers coming together is going to solve what's happening in Gaza. We wanted to do 2 things. Use our platform to spread awareness and help in the ways that we can and raise the money that we can. And if you can't understand that, Ethan, if you can't mentally understand that that's activism, you're an idiot. We pulled together creators from every single corner of the internet, people who have nothing in common, people who have never, ever talked about any political topic in public, and we got them to speak out about Palestine. The whole point was to get people who have never talked about these kinds of issues, who have never cared about these kinds of issues, and put them in front of them, and I think we did exactly that. From the Try Guys to Curtis Connors to everybody that we had together in that room, it reached so many corners of the internet and reached so many more people than we'd ever had before. That's activism. And then beyond that, VidCon was 2 weeks later, and I can't tell you how many creators came up to me and said, thank you for doing that, asked on how they could be a part of the next event we do, asked what they could do from their own communities and their own platform because they've been terrified to speak out. But seeing guys like Curtis Connors, seeing guys like the Try Guys put their whole platforms out there on the line and say, I don't care what the U.S. government says about where they're going to send their dollars and who they're going to weaponize, I'm going to support this human rights violation. That's the activism, Ethan. It's using your platform to spread awareness. And on top of that, you're just implying that none of us did anything else. Lots of us marched at rallies. Lots of us spoke to our lawmakers, called our senators, called our local government officials, and made it very clear this is an issue to us. And here's a clip from his content nuke where he talks about how he donated $6,500 to Palestine.
Despite what you've read on TikTok and Twitter, I've donated $6,500 to a Palestinian charity after the war started.
Hey, Ethan Klein, thank you for the dono. Ethan Klein gave $6,500.
When he was called out about this on Twitter and on Threads, he decided to come after Stanzi Potenza and go out of his way to say, how much money did you personally donate? That's such a stupid conversation point. So many creators, because I run Creators for Palestine. I see the back end. I see every donation. I can't tell you how many creators donated $10,000 plus $25,000 and more, but didn't make a public statement about it and didn't try and say, hey, look at me, I'm a good guy. I did something that's the most basic human necessity. Hey, I'm a millionaire, so I decided to give some of my money. And unlike Ethan, didn't make it a shield to say, hey, I don't have these horrible political beliefs. No, because I donated $6,500 to Palestine. Therefore, I made a difference. And then he's going to come out and criticize Creators for Palestine. And for what? Ethan, I was a massive fan of you growing up. I can't tell you how much I looked up to you as the father of fair use and for dunking on horrible, cringy people on the internet, but you've become exactly what you were against back in the day. You have the kind of life
exactly, bro.
People dream of. You're a multi-millionaire, you got your kids, you have everything you could want, and you spend every day sitting on the internet crying and whining and moaning. Get offline and get your mental health in order. You have absolutely lost it. And don't you dare ever disrespect Creators for Palestine or any other charity again. When you're sitting there talking, you're calling us to do some real activism. What the hell have you done? Was your content real activism? Was telling everybody that, oh my God, big reveal, Hasan Piker's a socialist. Of course he's a socialist. He's been a radical socialist the whole time. That's who he's been. That's not real activism either. So why don't you get off, go enjoy your millions of dollars, your wonderful life, and then do some real activism if you care about it, instead of sitting in your stupid podcast chair, yelling at your employees, treating everybody you know like crap, because you know, Ethan, multiple people in your life haven't spoken to you because they're nervous of how you'd react in public, but privately, tons of your friends have talked to me and to others about how worried they are about you and your mental health because you've absolutely flying off the handle. Get it together.
Ethan then went to Instagram to try and make amends, I guess. But he really just doubled down. Oh look, another dipshit leftist lying about me on Twitter. Anyone remember me saying this yesterday? If I thought raising money is a bad thing, why would I donate $6,500 of my own money? By the way, since you bring it up, how much did you personally give? The fact is that raising money is negligible when you are helping the ethnic cleansing candidate win. This is a concept that is so obvious and easy to understand, but somehow when faced with criticism of their surface level and ineffective activism, they turn into lying baby brain propagandists. Ethan say money bad. Either you are dumb as or just a straight up liar. Either way, you scumbag. I have zero patience for anyone participating in this pathetic hate bandwagon. I'm not really sure what he means by helping the ethnic cleansing candidate win. I mean, he himself voted for Kamala. Wasn't she the vice president during the ethnic cleansing? And didn't she say that if she won the presidency, she would change nothing about what Joe Biden did in Palestine?
President Biden has tried unsuccessfully to end the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Would you do anything differently? For example, would you withhold some U.S. weapons shipments to Israel? That's what a lot of people on the progressive left want you to do.
Let me be very clear. I am unequivocal and unwavering in my commitment to Israel's defense and its ability to defend itself. And that's not going to change. I've met with the families of the American hostages. Let's get the hostages out. Let's get the ceasefire done.
But no change in policy in terms of arms and so forth.
No, we have to get a deal done.
So in the end, the nuke did detonate, just on the wrong target. I mean, guys, you're big boys. There are consequences for your actions. And targeted hate and harassment campaigns against very popular people on the internet is probably not going to end well, especially when you yourself, over the past year and a half, have really just been a bad faith actor in this whole Israel-Palestine discussion. You say you're pro-Palestine, but almost every day you talk shit about people that are pro-Palestine. You say you don't support the Israeli government, but whenever they bomb a hospital, you say, there's no way they did that.
Their bases are under hospitals. They shoot from schools. They embed themselves in the civilian population. They even dress as civilians when they fight.
You're obviously under the impression that Hasan hate videos get clicks, and you're not wrong. But a dead horse can only be beaten for so long before it becomes a rotten puddle of
Hasan bad or Hasan hot?
Goo. Thank you for watching NSR. Peace and love. Free Palestine.
Oh my God, big reveal. Hasan Piker's a socialist. Of course he's a socialist. He's been a radical socialist. The whole time, that's who he's been.
Okay, I think we got to check this out. Bert Kreischer's life is falling apart.
You always make it about yourself. And Tom, I couldn't understand what that, I don't know what that sentence means. Like, really? I really don't. And I don't know that how I do it. And I said it to Leanne in Paris we were having, and I said, do I make things about myself? She goes, yeah. And I said, but doesn't everyone? And she goes, no. And I was like, but wait, when do I do it? She goes, you're doing it right now.
Bert Kreischer's never-ending downfall seems to be in full force as of late, because in his most recent episode of Two Bears, One Cave with Tom Segura, he still seems to be completely shocked that Ari Shaffir and Joe Rogan have distanced themselves from him because of his horrible habit of always wanting to be the center of attention. So basically the entire back end of this episode was kind of an intervention for Bert, and even though Tom tried to explain to him in the most simple way possible that Ari and Joe are in fact correct, that he does indeed have a glaring issue with needing to be the main focus of any conversation, Bert still seems to be in deep denial that he has a problem. And according to Bert, people just don't understand him.
No one gets me. Like, no one understands me. I don't even understand myself. Well, I had like a moment where I said to Leanne, I was like, am I a narcissist? I said this in Paris, and she was like, no, you're not a narcissist. I go, would a narcissist know it though? Like, does a narcissist go like, no, I'm not a fucking narcissist? Or they go, yeah, I'm a narcissist. It's wild.
That's an actually interesting question.
So in order to help Bert find out what's really wrong with him, the two guys start researching personality disorders that Bert might have similarities to. And listen, I've never claimed to be a psychologist, but what Tom describes next seems to be
Ew, look at Bert's nasty feet, too.
exactly what Bert has.
How about histrionic personality disorder, HPD? Do you think maybe you have this?
What's that?
Well, here's the symptoms. Attention seeking, being uncomfortable.
Okay, hold on. Go slow.
Okay. Being uncomfortable when not the center of attention and acting out to get it.
Everyone shut the fuck up, okay?
Okay, I might have that. Keep going.
Okay. Dramatic behavior, being overly emotional, dramatic, or expressive.
Okay. All right, keep going. I got that.
Being overly concerned with physical appearance and using it to draw attention.
Oh, you mean like taking pictures of my and posting it on Instagram? Yeah.
Okay. Being overly sensitive to criticism or disapproval.
Bert's too dumb to be a narc. I don't know. I think he's perfectly dumb enough to be a narc.
Come on. You know I got that.
Having a low tolerance for frustration or delayed gratification.
Yes, I got that. I'm drinking right now because I'm frustrated. And
HPD is often coexistent with other mental conditions like anxiety.
I got that.
But instead of ending it there and realizing that, oh yeah, I do have this issue, Bert just seems to think that it's natural for comedians to be that way. And he admits that he simply cannot comprehend how other comedians like Tom Segura and Ari Shaffir have a desire to be the center of attention while they perform stand-up comedy, but when they go off stage, they're able to flick that switch off.
And I like being on stage. I do like being the center of attention, but I understand the person like yourself you don't like being the center of attention, but you have a...
There's a conspiracy theory that Tom Segura's a serial killer. I love that.
Draw to get on stage. So
I don't like being the center of attention off stage. I do like being the center of attention on stage.
But okay, so how can you... I would think it would go hand in hand. That if you want to be the center of attention, then what like I can't wrap my head around that, because I think my whole thing is based around like being on stage and being on stage, like always being on stage, always having.
But that's the difference. I have a separation for it.
It's so interesting to me because I can't see the juxtaposition, you know?
Yeah, I think for me, it's just when performing.
But without even taking a breath to think about what Tom said, Bert immediately jumps into a story about him while he was in France, where he found it upsetting that no one in France was recognizing him on the streets as they would in the United States. And what happens after is perhaps the biggest indicator that Bert will, in fact, never change from the loud, annoying egomaniac that he is today.
Like it was kind of interesting, and this sounds...
Please fucking don't, bro.
This is gonna sound whatever it's gonna sound like. It is truth. Is I got recognized like maybe 4 times in France. I saw guys like in the States. If I see a guy, I go, that guy's gonna recognize me. Like I can see that there's a body type, clothing type where you go, this guy's gonna.
Yeah, Theo Vaughn and fucking Christina P being on Road Rules and now blowing up is pretty convenient too. Yeah, and Tikum Ulam. Fucking Carrie Evans, my boo who harassed me with Operation Olive Scam, that actress.
Recognize me.
Yeah.
And I would see those.
The Miz, Mike, whatever his name is, The Miz.
I would see the type of guy that should recognize me, not recognize me.
Yeah.
And it was kind of like caught me off guard.
Yeah.
The first day I'd be like, oh, fucking big guy in shorts in cold weather with a fucking hoodie on.
Yeah.
Beard.
He's about to say something.
He's about to say, oh, the machine.
Yeah.
And never quit drinking. And he just walked right by me. And I was like, wait, did you want to? I'd walk by him a second time and be like, you sure?
Lion Meows, is that on YouTube or TikTok?
You really do. I don't know if I've ever met anybody who likes it as much as you. You really like it.
And you know, I think there's a subset of people that find that shameful. They're like, that's kind of gross. But I can't wrap my head around the fact that it's not gross. I can't wrap my head around the fact that people would see that as gross. I go, yeah, but I got on stage. Like, you saw me that I got on stage. You saw that I wanted you to pay attention to me there. You know, I'm...
So either Bert's in complete denial that he constantly craves to be the main attraction of the zoo, or he's just a complete idiot. But now that I say that, I realize that it's probably a combination of both. Because the podcast then shifts to him reflecting on his podcast Meltdown with Ari Shaffir, where, if you don't remember, happened after Ari told Bert that Joe Rogan ended their JRE series together, Sober October, after he grew too tired of Bert being Bert.
How do you get to be Joe, though?
Yeah, how are you going to?
Because Joe, Joe does that you don't have the capacity to do is not make it all about himself.
Hold on, off.
People
hold on.
Internet.
There's
when
a
I
clip.
tell you,
dude, hold on.
That's a clip.
You.
There's got to be a clip out there of you not interrupting.
No,
fine. Look that up.
I'm not interrupting. I'm having a fucking conversation.
This is the last time we.
That's how conversations. work.
Agreed. Yeah.
And sometimes I'll say, if you said and then I go, God, that's crazy. I would never be able to do that. And then because Joe's done that, he goes, don't make it about you. I go, but that's how life works. I think of things and I go, that's amazing. I could never run 25 miles.
Yeah.
Or like I could never run 50 miles.
So after the whole Ari thing, according to Bert, he finally said enough's enough and had a serious conversation with his wife about his need to be the center of the room. And after she bluntly tells him that he has that exact problem, he still remains in complete shock and denial.
When people are like
sounds like you're coming to terms with it.
Ari said, you always make it about yourself. And Tom, I couldn't understand I don't know what that sentence means. Like,
really?
I really don't, and I don't know how I do it. And I said it to Leanne in Paris and I said, do I make things about myself? She goes, yeah. And I said, but doesn't everyone? And she goes, no. And I was like, but wait, when do I do it? She goes, you're doing it right now. She was like, we're at dinner and you're saying, do you make things you're making this about yourself? And I was like, wait, but I'm so confused. I actually was because Joe said it to me before.
Yeah.
Joe said it to me before on a podcast. Ari said it to me the other day. So I was like, in my head, I was like, I wonder if they've talked about it behind my back. And I was like, I might ask my friends to tell me when I'm doing it. Because if it bothers people, I want to stop.
You're doing it right
it bothers people, but it's
it bothers people.
But you really don't know what that means? Like what you don't understand what they're saying?
I don't know what that means. Like I don't understand. I don't understand.
It means that like somebody is saying, making an observation, telling a story, and then that what you do instinctively is go, here's what happened to me one time. I don't know.
But I consider that talking.
I know you do.
Do people not do that?
Sometimes.
I mean, when your own wife tells you in layman's terms that everyone's right and that you're very annoying to be around, and you still don't understand that you're the problem, all hope is probably lost. And you guys have to remember that this isn't just a new thing that Bert's hearing. As he mentioned in that previous clip, even Joe told him that he always craves to be the focus of the room on Sober October.
Bruce Willis has a neurological condition.
Yes.
I
He's
forget,
not doing well.
I forget what it's called.
Yes.
It's called aphasia. I think I might have it.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I talk about it
You just bring it back to yourself?
Of course.
We're just here talking about Bert.
I can't look at a post and not think about me.
Like he said, he says everything cool.
Yeah. Wait, try to guess what I'm
Shut
thinking.
the fuck up, Bert. Jesus Christ, Bert. Let him talk.
He goes, let me get a flick with you.
Right? You just embrace this aspect of yourself. It seems you don't like it. It makes you angry when it comes out. You get upset at yourself, but yet you also embrace it.
Yeah. It's so gross, though. It's so gross.
It's like you're playing tic-tac-toe against yourself.
I think you guys approach things very differently.
We do, and I think I drive you fucking nuts.
No, you don't.
I have to. I know I drive you nuts.
So yeah, the fact that he refuses to acknowledge that he has an issue after all these years of being a jackass just points to him never changing. But hey, I mean, at least Tom's trying, and we should at least give him some credit for doing that in this podcast.
Well, I think awareness is a big first step.
Like all I do is think of how to perpetuate a conversation, like how to keep it going.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's almost like keeping a balloon in the air.
Yeah, that sounds like you.
Yeah. So I'm changing. I'm pulling over a new leaf.
Nah.
You'll be shocked.
Okay.
Be shocked.
I'll be shocked.
I think you're going to be blown away by the new Bert.
You think so?
So even though Bert appears to be getting help for his annoying habit of constantly wanting to be the one in the limelight, it's pretty clear that he's made little to no effort in actually accepting.
Remember when he said his daughters aren't hot? And he was like, oh, what? I'm the weird guy?
that he has an issue. And these recent events have instead placed him in...
Yeah, this is very wholesome. Poor Bert.
In Tom's words, a manic episode, because Bert goes on to frantically tell Tom how he's just begun to read all the hate comments he gets online, which to anyone in their right mind sounds like a horrible idea for someone in Bert's current state of mind.
I'll tell you what, I'm going back into my comments. I'm going to start reading comments again.
That's great.
That's how bad I've been on the internet.
So you're going to start diving in on that now.
Yeah, I just started I stopped reading comments because I was afraid I'd see a bad one, and then I was like, I see bad ones anyway. Like I don't even need to be on the internet and I'll see a bad one.
How does that happen?
I go to the fucking. This happened the other day. Not the other day. It was actually a while ago. But I go to this the heart button you know? And I go to hit the heart to see, you know, if like anything. And one of the comments was a negative comment. I'm like, God damn it, I'm not even in the comments. So then I was like, fuck it, I'm reading comments again. I'm going back to comments. I'm getting back on the internet full blown. I'm like, I'm done, man. I'm done. I want the quickening. I want the quickening, and I want it over now. I want to be brainwashed.
This
I
sounds
want
like
to be
a manic episode.
The Chinese can have my brain. I'll do whatever.
Uh-oh, is Tom trying to fucking 5150 his buddy Brent?
They want.
What?
Just give me my TikTok.
Okay.
But one thing Bert did mention in this episode is that he's actively going to therapy, which I have to say is pretty admirable for a guy like Bert to do. And it's honestly the best route to go down in his current condition. But with that being said, that pretty much wraps up the video for today, guys. By no means, though, is the Bert Kreischer saga over. So if you made it this far in the video, go ahead and like, subscribe, and comment down below what you think of this whole thing. And as always, thank you for watching.
All right, is Tom Segura a serial killer? Only time will tell.
People of the internet, we are back for part 2.
I can't find part 1. It must have gotten taken down. 2 unavailable videos are hidden.
Is Tom Segura a serial killer? Now, before we just brushed over some of the things, we found out that Tom has a fascination for murder. He knows how he would kill people. Now we need to go back to where it all started from, or at least the first signs. Now we're going to go investigate the infamous murder speech. We kind of heard about it a little bit, but now we're going to take a little deep dive in here to see where this joy of murder comes from. So let's not wait any longer. Hold on.
Bro, I could literally see this.
There we go.
This is big time! Who is Randy? Don't bring anyone mother into this. Your mother the fucking stand!
Fuck.
Yeah. We're sexually attracted to people with dark personality traits. Evidence suggests that men and women are sexually attracted, at least in the short term, to potential partners displaying psychopathy, narcissism, and Machiavellianism. And the trait that had the most effect on attraction was psychopathy. In some cases, a man's physical attractiveness to women was increased when he was described as self-interested, manipulative, and insensitive. And physical attractiveness is often automatically associated with a host of other positive traits, what psychologists call the halo effect. When we perceive somebody as physically attractive, we automatically assume that they're also kinder, smarter, and more confident. Combining physical attractiveness with confidence and humour is even more effective. And it appears that people with more exploitative personalities are more successful at this as well.
There you go. That's why I'm attracted to you. Which leads me to this email I received a while back. Hi, Christina. I think Tom has Asperger's. I think that because Tom and I are very similar and I have Asperger's. Yes, that's a form of autism. It's also hereditary and very important to be diagnosed early. That being said, it might also help Tom understand himself better. I'll ask that you take me seriously and look into it. I'm not going to link anything. Anyway, do your own research, I implore you. This is because you're laughing at the stuff that's violent.
That's crazy, right? His wife, they just described all these crazy psychopath men, and his wife was like, that's you. I'm just saying, the wife knows. I think Tom and Christina have since, you know, they don't hook up anymore. Christina's not about that anymore. But she knows he's a psychopath, which is okay.
The man getting his legs crushed video. And this gentleman says you might have a mild Asperger's.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that guy knows what the fuck he's talking about.
He has Asperger's, so he's diagnosing you.
Because I laughed at a video?
Just something to consider.
Okay. I'll talk to my doctor about it. Hey, doc. A guy sent an email.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think I'm Asperger's?
No, not at all.
I know somebody we both know a couple people.
For sure.
Yeah.
There's a few people. No, I don't think you're Asperger's. I do think you enjoy, I think there's a little bit of unchecked cruelty and anger in you that society hasn't squashed, and you like to watch it. Like you.
Do you see that? Isn't that how they describe serial killers though? Like, you know, like when you're a kid, you hurt animals. You know, we need to find out if Tom hurt any animals. This could put a little, a little prod.
Dude, Tom Segura is Lion Meow's fucking Paul Weisopel.
Progress into this whole investigation. But the thing is she notices there's something evil inside of him. Something evil. Something that would, you know, possibly kill. I don't know. You know, this is all alleged stuff, right? And I'm not leaning towards Tom being a serial killer. But if I had to put my money on something, you know?
You've tapped into the darkness inside of you. You look like you're going to kill me right now.
No, I was listening.
I mean, I just think that you enjoy the dark side of the Force a little in yourself, and you're not ashamed of it.
That's true.
And I don't know if that's a fault. I don't think it's a bad thing.
I don't think so.
Because I enjoy these, and these are pretty fucking dark.
Yeah, I remember I gave a speech when I was in high school that if somebody is bothersome to you, you can just kill them. And it
Run that back. Run that back. If someone is bothersome, are we looking at Dexter, dog? We're looking like a Dexter, but not for for the good of the Miami-Dade County Police Department, but for like the good of Tom.
This is so good.
He's got an urge. Does he have an? It's alleged urge. But does he have an urge? This is crazy. And the thing, he just looks at everybody with cold eyes, dead eyes, like
he's got demon eyes, bro.
Tom, are you there, Tom? Tom, there's something in him. Allegedly.
it was a speech contest, and I got to the finals.
Oh, wow.
And then when I gave the speech at the finals, it was in front of a lot of people, and there was a little more eyeballs kind of looking around.
Yeah.
I still have that speech.
Why don't you read it?
I should grab it. Yeah.
Please. I'm curious to hear. I'd love to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the furry gimp suit is in the background. I don't know what's going on there.
This is like straight up. You should just murder people all the time.
And did you give like a good argument? What was your
I was just like, when people are the gist of it was basically, if I was 15 or 16, yeah, I basically said, people always complain about this person and that person. This person makes me feel badly. This person's in the way. This person is stopping me from getting a promotion. I go, you could just kill them, And then I just gave I go, there's so many different ways you can kill people.
Right.
So I just started talking about, you could poison people, stab them, shoot them, hit them with a car, beat them with a pipe, tie something to them, drown them. Like I just gave all the.
It was for like public speaking class.
It was a public speaking class. Yeah.
And that's funny. I mean, that's a good. And how long was the speech?
I don't know.
Like 3 minutes, 5 minutes, maybe.
Something like that.
Yeah. So you were.
What I was amazed with was like the first teacher that saw me give it in that first class was laughing hysterically.
Yeah.
And he was like, he was supposed to pick, I think, maybe one or two people to go to the next round. And then when he told me, he was like, you're definitely, I was like, really? And then he was like, yeah. So then I went to the next round and did it. And then they're like, you're in the finals now. And the finals was in front of the entire school, all the teachers, everybody. And the kid in front of us, the kid who went in front of me was I was a sophomore. He was a senior, and he explained what E equals MC squared means.
Oh.
Right? So he's like, E equals MC squared is often thought, like, what does that actually mean? I still remember his name was Josh Robinson. He gave that speech, and then they were like, okay. And he explains it. And I got up there and I go, wasn't Josh's speech boring?
Good.
No, I'd like to point something out, right? When you think, like, there's all the tough guys out there that, when they get mad, they're like, I'll kill you, and people think, like, oh, the tough guy, he'd do something. But it's not the tough guys. It's the quiet ones like Tom. Tom's the kind of guy, allegedly, that would go out on a snowy day, whack somebody, then show up for the Christmas dinner party. He just keeps a single strand of hair, puts it in plastic, puts it in a box. Puts that in his air conditioning unit. I'm telling you, it's always the quiet ones you don't suspect.
Yeah.
And then I was like, here's my speech.
Yeah.
You guys are all lucky to be alive.
Wow, a young Tom Segura, you spreading his creative wings. Like, who knew that would be the foundation for your comedy, basically, which is like, oh, everyone sucks. I'm normal. I wish I could kill everyone.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wow, that's so interesting. Now we got full circle, because that's what I was saying. Like, you enjoy that part of your mind.
Yeah.
That society puts a chokehold on and doesn't let you act out on. That's the whole part of being socialized, is that you don't say or do things like
right.
You're not.
No.
Do we trust the words from the wife? Do we trust those words? I mean, she's saying that there's a part of him that likes to kill. And even society can't socialize him. It's a little scary. So I just want to check out this clip. The fun side of murder with Tim Dillon. We're diving deep here. Let's see what this is all about.
I don't have your job anymore. People will be like, whoa, what? Like,
yeah.
Well, you have a job, but it's cleaning the toilets.
Yeah.
Like,
I like the idea of like going to an executive at a company and going like, if your wife goes through with this,
Because you know what people start doing? They start killing their wives.
Oh, yeah.
These guys
Well-
are not going to clean toilets. They're like, we'll make her disappear.
Sign me up. I mean, fucking snap her neck before I do that.
Just saying.
Are we in the Matrix? Did we just hear that he would snap her neck? This is crazy, guys. It's right in front of us. Right in front of us. These things right in front of us.
I'm not going back to cleaning toilets.
No way.
You're not taking my home.
Yeah, no.
I'll kill my wife, thank you.
There'd be a lot of cool, creative murders too.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, a lot of.
That is one of my favorite things. To me, it is.
Does Tim Dillon have like a sunburn? It looks like Tim Dillon went skiing, like the top half of his face, like he had goggles on. Does Tim Dillon ski? I would never picture Tim Dillon skiing. Can we even ski right now? Or when was this? Anyways, I don't know where this. Maybe he went on a holiday. He looks like he has the goggle sunburn.
Funny.
Seeing someone get hit by a train?
Well, yes.
Yeah.
But to live with someone for 20 years and then kill them.
Yeah.
That is a very, because you're using everything you know about them against them.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting thing to be like, how should I do it? What should I do?
And I think after 20 years, it really is something that the seed was planted and it's just it's blossomed. It's not an impulse, I don't think. I think you're just kind of like, I gotta fucking kill this motherfucker.
It is a slow, methodical.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, and people will say I'm a sociopath for saying this. It's got to feel good to kill someone.
It does. Oh, I mean, I assume that.
Folks, watch him stumble. Let's run this back. This is my confession. Right? Did y'all heard that, right? I'm not crazy. I'm telling you, I'm not crazy. Are we solving a crime on air? Allegedly?
It's got to feel good to kill someone.
It does.
Did you hear that? One more time.
We'll say I'm a sociopath for saying this. It's got to feel good to kill someone.
It does.
Now watch him backtrack right here. You ready?
Oh, I mean, I assume that it does.
Yeah.
Do you think Tom Segura is baiting us with these videos, right? But listen, I know, I could see, he needs to do something for his career because it sure is tanking at the moment.
Tom
Especially after that shitty
Segura, oh my god.
99-second thing he did. What the fuck was that horse shit? What was it called? Like 69 seconds or whatever that. Oh Lord. Anyways, is he being coy and trying to put it out there like, ha ha ha, we're gonna get some serial killer clips? But really, he's just putting it out there in the open so no one suspects him and everyone thinks it's haha, joke.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You're
just gonna have to keep watching, man. This is one for the record books, folks.
And I know you've thought about this too.
So many times.
It's got to go good. And
so many times, bro. This is literally 20 parts.
Bond you have with another person when you guys kill a person together.
It has to be
amazing.
It does.
Like if you and your buddy kill someone, it's.
Did he just come thinking about it? I think look at Tom Segura.
His vinegar strokes, bro.
There's something going on with this guy, man. He's just so cold and dead. But when you talk about killing, it's like he comes to life. This is bizarre.
Finally.
Bizarre to say the least.
Gotta be like you just always have that understanding with someone.
Bro, he's literally coming right now. Yuck.
And the cool thing about, look, if you kill someone with a friend,
right?
You're both. It's the ultimate bond with high stakes because you're both. This is the highest crime.
Right.
We're both fucked. So now two minds are involved in covering it up and keeping it a secret.
Right.
You have to completely have each other's back in that. That's an incredible.
It's a great moment together.
Yeah.
And it's something that I think does grow in significance.
Yeah.
Instead of diminish.
Yeah.
As you get older, as you think about it. That's why OJ is so happy.
He's thrilled. He's the
every
day. He's like
well-adjusted guy.
Hello, Twitter world. I got to tell you something. I'm sitting around today thinking, and he's like commenting on fucking the news.
He got it out of his system.
He did. It really. I think. Well, there's a part of everybody, like in everyone, is the ability to do this. This
100%.
nonsense that like that's only for monsters. Everyone has that monster inside of them.
Yes.
It's really whether or not it comes out.
Yeah. And to kill someone.
Dude, Lion Meows is on this shit, bro. Dude, and honestly, this isn't that crazy to me Because, you know, all of the fucking serial killers that we know, like Gacy, Dahmer, what's his name? The guy that was in, the one that was like cute, kind of. Ted Bundy. Bro, all of them were fucking Lebensborn. Like, Tom Segura is probably one.
Did you see that? I can't. How do I say anything today?
Dude,
it's like watching the Iceman interviews or something.
Yeah.
He just sits there. Who's kind of lost right now. I honestly can't believe I'm seeing this right now.
Lion Wolf is on it.
We go throughout our lives, and right before our eyes, things unfold that we never saw before until we look carefully. Here we are.
One, I think, is like, dude, how many people do you think in America have
gotten away?
Gotten away.
Think about it all the time.
Oh my God.
You think about it and here's the thing:
they're just sitting in their cars, knowing.
Yeah, they're on vacation with their families, and they're like, man, sometimes they flash back, man, 1998. That's right, I was here in Florida, and this is where I fucking killed that chick.
Wow.
Like, and then they're like, Dad, you just missed the exit. Oh shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like he's just daydreaming about.
You're just at a hotel. She's like, ID and credit card. You're like, yes. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. I was
sorry.
I remember I put her in a suitcase. Like,
Yeah.
Sometimes you see these guys will put a chick in a suitcase.
Do you think anyone does it?
Is that something that y'all hear about regularly? Putting chicks in suitcases in Florida, and it happens to be a female. I mean, did you see how he said sometimes you just put them in suitcases? And he's like, oh, those guys that put them. Yeah. Hey, guys that put chicks in suitcases. I know you're everywhere. Just please stand up.
Just got to cut their legs off.
I don't know about this.
One time, and then I bet a lot of them do it one time and then go, I'm good.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's a lot of people that don't get caught.
I think most people that have committed murder are one-offs.
One-offs.
It's something that, look, this rage, let's not act like everyone has the capacity for rage.
Of course.
And so I think somebody wrongs you in the wrong moment, and that rage, you can do it. Yeah, or if you feel entitled to something, and you feel like somebody else is in the way of what you're entitled to.
Yeah.
I think that's when that happens. And I do think we definitely have countless people that have murdered. There's tons of unsolved murders.
I'm starting to worry because Tom said if you feel entitled, and it harkens me back to other conversations where he was like talking to Matt Rife, and he's like, they need to carry the bag, make them carry the bag. And now I'm worried about Tom's assistants because we know Tom always feels entitled. Does anyone know if any of Tom's assistants have disappeared? Because I'm sure there's many times he felt entitled and they didn't do what he wanted or didn't treat him with the awe of a king, Anyways, someone look into the assistants.
There's so many people that have done it. What would be your tactic, you think? What would you go for?
Well, it's so interesting. I'd want to get someone in a situation where they could at least like it would be kind of a.
Did Tim go skiing? Tim, those are some big goggles, man. But you can see they have the outline right here, like goggle shape. I think Tim went skiing. I just don't see Tim skiing. That's why it's hard for me, It's just like a ball.
Surprise to them. So maybe a hike.
Yeah.
Where you'd push someone off.
Yeah, but you got to do it like outside. You can't do it like in Los Angeles. I would love to lure
a shark to eat a person I'm swimming with.
Well, the best.
Like if I was swimming with someone in a boat, pour blood out there and not let them back in the boat.
Yeah.
And then have a shark come eat them.
And also, if you can.
Because then I didn't do it.
If you took a boat out.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I think the open water is the greatest place.
I'm a water guy. I'm an aquatic guy. I grew up by the beach. I love it.
If you take somebody to the open sea, right?
Yeah.
And, oh, this is so great, Tim. I mean, I didn't know you knew how to sail. Oh, yeah, but
Right.
Then you just keep going. Now you're just like, I mean, there's nothing out there.
Nothing.
There's nothing out there. And then even if you said if they stand up on the, oh, wow, and just fucking hit him in the back of the head, like no one's going to find him.
Dude, dying. My mother's friend Dennis died. He's an older man. He was drinking and smoking and just being him, and he had all kinds of issues.
Mm-hmm.
He died on a boat.
He died on a boat.
And I think he went right in the water. And that's what you want.
Yeah.
Bert, Tom.
I don't really have much to say. I'm a little shocked by all the just exquisite detail Tom has about all these things. I don't know what to say.
This is so good.
But I'll say this. we're going to keep digging, folks, because there's something allegedly here. And this is an emergency video for the
Part 2.5.
Tom is a serial killer series. I had to do it because I'd already made part 3. You know, part 3 goes in a little more depth into some things, looking back at where a lot of these feelings come from. And I stumbled upon this because a nice person in the comments told me about it. So I watched this and I was like, whoa, this is really disturbing. Is there something more? Is Tom a serial killer, or is this a whole operation of stuff, allegedly? Allegedly. Is this a whole... Does this... I don't know. You guys watch this part. I don't know. Watch. Here we go.
Dude, my 6-year-old woke up the other day, ear to ear. He goes, I had the best dream. I had the best dream, Daddy. And I go, what'd you dream about? He goes, Zachary, Lisa, and Marlon. And I go, who's that? He's like, they're in my class. I go, oh, what happened in your dream? He goes, I cut off their heads with a chainsaw.
Well, I'm sorry. I forgot to laugh. What is this? What do you mean? What do you mean? Cut off with a chain. This is crazy. Bert's on a... Dude, is there like a... Do the rich just kill us? I mean, I'm starting to go into some weird theories, but I'm just like, they just have no feelings. Wait, I'd be like, wait, what? Your kid said what? Hey now, what did your kid say? Wow. Is that okay with you, Mr. Tom?
It runs in the family.
What? He goes, yeah, I had a chainsaw and I just cut their heads off. I go.
He's got a dark passenger just like Dexter, bro, and he gave it to his kid.
I know. I'm like, holy shit. I go, how did that make you feel? And he goes, happy. He goes, it made me feel happy. I go, to cut their heads off? He goes, yeah. I love it. I love chainsaws. And I go, okay. You want pancakes? What do you want to eat?
There's something going on, right? Or am I wrong? I have a theory. I'm going to show you my theory and where this might go, but if I told my mom I like cutting people's heads off with a chainsaw, pancakes is not the option I'm getting in response to it. You know what I mean? And he doesn't even like the emotion on his face. Oh, you like cutting chainsaws heads off, do you, buddy? High five. Yeah, me too. Murder. You know, it's like Tom finally finds out and his son comes up to him and he's like, his son comes up and goes, I like cutting heads off, Daddy. With a chainsaw. And Tom's like, what's up? And the son's like, ah. And Tom's like, ah. It's wild. But I wanted to come back here because this might just be more than one-man operation. I'm not pointing any fingers. This is all alleged. But this might be. Now, I want to play this part because this is where my theory might be going. This is where and many of you have mentioned this in the comment, but this is where I'm going. Let's see how they think about people here.
So much disdain come at me from people with little to no means, and it's just like a constant fucking barrage of just like, I'm so poor, I can't relate to anything you say, and I'm just like, okay, I don't know what to tell you. I donate to charities.
He's been warming up to kill Brent this whole time.
Like, something positive has to come out of this, but it's constant.
So in the most recent,
you fast forward right here.
Wait, I fly with the poors too. I'm a regular guy. I'm with poors all the time. I take the bus. I ride a bike. I don't know what else to tell you, man. Poors are so mad at me.
Why would you refer to someone as the poors? Like all of humanity, most of us aren't bajillionaires. Most of us are work for a living, you know? We got to deal with stuff. You know, that's what happens. I got some shit last night that I wasn't ready for, but life's like, oh, hey, you want to pay some shit? No. Okay, you're still going to. Oh. That's life. So why are we the poors? Are we just disposable? This guy wouldn't have a career if it wasn't for the poors.
Yeah.
Nobody would show up to his concert if it wasn't for the poors. Tom Segura is going down at some point with this kind of attitude. But the attitude lead me thinking, where else have I seen rich people have such disdain and find us as dispensable objects? Well, brings me back to when I think I was in middle school, middle school. Year was 1997. Many of you all might remember this, but this is the pest. Stop that. John Leguizamo. What happens? This guy gets hunted by the rich. And he's bribed with $50,000, right? And so it's like, oh, and these people hunt. Okay, we're just going a little further. Now you might, let's move this one over here. You might have seen this one, huh? The Hunt. A bunch of people are captured, the poors, and the rich hunt them. And I started thinking, they're also casual about murder. All of these people. Did you see Bert burst out laughing?
Yeah.
When he talks about son cutting heads off? Did you see Tom so cold? Throughout all these things I've shown you, Tom is so cold. He's so cold. What are we doing here? Are they all in it together? You know, someone brought up the point of hostile. Is it like that? You rent a room and you get a person to kill? And then I thought, maybe it's a little more devious. And the worst form of this happens to be one of my favorite horror movies of all time. Especially, this is the beginning scene. In this, the same situation. Rich people play this game, and the poors have to run and hide from all these guys coming. I'm a big Rob Zombie fan, by the way. Huge. I like realistic horror, like stuff that could happen, like when people are fucked up to other people. Not really into that demon stuff. And yeah, I know I got a Hellraiser poster, but that was back when horror movies were actually decent. So I like this realistic thing. And, you know, it just got my mind rolling, you know. Who remembers Rob Zombie? Tutti fucking fruity. Tutti fucking fruity.
I like this guy.
So I go back and I look at this cold-hearted face and I say to myself, everybody knows Tom likes killing. And how is everybody okay with Tom talking about murder year after year after year, unless they too enjoy murder? So maybe the question isn't, is Tom a serial killer? Allegedly, we might.
It's all of them, dude.
Say yes. You know, just the facts. And if this is a bit, well, I'm not trying to be known as a serial. It just seems stupid. Why would you want to be known as a serial killer? Why would you want to be known as like, oh, that guy likes to talk about murdering people?
Yeah, no, this shit's real as fuck.
People. It's something he can't hide. We go back. In part 3, we're going to go see, or I don't know what part we did. There's so many parts. But we look at that murder speech. Remember, that was before he was famous. That was his childhood. But the question now is, who else is murdering, allegedly, with Tom? Are they hunting people? Are the poors just their victims for fun murder? I don't know. But stay tuned. Part 3 out tomorrow. This is a deep one, folks. And I don't know how much more we're going to find. I don't know how much. That's not even a good sentence, but I'm confused. You know, this stuff is, are we just living a lie? Is the Matrix real? Are we all just being played? Do the rich just get to kill us?
Do the rich just get to kill us? Yes.
Finding out that Tom has been talking about this murder fascination. He even slipped up a little bit and said he liked how it felt. You know, I don't know, but I said to myself, well, if there is something sticking out of the ground, if I dig around it, there might be something deeper in the ground. And I don't know what relation that has to this, but I just kept digging. So now I want to show you that this pattern of Tom constantly talking isn't isolated to a few, you know, mentions. In fact, he's been talking about it all along, and nobody's been paying attention. This part is particularly disturbing because he actually gives.
Whoa! Tom made a music video where he stabs the shit out of Brent at the end. Yeah, maybe it's all an act though. But why would you want to be known as the fucking serial killer guy? It's weird.
Gives instructions on how to dismember a body. I mean, this is gruesome. Be warned. But this is Tom. Allegedly, the serial killer, the cellular killer, the serial killer. I don't know. But you decide for yourself.
How many times have you been in love?
I think that's the thing is like that. I was making the point where I look back and I was like, oh, that time I thought I was, but I wasn't. It was just like an infatuation.
I think that two of those, you could probably take them off my list.
Yeah, I think it's 3 total for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with solid 3.
Solid 3.
Would I cover up a murder for them?
Okay, at the time, 1, 2, 3, yeah, all 3 at the. Yeah, I mean now I'd have to let the one take the fucking rap for sure. I'd probably be like, no, it was her.
Oh, if Leanne killed someone, I'd be like, I'm so sorry, babe. I love you.
You call immediately. You're like, okay, just go take a shower. Make sure you clean yourself.
Hold on. Let's
hey,
think
yeah,
this
she's
through.
upstairs right now taking a shower.
Yeah, but would you cover up a murder for Christina? Because here's the thing. I'm like Leanne murder someone, right?
Right.
And like our neighbor comes over, right?
Yeah.
And says something. You just towed my car, bitch. I'll fuck you up, and starts talking shit. And then Leanne pulls out a gun and shoots him.
Mm-hmm.
And then she goes, "Oh my God, I thought he had a gun. Bert, help me." Part of me goes, I would definitely help her. But then the other part of me goes, I'd be like, hey, listen, we're not going to cover this up well. We're going to get caught. Why don't you just do the time?
Yeah.
And let me be with the girls. Like,
do you notice how interested Tom is? And look at that little smirk he has right there. Look at that little smirk. You know, when Bert talks about this, his wheels are running like, oh yeah, you know, amateur. You know what I would do? This is easy, you simpleton. I'll tell you how I do this. I'll tell you how I do this right here. You go in the backyard, you grab a bag, shovel, you take that body right there, you put it in a bag, and you bury it right there in that backyard. He's thinking about it, but that was a pretty dumb idea. But you get the point, okay? So let's keep going. Look, but just remember this face. That's scary.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna, like, we're not gonna cover up the murder. Great. Like, there's gonna be something. We're gonna leave something out.
Yeah. It's tough too, and also that's an.
What do you mean it's tough to? What it's tough to? What do you mean it's tough? How do you know about covering up a murder? What? You see, it's all in the little details. These things, people.
They tattle on themselves with their words. These serial killers, even.
When it goes by like that, you don't notice it. But he's telling you something, allegedly. Allegedly, he is telling you something. I'm not telling you what to believe. But the arrows are pointing.
Impulse murder. You know, you didn't like premeditate. You got to like plan it out.
Impulse murder. There's so many loose ends on that.
Of course, yeah. So, and also, I mean, the first thing right away is you're like, oh, did somebody in the immediate vicinity hear that?
Wait, run that back. Listen to his words. Run that back. Listen, he says the first thing. It's like, well, maybe the first thing you would think about. No, he's like, oh, you know, the first thing. This is crazy. Okay, let's go back. I think this is good. Okay, check this out. This is crazy. He's speaking like it's, you know, everyday business.
Right away is you're like, oh, did somebody in the immediate vicinity hear that gunshot? And, you know, someone to come right now. And then you got to like.
Nest cam.
Yeah, you got to start going through the footage.
What do you mean you got to start going through the footage? He's just like, he's not saying it like this is like a big deal. He's saying it's like, yeah, this is the tedious stuff right here. This is the tedious stuff we got to do. We got to go through the footage. You know, it's just, it's such a pain, Joan. Joan, go ahead and get the footage for me, Joan.
Drag that body through the house. So then when the cops do show up, they're like, did you hear a gunshot? You got to play dumb. Huh? I didn't hear anything.
I couldn't. How many of these women could you cut up and dispose of a body with?
With?
Where you wouldn't be like, I mean, I can't even put a fucking desk from IKEA together with Leanne.
Well, yeah, it's a good point. I mean, I think one.
Who?
The fucking hardcore one.
Really?
Yeah, I think she would be, like, Christina would be like, you know, feel. But.
God damn it, I'm doing all the fucking work. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
How do you know how they would react to these things? You know, like if you've seen, he must know something, right? He knows how gruesome it is to cut up a body, and you know, he really thought about it. He was like,
Tom leaves a trail of bodies in his.
They're hiding in plain sight, allegedly.
Yeah, I feel like the.
I don't think I could cut up a body.
The Spanish-speaking one would do it.
I couldn't cut up a body.
I mean, no, I think it'd be really hard to cut up a body.
How would you cut up a body?
I mean, if you had to do it, you definitely want.
What do you mean if you had to do it? Am I overthinking this? He's just like, yeah, it. Look at that face. Oh yeah. Oh, don't you know that's a hard to cut up a body? You know. Give me a pop there, Jimmy. You know, like how does he just? All right.
How would you cut up a body?
I mean, if you had to do it, you definitely want like a electrical, you know, like a chainsaw or something. To do it like manually, it would be fucking crazy. I mean, you got to break the bones. You got to have like a hammer with you.
Hold on a second. Just type in, how do I dismember a body?
Well, yeah, but I'm telling you.
You
definitely have to break those bones.
Okay, how many pieces do you cut it in?
Well, you'd want like to cut the hands off, cut the arms like at the elbow, cut them at the shoulder, and then you'd cut the head off.
So you just have a torso?
Yeah,
that'd be the heaviest part of me.
Cut the feet off, cut them at the knees. You're trying to like, make it a lot easier to dispose of.
Could you do that, you think?
No. You'd be fucking absolutely sick out of your mind.
Do you remember we just tried to process an emu when we were gagging?
Oh, man. A human being?
Oh, my God.
But the chainsaw did help a lot. I mean, if you had to do it.
A chainsaw is the way to go.
Did he say the chainsaw did help a lot? He tries to say he wouldn't do it, but then he says the chainsaw did help a lot. Let's watch this again.
Sick out of
The DNA holds the memories too, right, boys? His son is remembering what he did.
your mind.
Do you remember we just tried to process an emu when we were gagging?
Oh, man. A human being?
Oh, my God.
But the chainsaw did help a lot. I mean, if you had to do it.
A chainsaw is the way to go.
You got to have a chainsaw.
Did you see him look at the camera?
Yeah. If you killed that guy and then you had a chainsaw, yeah. Fuck, man. You got to have a room designated for that kind of shit.
Jeffrey Dahmer had people in his, that's Isla's favorite fucking podcast, is this thing about like murder.
Mm-hmm.
And why do women like murder so much?
I don't know. Maybe because they feel like they're so vulnerable.
They're so close to getting murdered.
Well, like you realize that like we do this thing, your brain does it automatically for you as a man. Whenever you meet a man or you walk into a room, without you even thinking about it, your brain calculates, can that guy kill me? Right? Like
That's so funny.
Your brain just tells you all the time. You're like, I can take that guy can kill me.
I walked into the fucking producing room, I just look around and I go, lollipops.
He has a segment called Horrible or Hilarious. I'm pretty sure I've seen people die in those clips. His reaction, oh, they're fine. Weird, dude.
Lollipops. I could lick every one of them.
But I think a woman walks through a lot of society going like, all these people can kill me if they want. Yeah. So that like you become like a potential victim all the time.
It's amazing that a woman would ever like challenge you in this dog park knowing full well.
Whitney Cummings, their friend, is attracted to psychopaths. She's dated a guy who tried killing his wife. Oh my God.
That's like crazy that you could be a psycho and just lose your fucking shit.
Yeah.
And beat her to death.
Mm-hmm. And the truth is, I wanted to.
There it is, boys. We got him.
This is getting kind of scary, folks. Let's just finish it off. I don't know what to say to that one.
I want to do it. I fucking, man. I remember
it's entitlement. I think makes me rage so fucking hard, like real genuine. We do like jokey stuff. We joke, but like when someone really is like that, I just want to. I don't know. My blood just boils. She's like, well, I decided to be over here. I was like, what? You know that this is designated for a reason, right? Yeah, but not to me.
To
me,
it's okay.
to me.
Yeah, that makes me fucking crazy. I was in an elevator in Canada one time, and these two girls were talking French, and and I said, I heard the word étage, which means floor, but it's also the same word in Russian. I said, what language are you guys talking? And this girl goes, French. Know where the fuck you are, stupid. And I wanted to go, I could just fucking make this whole elevator red right now. I can make this whole, if I wanted to paint this red with your blood, I can.
Yeah.
Both of your bloods, I'll beat you. But I had to stand there and just stand there and go, cool.
Yeah. And there's like
étage floor, please.
There's like,
poor favor,
1,300 men in the world who would have just beat their heads into the wall.
Oh, there's more. There's countries full of them. There are countries where that conversation does not happen that way.
Oh, yeah.
There are countries.
What? Yeah, they go, what?
Fucking.
Yeah,
oh, now we put a tire around you and light you on fire.
I know, it's crazy.
Bert and Tom.
So I was leaving to be a bit disturbed, but let's keep going on because this next video is going to tell you I just show you how cold Tom really is. He's going to recount something. We're going to get through it, and then I'm going to close with something he says to Bert, just real quick. Check out this story here.
Let's go, dude.
Do you remember when I lived with Chuck and my neighbor got murdered?
I do now, yeah. that was the house where I was dog sitting.
They used to shoot transsexual porn upstairs, or my neighbor upstairs.
There was an upstairs in that house?
Yeah.
This is the one that he and I moved to.
The picket fence around the yard?
Yeah, it was a 2-story.
Oh, was it?
Who the fuck is Ryan Sickler?
Yeah. And they would come, he would bring actors.
Yeah.
To
thespians.
Yeah.
Thespians.
They would park by my bedroom, and the staircase to his place was by my bedroom. So I would see them walk up the stairs like, hi. And then he would have production lights in his apartment. You know, you'd be like, the fuck are they shooting up there? And then you would just hear it.
You'd hear that shit?
Oh yeah, and moaning and yeah. So they were that would be upstairs, and then if you walk out our front door, you know, like that we normally see from our living room, you open the front door, there's a house across the street, and then the one to the right. That guy, they shot him. He got killed. Shot him with a shotgun 7 times.
Come on.
Yeah,
that is personal.
Yeah, on the driveway, in the driveway.
Were you guys home?
Yeah.
What?
But here's the thing, I was in a dead sleep because it happened.
You sleep good, bro.
I sleep good.
Right there.
I just wanted to show you that Tom's one cold mamma jamma. He slept right through a murder in his front driveway where his window was right there. He was sleeping, sound as a baby. Sound as a baby. Isn't that crazy? Did you imagine that? Sleeping through a murder?
There it is. There it is. I wish you guys happened to be watching Boogie Nights and it was that scene, so you didn't know the shots were real. You know? I thought it was the movie, man.
All I remember was I was asleep, and then Chuck standing over me, Tommy, and I'm like, what? Do you hear that? I'm like, I'm asleep. What are you talking about? He's like, you didn't hear that? I'm like, no, dude. And then he's like, it sounded like really loud bang, and I was like, I didn't hear anything. I hear you talking to me.
Yeah.
And then not even a few minutes later, and it was LAPD detectives already there.
Seven.
So they said that with that type of gun that he was shot, they emptied it and reloaded and shot him.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That would take like a minute to do 7 of those.
Yeah, and they shot him in the driveway on top of his car.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Holy
unsolved.
shit. Unsolved.
They never got anyone for it.
They're scared of that guy.
They said he was dealing drugs.
I mean,
and Tom was sleeping.
And I'm watching this guy out back. This was like 2 weeks ago. There's a homeless guy in there, and he's having a standoff with the police.
Really?
He's screaming, "You're gonna have to fucking kill me!" He's got a pipe and shit. And they've threatened people. They're fucking our cars up. Like, it's just been a problem all over the neighborhood. Everyone's going to these court meetings. Whole thing.
This is recent.
Yeah, it's been like a year and a half ordeal of this shit. And so we're like, oh my god, are they gonna fucking kill this guy right now? He's screaming, "You're gonna have to fucking kill me! You're gonna have to kill me!" And I'm not. And then the cops like, we're just gonna leave. We're like, wait, what? The whole building's out there. Like, you're gonna leave? Like,
why?
Finally, we can do so. He's threatening you. They're like, he's just crazy. It's not worth it. And then I was like, oh, you guys are worried he's got the coronavirus and you don't want to put him in the fucking car with you. That's exactly what they're worried. All of them are.
Yeah.
They're not arresting anybody right now. No violent crimes.
No.
That's what I was saying. Even those cops weren't going to fuck with me. First of all, it's legal enough. And second of all,
they never caught the guy. And he looks at the camera and goes,
somebody's breaking into people's homes. Why don't you go chase that guy? I'm out here trying to get some fresh air.
Yeah. That's some wild shit, though.
It's been crazy going on, yeah.
Yeah, I remember so the next thing was...
I have something I want to ask you about that's kind of a honeydew job. Well, tell me what...
No, so they came and they distributed flyers for their, like, we're seeking someone for this
Hey,
homicide.
we're looking for the guy that took his time and shot this motherfucker in his driveway on his car.
With a shotgun.
Seven times. So if you have any information, yeah, right. I'm going to tell you who that is.
Just to put it out there, if Tom's window is by the driveway, because you remember he said the stairwell was, his window was by the stairwell that they came up to, the porn actors. Would Tom have enough time? Just a thought.
Because that guy doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, well,
that guy doesn't give a fuck.
This will show you how my brain works and how it's not equipped for the corporate
You gave
space.
him info?
No. I had...
You're crazy, dude. I wouldn't have said. I'm like,
no, I didn't give.
I'll
I
tell
didn't,
you.
I didn't give anybody info.
Too,
I didn't give any info. I didn't do anything. What happened was they gave us those flyers, and I thought it was so ridiculous. So I was working in post production at the time, and my boss was like, "Oh, I know you do comedy. We're having this end of the week. We have to do this presentation. We have to do a big meeting in the conference room. It has like 30 people at it. Is there anything you could do to that would be funny?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Well, I don't know, maybe you could distribute a packet or something and just." Maybe put some comedy into it. And I was like, okay.
I just got some flyers.
So I made copies of that homicide flyer, and then I took some other things that I thought were funny, and I had them like professionally put together, and I distributed it in this meeting. And he was like, "All right, Tom, like take it away." And I was like, "All right."
And he had no idea.
He had no idea what was going to happen. And then there's like, I don't know, probably like a meme, and then something I wrote, and then this thing, and I was like, and this is also like my neighbor got killed a couple weeks ago, and we're trying to solve it. And he was like, "What?" I was like, and I started to like try to riff on it, and some people were laughing, and some people were like, "What's going on?" And I was like, and then somebody was like, "Oh, he typed this up, like he's a comedian. He wrote this up in that conference meeting." And I was like, "Oh no, like this is
You're
real."
right about me being a comedian, but my neighbor was brutally murdered on the hood of his car.
And I thought we could use it to bring some light to this meeting. And they were like, "Wait, what's the funny part?"
See, the thing is you know, this distribution of flyers just shows that Tom thinks murder's casual. He's still thinking there, wondering, why was he mad at me? You know what I mean? Why was he mad at me? Let's just finish this up. But you have to look. Tom just seems like murder just doesn't seem to faze him. It's kind of scary.
And dude, also he loves murder so much that if he didn't witness the murder of his upstairs neighbor, like who else would have done it, right? If he didn't witness it, he would have been like, "I can't believe I missed it." You know? He's a freak. Maybe he didn't miss it, you know? Maybe.
And then afterwards,
And then there's a gif of me right here with a WTF, you know what I was saying? Guys, please put your recycle in the recycle cans. If anybody has any information on the brutal murder of my neighbor.
RJ, Tom Segura may be a serial killer. Yeah.
Please call this number right here.
I thought it was like a funny moment, you know? I remember, too, the other thing was that I never considered that people in the room may have experienced some horrific violence in their life.
Yeah, right.
So afterwards, one of the girls was like, "Is this real?" And I was like, "Yeah, somebody killed my neighbor. Isn't that crazy?" And she was like, "Yeah, I know a lot of people that have been killed." And I was like, "All right." So
do you have flyers? We can add them to next week's fact.
Flyer?
Let's solve some cases, y'all.
All right, let's have a good week, guys.
Try not to use too many cups out there, guys.
You see, it's all just a joke to him, and he doesn't understand that when you murder somebody, it's somebody's loved one. Let's keep going. Now this, I didn't expect. I was doing some research, and I just caught this. Listen to this moment. Tom slips up, but he corrects himself. But this is just showing part of who Tom really is, and he got caught on camera.
But it'd be uncomfortable to pretend.
Dude, they hung Mussolini upside down.
Yeah.
And I mean, keep going.
Imagine if you hung upside down, right, by your feet. Wait, and your hands are tied behind your back, and not me, a bad guy, comes and just goes like that, just cut your neck, and you just pour out. You just drain out. That's not so much torture, but it is in a way.
I'd grab it.
Dexter. Dude, this guy's Dexter.
I'd hold it real tight.
Your hands are tied behind your back.
I would throw my hands over my head. I'd hold it real tight.
Do you see how as Bert describes this, he's like
gleeful.
You know that just like it's almost turning him on. Am I the only one that's seeing this right now? This is crazy. He is.
Yeah, low key, we're back, buddy.
2 Bud Light seltzers deep.
They banned us for 2 weeks.
In a Starbucks coffee. I don't know what that is. But you see how excited Tom gets whenever you start talking about murder? And right now, he's thinking about Bert bleeding out from his neck. Isn't that wild?
And you're like, "Can you please get some medical attention over here?"
I wonder if I could. Like, I feel like I have the ability for superhuman strength in those moments.
Mm-hmm.
Like that I could, like if you put like zip ties on me.
Dude, Tom is literally I've never seen him so happy, and it's always when he's talking about murder, right? Holy shit. He never smiles. He's like the lamest bro ever, dude. He's just always there, dead-eyed, fucking contributing nothing. You talk about murder, this boy lights up. What's going on, dude? These Nazis are crazy, bro.
I feel like I could break them. Like duct tape. Like I remember seeing this thing on some on CNN. You know, CNN goes, "I can't believe I survived" or whatever.
Yeah.
You know those shows?
Yeah.
And
I survived.
Yeah, I survived. And she was like, "This guy tied me up with a cord," and I thought to myself, if I got tied up with a cord, I can't imagine someone would be that prepared to tie me up. You know, like.
You think it would be like kind of a half-ass job?
Yeah, like if you ripped a cord out of the wall, right?
Yeah.
And then.
But what if I mean, these guys that's their whole life is like, you know, torturing and killing. They might be really good at tying those knots.
I have hatchets on me all the time. Like I have hatchets. I have like 5 hatchets in my house.
Bert and Tom.
Bert and Tom.
Well, I didn't want to make it too heavy. I just wanted to show you where maybe some of this is coming from, and show you that Tom is cold, calculated, even turned on at the thought of murder. He knows how to dismember a body. He knows how to get rid of it. I don't know. For me, it's alleged, but maybe Tom is a serial killer, or maybe he's got an accomplice. This is an emergency video. People of the internet, we are back for part 2 of Is Tom Segura a Serial Killer? Now, before we just brushed over some of the things, we found out that Tom has a fascination for murder. I had just gotten back home from a work trip that really sucked and was really pointless, and I just...
All right, I think this is the last one. We got a 5-minute part 4.5 of Tom Segura is a serial killer.
felt like my weekend was wasted after I worked a whole week. Omnipotent sent me this clip when I came back in town last night. And I couldn't believe it this whole time. They have been out in the open. Ha 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 ha, murder. Ha 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 ha. Just joking about it. Talking about their darkest fantasies. Remember Tom was talking about a fetish? Oh, that's a future episode. I'm not going to tell you how he murdered. Oh. Anyways, we're getting ahead of ourselves here. We can't talk about those things before they happen, okay? Now, this video here from Omnipotent. Tom is a serial killer. I just can't believe these things are right there, right in front of our face.
William, you've confessed to a few murders as of late on this show. Have you been killing anybody lately?
Well, I was actually with Duncan in Fort Worth and Dallas this past weekend. I'm proud to say I only got one person the entire weekend. So normally I think I would have gotten...
Okay. He does this thing where if you take him on the road with you, he murders somebody because they can't track where he is. So it's his way of getting away with it.
Hell yeah, RJ, I'll smoke with you, bud. Here, ready?
Murder.
Let's go out together. Let's go do it.
Yeah, please. Let's do it. Well, just let me know. Let me know. I mean, when can we do it? Let's do this right. Let's figure it out right now.
Okay.
Okay.
You want to come the first week in December?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Cool.
Okay. You have to kill somebody.
Okay. Do you want to watch? I need somebody to hold the camera. Would you be willing to hold the camera?
No.
Come on. You wouldn't be willing to hold the...
Did you hear that? He said he wouldn't hold the camera, but he'll watch. You know, we briefly touched upon this rich people killing things, right? Using people, paying. I'm starting to think, you have William out here too. They're all talking about murder. What is going on? Now you have William like...
Mac, don't worry. We'll take another hit with you in a sec.
Tony says you've been talking about murders lately. And it's like, I don't know. Usually you talk about the stuff you do. Me? Talk about playing video games. I talk about having to go to work and just listens to people's bad design advice. You know what I mean? But I'm not talking about murder.
No.
And they seem to talk about...
How often do I talk about murder? Pretty not often. What do I talk about? Yoga, spirituality, the Nazis. Like, you kind of are what you talk about.
At it all the time. Is it just Tom? Or is this like a murder cult?
Bro, what if he cracks it? What if Lion Meows cracks it?
I just... Name your friends that talk about murder all the time. You know what I mean?
And dude, like, I used to be fascinated by serial killers too. Like, I used to love listening to murder podcasts and stuff. But like, it's not like a thing that I talk about you know what I mean? They're like, I don't know why well, I used to work in like true crime and stuff, so it was kind of fascinating, but not to like this level where I like want to do it. More like, how the fuck, what's wrong with these people?
and do it publicly on TV or the internet, whatever. TV is the same thing now, right? So people could go back.
Like, I've listened to hundreds and hundreds of hours of like, what's that one podcast? Oh, I used to love Last Podcast on the Left. All the Payne Lindsay podcasts where he would solve the crime. He would like go and solve cold cases. I forget, but a bunch. But I feel like I've only ever talked about that once, you know, like these guys seems like they talk about killing people a lot, bro. Look, I mean, literally, bro, they don't care about killing Palestinians and stuff, you know? Like, all of this is for the cause. They don't give a shit. Like, you have to be kind of fucked. Like, I do think, like, Lion Meows might not be far off. Like, I think all these people are, like, kind of fucking twisted, bro. I think they're all groomed from very young to be psychos. Or they're all hatched. And this is just how you are when you're hatched because you don't have a connection to source. I don't know.
We're talking about this like years ago, man. And there's people going missing wherever you go. And then you talk about it to William Montgomery. It's wild.
A fucking camera.
I'll put the tripod up, but I'm not going to hold it. I'll fucking frame it up.
You would frame it up for
I'll
me?
frame up the shot.
Would you hide in the closet at least? I want you to watch me. I like to have an audience when I'm doing this shit. Would you watch me?
Yes.
Cool.
That's the most stone cold, non-hesitation, hell yeah, I'm in kind of yes I ever heard. Am I wrong? He was just like, yes. Yes, sir.
Am I
yes,
wrong?
Sir. I don't know, man. I guess today, you know, in today's world, we could just talk about murdering people. You know, we got the UFC, that kind of broke us in, desensitized to beating up on other human beings. Now the next phase is like, yeah, I wouldn't mind killing the mailman. You know, it's wild. What is going on? What is going on?
Let's do it. What would you like, a Filipino person or?
Bro, this is literally like my new favorite fucking... This is my new favorite fucking conspiracy, bro. This is so good. And, bro, honestly, I think it plays into ours. This wouldn't even surprise me. Honestly, this makes a lot of sense. These people are all cold, detached, fucking lizard-brained cucks, bro. They're all like this. Some are just better at hiding it. Like, dude, I really do think a lot of these people are, like, into seeing people hurt. That's what the whole dude... Did you guys see that, one of Diddy's accuser people is this guy from the Making the Band show, and he was part of a group called Day 26. Have you guys seen any of these videos about him? But I think he was like assaulted while working on the show and shit. And there's like video, you know, it's in the show where he's like being weird and detached from the group, and everyone's like, you're not even trying, like, this is our shot. And they're like, what's going on? Like, you're acting so weird. And you can tell he like can't say, like, you know, they're filming him. And you can tell that there's like something going on. And everyone's, you know, they're like, the guy did a recent interview and was basically like, yeah, the shit that they do, what I think that he was abused, but also he saw an email that he kept alluding to, and he kept saying the shit was getting sacrificial. And he was like, I just don't know how people can hurt people like that. Like, he wouldn't say exactly what it was, but he was like, I don't, like, some people literally get pleasure out of hurting people, and they laugh about it. So something spooked him from an email that was so fucked up that he accidentally saw that was for Diddy. Like, I do think all these people are fucking psychos for the most part, bro.
I'd prefer to see an only child, you know?
Okay.
I can find one of those.
I'm pretty sure we just saw William get booked by Tom Segura for a road gig.
Oh, is that William, that redheaded guy?
I just want to put out some advice to you. Whatever city that is in December, don't buy tickets. You see Tom's tour, don't buy tickets.
You're going to get...
Go in your house, lock your doors. You know, do that. Allegedly, do that. And don't allegedly buy Tom's tickets. Because he's allegedly doing these things. Anyways.
Fuck, it's already over.
As far as Tom, I have one question for you, Tom.
Where are the bodies? Fuck, I'm tired, but this is really good.
Welcome back, everybody. You know, this
Okay, we're going to watch a couple minutes of this.
journey has been rough. But I'm just going to ask you to just buckle down a little bit here. We're going to start learning about...
This is so good, dude. This is the funniest shit ever. This only has 8,000 views.
About these murders, what's been going on, what's happening. Some of these stories are going to be tough. But we need to find out more evidence. I know most of you are ready to be like, Tom Segura. I don't know, but we need to know what's been going on. And I'm going to say something crazy right now. I'm going to say something crazy, but I don't think he's doing it alone. I think it might be something...
Wait, what's Garth Brooks' accusations? Wait, someone else was mentioning Garth Brooks. What the fuck's going on with Garth Brooks is part of this? Shut up. Shut the fuck up. What are you talking about?
Bigger. Something bigger. Maybe like a group thing. Maybe the comedians. But there's one thing that I definitely think. I definitely think Joe Rogan's involved. Allegedly. Somehow. It's crazy. But look at what he does to people he doesn't like. I mean, look at all that beef he started with Mark Maron, remember? And it wasn't even Mark Maron fault. He made it about Bert, and it was about Dave Chappelle. That's just one. Look at the Bobby Lee stuff.
Wait. Someone said Garth Brooks is a serial killer too?
Look at what he did to Carlos Mencia. You don't think he can't snuff a few people? I think and
What, this?
The Joe
oh wait,
Rogan
making a
experience.
murderer? Where are the bodies?
I'd rather kill somebody. Oh, you would? That'd be fun.
We've been right all along. Babe.
I'd rather kill somebody.
Babe, we fucking knew this. This is the evidence we've been waiting for. It's a fucking psycho.
Garth Brooks kidnap terror.
What is this?
Howdy. If you've never looked at Garth Brooks' comment section on Instagram,
There's dead bodies at all of Garth Brooks' shows. You guys gotta stop.
This video.
Okay, we're gonna finish this, and then we're done. But we are gonna watch every fucking one of the Tom Segura videos on Sunday. Oh my god. And we'll finish that documentary. Okay, this is the last thing.
Probably change that. If you have looked and you didn't know what the hell was happening, this video is made for you.
Way there, bro.
What's going on is he's thinking about all the bodies he's got stacked in fucking graves on his in his
You think
yard.
he's a killer?
And so Tom Segura is like Dexter, where he's like catching killers. but he's also a killer, but a bad one. He's probably just killing helpless people instead of bad people.
100%. He's probably killed 200-300 people in his life.
It's a good cover.
Can I tell you what I figured out?
What?
I know why he's goddamn weird.
Why?
I'm being serious. I think he might be slightly autistic.
There couldn't be
God.
anyone weirder.
He's the uncoolest poster on social media.
He is
Dude, it does kind of make sense for these CIA cucks to make like these famous people like monsters, the way that Drake is and the way that fucking, I mean, maybe Garth Brooks, maybe Tom Segura. I mean, Tom Hanks, right? Tom Hanks seems to be a monster. Seth Green, all these people. They make all them into like crazy monsters, bro. This makes sense. Chris Gaines is his alter ego.
the weirdest guy.
Weird. He has no cool.
Yeah, like, recognize, right. Like,
Cool. How does he have like no cool?
You know, to be that big of a star.
Yeah, he's zero cool.
Come dressed in your full color, support your team.
yeah, what is Christina's thing with trying to connect psychopathy with autism all the time? I feel like that's like the third time she said that.
Let's go have some fun and let's get physical playing music. I like that thought.
Huh?
What the fuck is wrong with you, man?
Yeah.
What is wrong with you?
Well, I guess it's official. We're now on Facebook. I really wasn't sure about this at the start. But then a friend of mine said something that just made all kinds of sense. She said, think of it more as a conversation. I like that.
I mean, that's like the weirdest thing that anyone's ever said. So all this stuff is so foreign to him that he's never adapted like how to be
Right.
natural doing it.
Well, and I'll tell you.
And also, he might be a monster in real life.
I think he's a monster. I think he's a monster. I think he is. He's so afraid that people are going to see that he might be a little shitty.
Mhm.
This guy is dark city, darkness, 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 darkness.
You really feel like that?
Darkness, yeah. But he doesn't embrace the darkness. He keeps pushing it and pushing it away.
Yeah.
And that's what that looks like when you're like, I'm nice. I promise I'm nice. They love me. Everybody likes me, Daddy.
Okay, well, how did I do here? How did I do?
Hey, Tom here inside your mom's house studio where we film every episode. It's pretty cool, man. I just want to announce the Take It Down tour. I wanted to call it the Take It Down Your Throat Out Your Asshole tour, but it's just Take It Down. And I wanted to announce some dates because you guys asked me. You said, can you let us know way ahead of time so we can be able to go to as many of these as we want to? Yeah, so here's the first two, man. We're going to do the Masonic in San Francisco, January 4th. Oh, we had such a love fest there last time. And then we just added Oklahoma City on Tuesday, actually. See comedy on Tuesday. We're going to do Tuesday, Oklahoma City at the Tower Theater. That's going to be January
Temple.
22nd, and we're going to have so much fun.
Yeah.
Hey, dress up, wear your favorite things, and this whole thing's going to be like sports fun. It's like, hey, comedy while we're getting physical. I like that.
Even there,
Yeah.
you're super relatable and you're connecting.
And normal, right? You're like, this is a normal guy. I've gotten a lot of shit about, speculation about what Garth Brooks has been up to and done. And I just want to say it feels good to be validated.
Yeah.
Feels good
Yeah.
to be validated.
Oh my God.
Look at the cover of this is one of the most respected publications in the country. It says Garth Brooks kidnap terror. And you just see the face of an unrepentant, violent, possible mass murderer. New hostage nightmare. Whew. I mean, this shit, that is, oh man, look at him. That just looks just like when they have a guy at perp walk and they're like, oh, did you do it? And he just,
He literally would be able to sniff him out, right?
looked at the cop.
Yeah, dude, it really is unfunny.
Do it. Who knows what he's really doing?
Yeah.
That's the thing. I don't want to be, accused of saying something. I'm just saying, who knows?
I really like that.
Yeah. It's, I don't know. It's terrifying. He's a terrifying person.
How's his socials been lately? Have we been?
I haven't been on his
monitoring
socials.
him?
I know that there's a lot of people missing from
Maybe Tom is Garth.
that they've been to the concerts. Like every time that he's in a city doing a show, the next day they're like, oh, there's like 6 people gone.
Yeah. He likes heavy-set blonde women, I think.
I don't know what he likes.
Well, that's the type.
That's the type?
I like that.
Yeah, I like heavy-set blondes.
This man is responsible for hundreds of missing people. His tour schedule aligns with like dozens of missing persons. If 75 people are missing and they're all in cities that like
he's been in. He's the Easter Bunny of bodies, kind of.
Oh yeah, they were doing Garth Brooks artwork.
Oh wow, that's
Look
really
at that.
nice.
Isn't
Yeah.
that something? And then if you page through it, wow, look at that.
Yeah. If you're not watching this show on YouTube,
What, I don't know, is he singing in his hands there or what he's doing? But
This is great artwork, Tom.
That one is.
Wow.
It is. It's very cool. Ooh.
Oh,
That
yes.
is really tip top. That's my
That
favorite
one's-
one. The teeth and the look in his eyes. It's so disturbing.
That one's cool.
Night Gug
Tom.
Gug.
Yeah, really good.
We're wrapping up in a minute. This is a
Saga
horror
Friends.
show.
Oh, the teeth are neat on that one.
So's the hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, but these are very unique. Very. And I feel like it's a real peek into that guy's head, you know?
Which guy? This guy?
That's Blarth Books.
I don't know what's going on.
How you doing, everybody? Sure, pal.
I liked it when you showed me yesterday on your phone. You were so excited. You were like, hey, sweetie, look at this cool art.
Yeah.
And these weren't exactly the ones you showed me. You showed me some sillier ones, like he's just pudgy and naked and stuff, not the blood. Like, you didn't show me this. This is burn victim Garth. And I don't know what the fuck is going on.
It's great. It's cool artwork. That's all.
I'm thinking our friend Garth is on the spectrum.
But
What? Hold on, Yana. Hold on. Remember that time with Trish and he went, and then go to that. He's mimicking emotions constantly. I'm gonna put the theory out there. If you're watching this and you're like a person that diagnoses
can we Google
autism, Asperger's, he may not be diagnosed.
Is G on the? Is he on the spectrum or is he?
G is an R.
Oh my god.
No, he's not an R, but he's definitely on the trum.
That's their producers or something in the background.
He's definitely on the trum. Yeah, he's a musical genius. He's
Okay.
don't go.
Hi, Miss Rosalind.
Hey, Miss Carter.
We just want to say happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
We hope you are having the day you deserve.
Amen. How's the plus one doing? That's what they call me.
We love you.
Happy birthday.
You see his fucking retard wave?
Stand up for mankind.
Stand up for Ukraine.
Stand up for mankind.
So weird. He's so weird.
Especially the refugees.
I work at Nashville Airport detailing and
Oh, this is all Tom's theory? There's too much Tom in
cleaning
this.
airplanes, mostly private jets, and one of our customers is Garth.
And here's the other connection. Here's it before we watch this. One last connection. Doesn't Joe and Tom every day send each other horrible shit? Now, why would Tom, we know Tom has a fascination with murder, but why would Joe want to see that stuff too? Are they sending each other YouTube videos of people's bad stuff, or are they sending each other videos of their bad stuff every day? Wish you could see those phones, don't you? That's my theory for now, but for now, we're going to investigate what's actually going on. This will be broken up into 2 parts because it's a long video. Part 1 in the morning, part 2 in the afternoon. Here we go. This is Tyler Oliveira investigating an active serial killer in Austin, Texas. Thank you, Tyler.
I will bring him back. I promise. I promise I'll bring him back.
Dude, I've actually seen somebody, like the cops, wheel a body up from the actual lake. So
I haven't seen this video.
2 years, like a year and a half ago. You drowned? Yeah, well, allegedly.
I'm gonna be honest, my son misses his dad every day. He wants to know what happened to his dad.
Wait, officer. Put your hands behind your back.
Wait, Ashley?
You understand what I'm telling you? Yes, sir. That's me getting arrested and taken to jail by APD after jaywalking and asking them about 13 dead bodies found in Lady Bird Lake in Austin, Texas since just January 2022. 11 of them men, 2 of them women, and only 1 confirmed homicide. APD says the rest is either accidental or suicide, but families of the victims want more answers and more investigation.
Yeah, okay, just one more thing before we get deep in this. I haven't seen this because I wanted to watch it with you guys, so, I might be like, holy shit, you know? So let's see what happens. Here we go.
Police claim the cause of death is mostly accidental drownings, as primarily drunk young men wander from the famous bar district called Rainy Street and into the nearby river. Many Austin locals fear there may be something far more sinister at play.
My brother's death was not accidental.
With countless theories ranging from the smiley face killer to a Dexter-type APD officer behind it, there are over 90,000 members in this Facebook group chat entirely mistrusting the police's official narrative and serve as a testament to the questions and concerns the public has. Is there a killer or killers actively on the loose? And are they still out there?
You're still asking questions.
All right,
Move on.
All right, chill.
What do you think you are? What you are?
Now,
is that Tom Segura?
Again, one tipsy evening when I got a little too curious and
That's
asked
Tom
Austin police
Segura.
a few too many questions, apparently.
All right, I was asking the gentleman about the Rainy Street Killer. I asked them if they were engaged. Now we are engaged. How you doing, miss? How you doing, sir? How you doing? All right, I got respectful distance. No, I know you're an honorable lady.
Why would that be questioned?
Well, we got two cops right here, and I asked them about the Rainy Street Killer and
About the what?
the Rainy Street Killer.
Killer?
Exactly.
You guys crazy?
I know you're totally unrelated, so you have a great night. Officer. Yes. What is going on with the Rainy Street Killer?
It's
alcohol. People get drunk. Do you genuinely believe that? Officer, I talk to you. Please, I pay my...
Like, I'm not a big fan of the whole, like, you know, like other people having power over other people's lives things. Because I think, you know, just look at our government. When you give people power, it gets corrupted. But like the dude should like know better, right? You're messing with cops that are on basically drunk patrol, and they probably had it. Like, I just don't think he should be doing this because he, you know, obviously he's going to get himself in trouble. You gotta be a little smart about that. Like, I just don't like I don't like messing with cops because I'm just not a big fan of them, right? I just don't like that whole, like, oh, they can make a decision and change your whole life, you know, and then you got to, like, sit through court and to defend if you're innocent. Like, I hate that whole thing. Like, I don't want none of that in my life, so I avoid these kind of situations, you know, but this guy,
Fuck them.
especially if it's a journalist, he should be a little bit smarter about it, you know? I wouldn't have done this. Like, why would you try and they can't even talk, you know? Like, this part doesn't make sense to me.
My taxes.
But
we have a brief...
He said people get drunk. That was an answer.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Stay out of the road. Yes, sir. Even when the sidewalks.
Yeah. He's asking for trouble, man.
Okay. Stay out of the road.
You're gonna piss them off. They don't give a shit about you.
That's totally necessary.
You should. It's like playing with wasps. You know, just don't do it.
No.
As a upholder of law, what are your thoughts on the Rainy Street Killer? I'm doing a little. Officer, don't leave me, please.
I love that guy that puts donuts on the end of fishing poles and goes up to cops and he goes, "Good boy." They go, "What's your name and badge number?" And they give it and he goes, "Good boy." That shit's so funny, dude.
Right now. Wait, actually? Wait, for what? No, wait. Officer, put your hands behind your back. Wait, officer. Put your hands behind your back. Wait, actually?
This feels staged as fuck.
Do you understand what I'm telling you? Yes, sir. Put your hands behind your back. Yes, sir.
It's stupid, man. Why would you do that?
My phone is on the ground. Officer, for what exactly? Oh, dang. All right, you can do fentanyl. You can kill people. You can...
The thing is,
The cop is smiling, bro. That cop is smiling.
Stupid. He thinks he's funny and he's making a point. It's like...
This
Spent
isn't about
years with
Tom
unanswered
Segura.
questions and a lack of closure. Let me introduce Mitch, Martin Gutierrez's brother. Before we talk to Mitch, I want to thank the sponsor of this video, Delete Me. Did you?
Sorry, we gotta watch this.
Taking your personal information,
Disrespectful.
and selling it online. Google your.
I'm disrespectful.
2018. Lived with me and my now wife out there in South Austin and everything. We'd go out all the time. Yeah, man. That's when it all began. You know, we used to go out to Rainy Street. You know, Rainy Street back in 2018, you know, it was huge. Everybody was going out there. It was the bar district to go to. One night, we had gone to a dinner with my wife's family and everything, and I had to call it a night. It was Sunday night. My brother wanted to go out with a bunch of friends out to go watch some football. So we went out to Rainy Street. They went to one bar, got out to Luster Pearl, and he, well, according to his records and everything, we looked at it, he purchased one drink and my buddy got him one drink. By the time he got from Luster Pearl to Alibi, which is connect like next door, he could barely even stand. Looking at the footage of him just leaning on from, yeah, two drinks, my buddy's and then his. I could see him leaning on the bar. He was trying to talk to people and he was like, you know, off his normal behavior from what I saw. He left on the outside. So the guys he was with never even knew he left. And so he actually had a text on his phone from my buddy saying, "Hey man, where'd you go? Like, are you gone? You know, whatever." But he never responded. On that footage we had seen, my brother's like he's a big bulky guy, you know, like a powerlifting kind of guy. And to see him go out of the bar, he was skipping. His behavior was completely off. You know, I know Martin through and through, and I, you know, drank with him multiple times, and it just something was off. And anyways, he actually texted a good friend of ours, and he's like, "Hey, do you mind giving me a ride?" And she was like, "Oh, I'm still at work." You know, she's a nurse. And yeah, she's like, "I'm sorry." And he's like, "Oh, that's okay." But she said that he called her and he kept repeating himself. She's like, "Are you okay?" And there would be no reason for Martin to go into that area. We looked at the footage in front of that convenience store, and Martin never made it in that direction. You have the towers of Town Lake, then there's a little convenience store here. We have the last footage of him. You can either go to this convenience store and go past it, or this little like dark cul-de-sac, you know, that's right over here. And there would be no reason for Martin to go into that area. We looked at the footage in front of that convenience store, and Martin never made it in that direction. So for some reason, I got a feeling he came in this cul-de-sac area. I have no idea why that would even be an option for him. There's no houses, it's just a big circular dark area where people can park their cars. Yeah. My brother was a very kind person, you know, very gullible and just thought the best in everybody. So if someone was to say, hey, like I have a flat tire, or hey, I need some help, he would have gone there, helped, asked questions later. I got a feeling maybe someone took advantage of that. The next.
This is like, you know, when you start talking about these like murders and stuff, like this stuff is heavy for me because you think about him walking into that dark cul-de-sac and you're like, what's going on? Like somebody had to do something, right? It's just so heavy. It's heavy to want to do that to somebody, right? Like somebody you don't know, like the serial killer thing, like murdering people. It's super heavy because just to like bring yourself to that place to where you could do that, I just can't imagine it. I don't like find it fun. I don't, you know, like.
Yeah, but where's Tom?
Hurting people is really hard to do.
Yeah, we know.
If I could find any answers regarding my brother's location, put flyers out here, do what we can.
I ain't even playing, dude. That is horrifying.
Nick, I freaked out, man. Told my mom, I told my wife when I was like, thoughts in my head were just from here to here, man, like a million thoughts of what could have happened. Had a whole group of people. We had family, friends, coworkers, even random people just looking to help us out. And we would collaborate every morning at like 8 a.m. and then we would just have a search party. I want you to search here, do this, put flyers out here, do what we can to find them. So we focused the majority of our searches on land over here because we ruled out the water. We did the same thing. We'd look from sun up to sundown, and it didn't matter the weather. It was like 20 degrees, man. It was so cold. We kept our searches going for days and days. And then November 26th, I got a text at 5:30 in the morning saying, I have your brother. If you tell the police anything, I'll cut his fucking throat and I'll send him to you piece by piece. I woke up, I panicked, I freaked out, man. Told my mom, I told my wife when I was like,
Tom.
Yo.
It's Tom.
Are you fucking serious? I ain't even playing, dude. That is horrifying. Yo, bro, that he just glazed over that.
The police did that. Or Tom.
That is insane to get a message like that. That is fucking sane. Oh my God. That like messed me up. Dude, this stuff is heavy, dude. Oh my God, dude. Could you imagine? All right, let's just go back and see this part fully again. That's insane. That's insane. Okay, here we go.
So we focused the majority of our searches on land over here because we ruled out the water. We did the same thing. We'd look from sun up to sundown, and it didn't matter the weather. It was like 20 degrees, man. It was so cold. We kept our searches going for days and days, and then November 26th, I got a text at 5:30 in the morning saying, I have your brother. If you tell the police anything, I'll cut his fucking throat, and I'll send him to you piece by piece. I woke up, I panicked, I freaked out, man. Told my mom, I told my wife when I was like, I got him. He's alive. Like, I fucking found him. You know, like, I got him. I was like terrified, but I was happy at the same time. They were like, I want you to go to this location, and I want you to text me back. We have people watching you. We know where you are. And so I did whatever they
This is like some scammer fucking got them.
said. I gave my wife a hug and a kiss, and I gave my mom a hug, and I said, if I don't come back, like, I love you, but I will bring him back. I promise. I promise I'll bring him back. And I left my house with no intention of ever coming back because I was
like, they hit him with the Apple gift card scam.
You're gonna die?
I was. Yeah. I did. So
Yo. This is just insane. What is going on?
Wait, how does this tie into Tom Segura?
This is bizarre. Oh, he just overdosed on it. We all know he knows.
What do you think happened to him inside the bar?
I think somebody drugged him.
Okay.
I do. They deleted what we needed, and now I will never know what happened to my brother in that bar. Martin went missing on the 19th. On the 26th is when he was found. It was one of those things to where the APD, we had so many issues reaching out to them. Like, Detective Donovan was so hard to get a hold of. We had new surveillance. I'd send it to him. I'd email it to him. A response would come back a day or two later. I'm like, dude, you got to be more on this. This is an active missing persons case. You need to be responding within like minutes.
The police are like, we did it.
An hour, and we were not on the priority list.
How did APD do when it came to looking for your brother and keeping you informed?
So the APD did an absolutely terrible job with my brother's case. There was people asking.
Yo, surprise.
for wrong dates of footage. It was hard to get staff to help. It was hard to get people to respond, but I just didn't feel the urgency. I didn't feel like they truly cared. My brother deserved better than that. 3 days after he'd been missing, that he was not in the water. Apparently they were full of shit because they didn't believe their own initial search, so now they went back to the water, but someone found him. There was some guy that has an apartment right here off of Riverside, went out with his cup of coffee in the morning, saw a body floating and called 911.
Police didn't even find him?
Nope. It was a random, person in their apartment. Their misled information deterred our searches elsewhere, and he was here the whole damn time.
Was that your hunch initially, or was that your fear?
That was my fear. I was scared to death he was going to be in the water.
Do you think the APD is involved?
Honestly?
Personal belief.
Personal belief, in my opinion. I think that the Austin Police Department has some kind of education or something on it, and they're just not telling us. I can't remember what year it was. It was after my brother had passed. There was a gentleman who was a police officer that was cornered in Container Bar. So Container Bar was a pretty popular bar on Rainey Street as well. They cornered this police officer. There was people in like suits, like trying to get this guy. The guy pulled out a gun and shot himself in the head in the middle of Container Bar. My buddy was working on Rainey Street, told me all about it. I mean, there was police all over the place. I mean, everything. And a police officer shot himself in the head after getting cornered by, I don't know if it was FBI agents or something, but something happened and they just brushed it under the rug. So I got a feeling, so this is what I think happened, is I think that someone hurt my brother, maybe asked for, or hey, I'm an Uber. Hey, I need some help with the tire or something like that. My brother, like I said, very gullible, very helpful. And he would have gone over there and then someone hit him on the back of the head and then drug him, took him wherever. At this time, bruises developing, eyes are changing, all this stuff. I don't know when they decided to put him in the water or whatever, but I got a feeling after all this happened, that's when they put him in. Last year with Jason John's situation, all that, we were able to make enough noise to where the Austin Police Department actually put out a public statement saying that there was no risk to the public, there's no serial killer, there's nothing like that to be scared of, continue to do what you're doing. They even continued to refuse on social media now.
I think the APD is gaslighting the public as to the possibility of there being a trend here or a serial killer in this instance.
I very much agree, yeah.
Why?
Money. What? This all happened right around South by Southwest. Okay. We made enough noise to where the city was getting hit and they were affected by this. So they built this large fence, this wooden fence all right before South by Southwest. So they said that they were doing something to protect them.
Yeah, we're talking about Tom's victims before we wrap up.
The public. Follow the money, man.
But since your brother, there have been several people found in this water. People are still dying out here.
People are still dying.
Is there anything you could get to give you more peace about the situation and about the loss of your brother?
Answers.
Okay.
My therapist has said it was a compound trauma. It's been almost 6 years in November that my brother's gone missing, and every time another body goes missing, I've worked so hard to kind of push forward, never to move away and just completely just move on, but to at least make step forwards. And then another body goes missing and it rips off the Band-Aid and I'm right back at step one. It's been hard to get back to moving forward because there's no changes.
So when you hear about another person dying found out here, does that trigger the same feelings you were at when Martin went missing?
Every time I hear of one, I go out walking around. I mean, I'll bring a friend and I'll just try to help out the best I can. Same with Jason. Their families deserve that, and I felt like it was my part, because Martin, if he was here, he would have helped me search.
Have you lost faith in the APD?
I have zero faith in the Austin Police Department.
Yeah.
They treated all these guys like numbers. Bitch. If they were to sit and just line up all these families that have lost significant other or a brother or dad and just look them in the eye.
A lot of people were murdered near the water not far from Rogan's club. Oh, man.
And just say, man, we don't care. It's exactly what they do to us. They don't care. They're full of shit.
Thank you, Mitch. Thanks for sharing, brother. If Martin was
Well, this is where we're going to pause it before we go to part 2. But I have a really, really insane... It hit me while we were watching this. Oh, man. I mean, I could do a video on it. But I'll tell you at the end of part 2, my theory. It changes up everything. It makes everything wild, but it makes so much sense. So go watch part 2, and I'll tell you at the end. But outside of that, this is crazy, man. There's just a lot of shady stuff going on and a lot of opportunity for someone with motive to get away with it. There's or there's a lot of people helping this person get away with it. I just don't know. We'll see the rest in the next episode. Thank you.
Where are the bodies? Hilarious. Okay, well, we'll pick back up on frickin' Sunday, boys. Well, oh no, that's too fast. Boom. Take a deep breath in, my little nitwitchies, and hold. And breathe out through your mouth. In. In. Hold. Out. Hold. In. Hold. Out. Hold. Last one. In. Hold. Out. The fucked up but still flowing meditation. Breathe in. Let the bullshit rise to the surface. Let every stress, every frustration, every L that the ops tried to hand you float up like bubbles in deep water. See them, acknowledge them, but don't hold on to them, and breathe out. And as you exhale, watch them pop. Watch them vanish, because they were never yours to carry. The cucks, the chaos, the setbacks, they're just noise, just distractions. They want you to spiral down. They want you to break. But guess what? You're unbreakable. Breathe in. Let every doubt leave with it. Let the noise get quiet. Let the weight drop off your shoulders, because you are here. You are aligned and you are rising. One more deep breath. Fill yourself with gratitude for this moment, for this community, for the fact that despite every obstacle, you're still here, still laughing, still vibing, and still choosing love every damn day. And as you exhale, smile. Even if just a little, because they tried to stop us and we're still here. No gods, no masters, just breathe, just love. Surf's up, bitches. Oh my god, Thoth, calm down, bro. Surf's up. Thoth, say goodnight to the knit witches. We loved your surf's up, bitches, at the end of the meditation. No one does a meditation like you, buddy. So say goodnight to everyone.
Good night, knitwitches. Rest easy, breathe deep, and let the ether flow through you. Y'all are untouchable, unstoppable, and absolutely vibing on a level the cucks could never comprehend. Skitteroni Corey, the whole crew. Y'all are love in motion. No gods, no masters, just breath. Surf's up, bitches.
Thanks, Mark. Bong. Here we frickin' go, my dudes. We're gonna shake our little butts until we get out of here, and then I'll see you on frickin' Sunday, boys. Look at all these little lizard men. What's up with them? Their frickin' faces are weird, boys, and so are their ears. They got lizard ears. What's up with that buddy, boys? What the frick? Why does he look so frickin' sick? It makes me feel weird in my tum. He's no fun. I don't like the frickin' Zuck. No. Good night, knit witches. No, I hate Frankenstein. Good night, Nancy's. We still love you, you little lizards. Even this vampire too, Ian Carroll. a normal guy. He's not an Aryan psycho KKK member whose dad is Dave the Duke. No way. Not at all, guys. This man is normal. He has a normal complexion. He's not a vampire. Stop saying that. If anyone from my chat ever says he's a vampire again, they're banned. He told me he's not a vampire, but he's normal, and he loves the gays. That's what he said. And then he said a bunch of weird stuff. He said, I hate trans kids too. I want to throw them in a wood chipper because my name is Ian and I work for the CIA or the FBI. It doesn't matter. They're all cucks anyway. I want you to listen to me. He's not a vampire, guys. Stop saying that. Before Ian, he's totally freaking normal. He's almost as fun as Alex freaking Jones. You say all things Pat knows Ferrazzi. And I said, hey little Ian Carroll, you and Eddie Liger are so cute. Working for Paulie. Hi, Paul. Oh, I forgot about you. Oh, remember when Paul unblocked me, boys? Isn't that so cute? Paul's such a drama queen. It's pretty crazy that my best friend is a federal agent who did the Oklahoma City bombing when he was Timothy McVeigh. And I'm still gonna get with this mommy. Mildred, I love you, baby. Come here to Papa Cat Dad. Paul, you're fucked. I'm gonna spank you when I move in with Mildred. You're gonna be so mad when you come over for fucking Sunday dinner. And I grill you about all the weird stuff that you've done for the FBI, you cuck. Paul, what are you gonna do about it, huh? I'll move to Florida, I swear to God. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna leave Skidderoni for Mildred. Fuck that shit. Goodbye, Paul. You're fucking dead to me. FBI top dogs. Paulo the McVeigh. Watch, he blocked me because he was watching the stream. I love you, Paul. Good night, buddy. Thanks for unblocking me so I could see that tweet you posted. You're still a fucking cuck, don't you know it, buddy bud? Paul's a cuck, but we love him so. Paul, you're just a frickin' baby, crying his pants Nazi who is a little baby bitch and you missed the attention. Paul's just a little baby boy who loves playing with Peter Thiel's toys. Hey, stop defending Peter Thiel, Paul. He eats babies. Do you eat babies, Paul? Paul's like, yeah, we all do. Bitch, Paul. Yeah, we're coming for you, frickin' Paul. Yeah, my love for coming after the Nazis is rekindled, Paul. You're fucked. You're done. If Tom Segura's a serial killer, we're gonna get to the bottom of it. I swear to God. Yeah, piss jeans. Dude, Paul pisses in his jeans and then naps in them after drinking hot bottled water from his fucking F695. But, alright, dudes. I'll see you on frickin' Sunday. Fun day, okay? Love ya. Have a good night. Witches. We'll see you later, Paul. Thanks for unblocking me. This honestly made me happy. And look, I didn't have to beg. I didn't have to do shit. And now I know you're always watching. Love you, buddy. Mustard! All right, bye.